After a day of preparations, the demon envoy finally returned to meet his subordinates at the shore of Blood Lake River. Upon seeing their leader, the two of them were overjoyed. The demon envoy then recounted everything to his subordinates. They were elated and exclaimed, "This is great, boss! I knew it, monster in Suhu City truly has great fortune and luck. This place is the homeland of the great Emperor Fengdu, so from now on, we won't have to worry about invasions anymore." The demon envoy turned around and cupped his hands to salute Lin Yu and Grey Rabbit. "Great Emperor Fengdu. Then let's head back to Suhu City immediately and report the news to Mayor Sai Qin." Lin Yu nodded, and the demons boarded the boat that Grey Rabbit had prepared. They sailed off toward the gate between the two worlds to return. Once they had leapt safely, Horseshoe Crab turned to Lin Yu and said, "We should head back too. Bai Yi just sent over the draft policy for the special zone. We need to quickly assess its feasibility, especially the parts related to the demon world and neighboring nations." The two of them then walked away from Blood Lake River, heading back to their base. Little did they know, beneath the surface of Blood Lake, the ripples were growing more and more intense. When they returned to the base camp and sat inside the tent, they began to go over the Bai Yi documents and make plans. Lin Yu spoke up. This time, the government is truly sincere. They not only gave the demon world substantial policy advantages, but this policy was spearheaded by Bai Yi herself. According to her, if the special zone remains stable, it will gradually open up cooperation with other countries in the future, promoting the collective progress of humanity. Grey Rabbit hesitated slightly and said, "But I'm not very optimistic about that prospect." Bai Yi and the administrative officer Black, along with a Ning, were all focused on stability. But I've personally witnessed how people, when driven by immense profit, can disregard everything. Seeing Grey Rabbit's negativity, Lin Yu also spoke. Whether it's humans or monsters, establishing cooperation between the two sides requires either a solid foundation of trust or a sufficiently large benefit. Otherwise, all that's left is to resolve matters with force. As they were discussing, the atmosphere suddenly felt off. Both of them quickly looked outside in surprise. Lin Yu was puzzled by this phenomenon as the sky suddenly darkened. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in to report, "Captain Grey Rabbit, Hulin Lake has suddenly erupted with countless monsters." Hearing this information, both Grey Rabbit and Lin Yu were stunned as if struck by lightning. What? As they rushed outside, the situation had already escalated to a red alert. Lin Yu was panicked. This is the evil tide. The sight that startled Lin Yu was that right in front of him, 1,000 monsters from beneath Xu Hu were charging rapidly toward him. There were demon sharks, white demons, demon shrimp, demon crabs. They charged like wild beasts, attacking everyone in the base area. The sudden assault left everyone without time to mount any defense. Several massive sharks, with their jaws wide open full of teeth, attacked a soldier, forcing him to flee for his life, shouting for help. "Damn it! No, don't come over here!" Fortunately, Lin Yu quickly leaped forward, slicing the sharks in half and saving the soldier. The soldier, who had just escaped death, hurriedly thanked him and ran into the safety zone. "Great Emperor, thank you." Grey Rabbit, after taking down a water demon, asked Lin Yu in confusion, "What's going on? The negotiations haven't even started, and Suhu City has already made a move." Lin Yu shook his head and replied, "Subu City has an alliance with me, while Mingyu City's interests are completely tied to mine. In a normal situation, they absolutely should not have known that I was here. Yet they still triggered the ghost tide. Moreover, this ghost tide is composed entirely of demonic beasts and low-intelligence monsters. There may be some other hidden cause behind this." At this moment, more and more sea monsters began to appear. In response to the sudden situation, Grey Rabbit immediately grabbed the intercom and shouted loudly there was no time for further thought. The ghost tide has erupted, and the most important thing right now is to control the situation. The demon-slaying court received the orders. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, block the frontal assault of the demonic beasts. 3rd Battalion, circle around both sides of Hulin Lake to prevent the ghost tide from spreading. 4th Battalion, quickly lead the residents of the nearby villages and towns to retreat to a safe distance. 5th Battalion, deploy the divine and demonic restricted zone forces. Receiving the orders from Grey Rabbit, the entire army mobilized, All the demon-slaying soldiers rushed forward toward the tide with unwavering determination. The 5th Battalion, in particular, was equipped with advanced tanks, each adorned with a yellow flag. This flag was very special. It emitted spiritual power. When hundreds of tanks lined up in formation, the flags combined to form a golden barrier that helped to halt the incoming tide. Lin Yu looked at the barrier before him and assessed. This looks similar to the Scarlet Net barrier that Nation M once used against me. Both relied on the interlinking of the same type of yin energy, layered upon each other to form the Demon World Barrier. However, the coverage of the forbidden zone of gods and demons was far greater. Once everything was in place and the beast tide was temporarily held back, Gray Rabbit finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we prepared beforehand. With the forbidden zone barrier, monsters below the fierce demon level won't be able to break through for now. As for those at the fierce demon level and above, only high-ranking demon controllers can take them down one by one. Lin Yu smiled faintly, then called upon Zhu Xiang and Ning and Ru Ni for support. Good. Let's deal with those bastards first. Zhu Xiang and Ning, Ru Ni, move out. Yes, Lord. The three immediately received the command and charged toward the tide, where the high-level sea monsters awaited. Zhu Xiang singled out a massive shark to handle. When he saw its enormous maw about to tear into him, Zhu Xiang exclaimed, "Oh my, what a plump demon fish! This is truly top-grade material. Now be good and jump into my pot." Indeed, it's true that some professions have their own challenges. Zhu Xiang immediately took out the supreme black cauldron and joyfully struck the demon fish in the head. Meanwhile, Ning used her spiritual technique to make several demon fish dizzy, causing them to dance foolishly in front of her. Runai was not to be outdone. She used a thread made from spiritual power to swiftly deal with a large crab. At the same time, Gray Rabbit and his soldiers rushed over to handle a turtle with its four-legged rabbit companion. Over here, Lin Yu used his long spear to effortlessly cut through the powerful swordfish. However, as the blood of the demon fish sprayed like rain onto his body, Lin Yu sensed that something was wrong. This aura. Could it be the power of Blood Source awakening? As he was surprised by the sensation of the power of Blood Source, a hammerhead shark suddenly darted from somewhere, aiming to strike him. Lin Yu's blood power surged, bursting forcefully from his body and spreading outward. Strange patterns appeared on his face, starting from his eyes. He stared intently at the sea monster in front of him, with a look full of murderous intent. The sea monster shuddered when its eyes met Lin Yu's. The creature, frozen in place, immediately shrank to 1/10 of its original size, as if Lin Yu had used Doraemon's flashlight to shrink it. The sudden reduction in size to that of a juvenile form left the sea monster stunned, and it collapsed to the ground in pain. Lin Yu whispered to himself, affirming that his thoughts were correct. Just as I thought. Zhu Xiang and Ning and Ru Nai stepped back, channeling their spiritual power into Lin Yu. As all the spiritual energy flowed into him, he began to absorb it, and a fierce killing intent radiated from his body. Then, Lin Yu thrust his long spear, unleashing a strike imbued with the blood power of a high-ranking bloodline, and shouted loudly, "All of you little fish, get back here." The strike from his spear, like a powerful spiritual resonance, sent waves of energy throughout the sea monsters, making them tremble with fear due to their bloodline. They could only scream in terror. Shortly after, they all turned and fled in panic towards Tu Hu. Gray Rabbit, one of his soldiers, was still fighting, but seeing the sea monsters turn and flee, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh! What's going on?" Gray Rabbit turned to look at Lin Yu, who hovered in the air like a demon king, using his overwhelming presence to drive the small creatures into retreat. He couldn't help but marvel, Ghost Tide, even the great emperor alone scared them into retreating. At this moment, more and more black patterns appeared on Lin Yu's face as he stood tall, looking down at the group of aquatic monsters fleeing in panic. Immediately after successfully using the oppressive force of the power of Blood Source to stop the Ghost Tide creatures from slaughtering, Lin Yu's body swayed slightly. The black patterns began to fade away with the smoke of spiritual power. The excessive consumption of spiritual power caused him to lose control of his body for a moment, and he fell freely to the ground. Captain Gray Rabbit, seeing this, rushed over in a panic and supported Lin Yu, Great Emperor. Thanks to Gray Rabbit's support, Lin Yu regained consciousness after a few minutes. He tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied to Gray Rabbit, "I'm fine." Lin Yu then checked his body and quietly assessed. "This is the first time I've activated the blood origin power to this extent. No wonder it's the bloodline of a demon king level. I never expected it would drain all 4 of our spiritual power in the blink of an eye." A few minutes later, as his spiritual power began to recover, Lin Yu felt better. Looking at the group of fish and crustaceans gasping for life on the shore, Lin Yu sighed with relief. At least the ghost tide seems to be over this time. Gray Rabbit, who still didn't understand what had just happened, asked Lin Yu, "Great Emperor, what is going on here? Why did they initiate the ghost tide without saying a word? Could it be that Suhu City doesn't want to establish diplomatic relations with us?" Lin Yu confidently asserted to Gray Rabbit, "I dare say that the one who triggered this ghost tide is not Suhu City, but Nation M." Gray Rabbit exclaimed in panic, "What? Nation M?" Seeing that Gray Rabbit seemed unconvinced, Lin Yu explained further, "Did you notice? Apart from the low-level monsters formed by the gathering of yin energy, the rest are all aquatic creatures. Moreover, these species are perfectly suited to the ecosystem of Fulin Lake." Gray Rabbit went to check all the fish that had triggered the ghost tide to confirm Lin Yu's words. "It's true." Lin Yu continued, "I suspect these creatures were originally living in Hulin Lake. As far as I know, years ago, Nation M began using biotechnology to research and experiment with monsters. Before, at the International Demon Controller Conference, the stimulants used by Team Nation U and Team Nation S were one of their products. Even in the finals, the blood spirit humanoid that was hunted seemed to be a similar kind of creature. But all products related to these demonic dragons will naturally be suppressed by the bloodline of their aquatic ancestors." Lin Yu continued, "And within our bodies, there is a portion of the blood origin of the vampire progenitor. This is the reason why we are able to make the ghost tide retreat." Gray Rabbit asked, "Are you saying that these monsters were temporarily created by Nation M using the corruptive and mutating powers of vampire blood?" Lin Yu replied, "That's correct. Someone must have secretly colluded with Nation M." Upon hearing that someone intentionally caused this and was cooperating with Nation M, Gray Rabbit became angry and frustrated. She struck the chubby child beside her and said, "I clearly set up a strict monitoring system. Damn it, what kind of oversight is this? The methods of these demon controllers are too sinister. Without using the demon world, it would be hard to thoroughly stop their actions. Moreover, the fact that Nation M dared to quickly launch the ghost tide like this proves that the contents of our meeting were leaked by an insider." The logical analysis of Lin Yu impressed Gray Rabbit, and she sighed in relief. Fortunately, the Great Emperor is able to suppress these mutated monsters, preventing Nation M from achieving their goal. He said, "Don't be too complacent. The ghost tide could return at any time. Because we not only have to guard against the ghost tide emerging from the lake, but also from the vast prairie, even from the villages and towns." Gray Rabbit immediately made up his mind. If Nation M really dares to do something as cruel as this, Doxia will immediately declare war. Lin Yu, however, remained calmer. He continued analyzing. "It's not yet the time for a full-scale war, so they probably haven't reached the point of attacking civilians. But we must act quickly to control the situation. If everyone jumps in, the water will only get muddier, the conflicts will escalate, and by then, it will be difficult to settle things." It seemed he already had a plan in mind. Lin Yu then called Ru Nai in the demon suppression space. "Ru Nai, you are in charge of contacting El Meng and telling him to come to Suhu City immediately. Have him explain the situation to our alliance on my behalf, and maintain communication." After receiving the order, Ru Nai took a black envelope and replied, "Understood, Lord." Lin Yu didn't share this with Gray Rabbit. Right now, he just wanted to find the mastermind behind this, so he said to Gray Rabbit, "Gray Rabbit, take me to meet the demon controllers from Nation Mongol and Nation Ru." Gray Rabbit replied, "All right." The scene shifted to a tent, where voices were heard. "No, you can't go outside." Inside the tent, many demon controllers from Nation Mongol and Nation Ru were being gathered in one place. They were being monitored by Gray Rabbit's soldiers, who were preventing them from leaving. They complained about the 2 soldiers on duty. "We just want to know what's going on outside, whether we need to offer support or not. Seriously, are we just going to sit here in the rear, while the demon controllers from Nation H fight on the front lines against the monsters?" As the 2 soldiers struggled to stop these people, Gray Rabbit and Lin Yu arrived. Lin Yu spoke up. Sorry, it's just a small ghost tide. Nation H can handle it. No need for outsiders to get involved. A man with long hair saw them arrive and greeted them. Captain Gray Rabbit, Great Emperor Fengdu. Meanwhile, a short-haired man was shocked and a little worried, thinking to himself, has the ghost tide been pushed back already in just half an hour? Noticing the displeased expressions on some of their faces, Lin Yu asked, what's wrong? You all look pretty disappointed. Caught off guard, some of them awkwardly responded, no, it's really a good thing. They said that, but in their hearts, they were actually worried. This is really bad. Lin Yu turned his gaze toward Batter and said, since all of you are here, I don't need to question each one of you individually. Batter said, question. Lin Yu then called a Ning from the demon suppression space to help him find the spy. I'm asking you all, do you know anything about what's going on? As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, and Ning immediately cooperated by using a psychological interrogation technique. A stream of blue light spread out, enveloping all the demon controllers from Nation Mongol and Nation Ru. The first mind Ning read belonged to a girl from Nation Ru. She was thinking, Asterisk wasn't the ghost tide launched by the demon world. Why are they interrogating us? Suspicion eliminated Asterisk. Startled, she exclaimed, I haven't said anything yet. Gray Rabbit, watching from the side, couldn't help but admire Lin Yu. Asterisk, the monster of Great Emperor Fengdu truly possesses extraordinary abilities. Asterisk. After scanning through the thoughts of several individuals from Nation Ru, and Ning also reported to Lin Yu, these people do have their own schemes, but they truly don't know the cause of this ghost tide. Receiving this information, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Asterisk, it seems Nation M never informed them about the ability to demonize ordinary creatures. Asterisk, a new idea then occurred to him. Asterisk, then let's change the question. Who exactly was it that contacted Nation M? Asterisk. Hearing the name Nation M, several from Nation Ru and Nation Mongol were taken aback. Asterisk, Nation M? Great Emperor Fengdu. What do you mean by that? Was this ghost tide launched by Nation M? Asterisk. The man from Nation Ru was slightly flustered when he encountered Lin Yu. As expected, I knew Nation M would sooner or later get involved. Nation Ru also considered collaborating with Nation M, but fortunately, we refrained from acting too hastily this time. If not, Demon General would have seen through it with his mind-reading technique, just like Great Emperor Fengdu. Meanwhile, Bater was also astonished to see that Lin Yu had discovered the cause, which was the involvement of Nation M's hand. So the stone I crushed before was the catalyst that triggered the ghost tide. I'm starting to sweat even more. Damn it. However, he was confident that Lin Yu wouldn't be able to uncover his role as the contact with Nation M. After all, he was wearing a bracelet with a beast tooth, which contained yin energy. And Ning moved around checking everyone, but when she reached Bater, she was stunned and exclaimed as she was unable to read his thoughts. This person possesses supreme yin energy, a type of mental resistance. Gray Rabbit, sensing something was wrong, eagerly spoke up from behind. Yin energy mental resistance is even rarer than yin energy that attacks the mind. It seems Nation Mongol has prepared to secretly make a move. Hearing this, Bater arrogantly smirked, though his face darkened slightly, and he responded to Gray Rabbit with a sneer. Captain Gray Rabbit, don't speak recklessly. Without evidence, you wouldn't want to anger the international demon controller community by accusing me of stealing my own yin energy, would you? Seeing him so confident, Lin Yu smiled, and then summoned the Eye of Judgment in his hand. Hemph, if it were 10 days ago, perhaps I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But that's just how fate works. He then handed it to Ning, happily saying, and Ning, control the demon world. She responded, understood, Lord. Batter clicked his tongue in disdain, unaware that his end was near. Upon receiving the Eye of Judgment, Ning could easily read the minds of others, even delving into the deepest memories they had once held. She focused her spiritual power into the Eye of Judgment and activated it. The blue spiritual energy flowed into the Eye of Judgment, and then the lightning eye emitted a red stream of spiritual power that illuminated Bater's entire body. The light was so blinding that Bater had to shield his eyes with his hand, groaning in discomfort. Ah! But as soon as he managed to open his eyes, he was struck with shock as he found himself in a completely different space. His body shrank back to his childhood size. Looking at his own form, he exclaimed, "Spirit demon realm, has my consciousness been pulled into an illusion?" In front of him appeared two people lying motionless. Out of habit, he immediately recognized them and called out, "Mother's sister." But suddenly, he felt someone behind him, causing him to be surprised and turn around to look. The figures of Lin Yu and En Ning appeared on a savage beast, resembling a wolf, with a single red eye in the center of its forehead, baring its teeth and growling, saliva dripping in large drops. Lin Yu spoke softly. "Bader, is this the most terrifying memory in your heart?" Upon seeing Lin Yu, Bader cursed, "Damn it, great Emperor Fengdu, how dare you directly spy on my memories?" Lin Yu replied calmly, "It's clear that you once suffered the pain of losing a loved one in your childhood, yet now you allow the ghost tide to wipe out the happiness of innocent people. Considering you had no prior knowledge of the ghost tide, if you confess everything honestly, I might spare your life." Batter, confident in his ability to resist soul attacks due to his yin energy, smirked. "Hemph, your H-Nation is not even worthy of being compared to my family. What I regret is that the ghost tide retreated too quickly, before it could provoke the intervention of the international demon control organizations." He responded coldly when Beta refused to cooperate. "If you think that way, then I no longer need to hold back." As the words were spoken, the one-eyed beast roared, releasing sound waves directed at Batter. Batter confidently shouted loudly, "Wolf Fang Demon World, protect my soul. This is the yin energy inheritance of my golden blood family, forged from the 108 souls of the demon wolf, reaching the level of a second-stage supreme artifact." A purple shield formed around Batter, enveloping him. Standing inside the shield, Batter laughed excitedly. "Even if you have a demon general of the mental system, you cannot break my defense." Lin Yu felt uneasy upon seeing the shield protecting Batter. He raised his hand, and the claws of the beast also lifted, striking toward Batter's shield. Just a second-stage supreme yin energy, daring to face my Nightmare Eye third-stage supreme artifact head-on. With a single swipe from the beast, the shield protecting Batter shattered like a fragile glass. Watching his confident shield shatter before his eyes, Batter began to panic, frozen in place. But when he saw the beast paw about to strike him, he snapped back to reality and staggered back a few steps. A third-stage supreme artifact. How is that possible? But even though he tried to dodge, just moments later, Bader found himself trapped in the beast's hand. The beast grasped him and raised him before its large mouth. Seeing that he had lost, he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Please don't kill me. I can tell you everything I know, Great Emperor." Lin Yu said, "So now you know to beg for mercy. It's too late. Search him." Following Lin Yu's command, the beast used its eyes to perform a mind technique, delving deep into Batter's memories, making him groan uncomfortably. Batter's memories began to emerge. After flipping through several segments, Lin Yu finally stopped. The image showed Batter with a teammate, a Mongol girl, talking to a soldier whose face was concealed. The soldier told him, "This time, you represent the Mongol nation to go to Nation H. I allow you to consider your own interests. But if your country wants support from Nation M, I believe you should understand what must be done. In case of an emergency, just crush this stone, and I will immediately be able to sense your location." Then, the soldier threw each of them a red gemstone. Unfortunately, Lin Yu could not see the soldier's face clearly. The memory shifted to when Bater held the red gem, hesitated for a long time, but eventually decided to crush it. With that, Lin Yu understood everything he needed to know. He immediately withdrew the spirit demon realm. At this moment, Captain Gray Rabbit saw that Lin Yu had returned to his normal state and asked, "Great Emperor, have you found out the truth?" Lin Yu looked at Batter, who was lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, eyes spinning. He responded to Gray Rabbit. This incident was indeed initiated by Batter. Upon hearing this, Gray Rabbit fumed with anger. "I knew right away that guy wasn't wanting to stay calm." Lin Yu then scanned the people present. When he saw the girl who, like Batter, had received a gem, looking worried, he silently thought, "Everyone here has their own agenda. It's just that Bater couldn't hold back and revealed himself first." Without hesitation, he walked toward the girl, extended his hand, and said, "Hand over the communication stone that Nation M gave you." Upon hearing the conversation between Lin Yu and Gray Rabbit, the girl more or less guessed that she had been exposed. she sighed, a bit melancholic. So you really knew everything. She didn't resist and directly handed the red gem to Lin Yu. After receiving the gem, Lin Yu stepped back, leaving the rest of the matter to Gray Rabbit. Gray Rabbit confidently spoke aloud before everyone. Now, the evidence is clear. We officially convict Bater of espionage, a crime that endangers national security. Gray Rabbit turned his gaze toward his soldiers and commanded, escort him to the temporary prison and activate the demon god cages. Understood, the two soldiers responded promptly and moved to carry Bater away. But Lin Yu stopped them and said, "Wait." He snapped his fingers, and a surge of spiritual power enveloped the ring with Bater's animal fang. He intended to retain this yin energy. But as the ring was about to reach Lin Yu's hand, Bater's female teammate spoke up. "That is the inheritance of my golden blood family." Lin Yu paid no attention to her and grabbed the ring. The system promptly issued a notification. Detected second stage Supreme Yin Energy. Wolf Fang Mystic Pearl has bonded with the host. Realizing the Supreme Yin Energy was now his, Lin Yu asked cheerfully, "What did you say?" The girl, seeing that the Yin Energy was now in Lin Yu's possession, dared not speak further, silently cursing. "He's lost it. Bater, this fool, only knows how to mess things up." Gray Rabbit sighed as he held a stack of papers, then spoke aloud. "Hayes, our H nation originally intended to cooperate with everyone for mutual development. This is the draft proposal for the Special Zone's tax policy. Please take a look." Then, a soldier quickly received the stack of papers from Gray Rabbit and began distributing them to the disguised demons of various nations present here. A man wearing a Nation Rue hat picked up an A4 sheet and read it, his face filled with shock. "What? Is Nation H really being this generous?" Another man standing beneath him, reading with his chin held up, looked as though he couldn't believe it. "But now that this has happened, couldn't it be that we have ruined our own opportunity?" Seeing that everyone had finished reading, Gray Rabbit spoke up. "I will report the situation honestly, and as for whether the policy will be adjusted in the future, it depends on the sincerity of the nations. At the same time, to prevent any further incidents, I respectfully ask that you temporarily isolate yourselves in the demon world for a while." The man from Nation Rue, wearing a hat, immediately questioned, "Wait, it's clear that Nation Mongol colluded with Nation M. So why are we, Nation Rue, being isolated as well? Can't the two great nations at least have a little more trust in each other?" Noticing the objection, Lin Yu and Ning, holding the Nightmare Eye, released a strong spiritual power from their hands. Lin Yu spoke, "If you can pass Ning's test, I will allow you to act freely. So what do you say? Want to give it a try?" Hearing that, the man gave an awkward smile, waved his hand, and thought to himself, "Asterisk using mind-reading techniques to check. I'm afraid even the covered arrangements of our nation would be exposed. Now is not the time to confront Nation H. Fine then. Nation heroes shall cooperate. Quarantine if quarantine is required asterisk." Seeing that none of the other demon controllers from different countries raised any objections, they all followed behind the two soldiers carrying Bater at the front. Lin Yu and Gray Rabbit walked at the rear. Gray Rabbit sighed, repeatedly turning to ask Lin Yu, "Asterisk after this round of dealing with commoners, these people probably won't dare to stir up any more trouble. The original goal of inviting the great emperor to suppress the situation has already been achieved. But who would have thought an even greater problem still lurked behind it, asterisk." Lin Yu forced a smile and replied to Gray Rabbit, "Asterisk, even though I can suppress the monster created by the demon controller of Nation M with my bloodline, I cannot stay at Hulin Lake forever. If we rely only on passive defense, we will always be on the enemy's leash. We must take the initiative, completely strangle this threat at its root. Only then can we guarantee the long-term safety of the Special Zone asterisk." As he was speaking with Gray Rabbit, Runai suddenly appeared. Seeing her return, Lin Yu immediately asked, "Asterisk Runai, how is the situation on Ao Ming's side asterisk?" Runai promptly reported the situation to Lin Yu. Asterisk Lord asterisk. Runai continued, "Ao Meng has arrived in Suhu City and exchanged intelligence with Mayor Sai Kin. Mayor Sai Kin is wholeheartedly in favor of the alliance and the special district development plan you propose, and has decided to personally lead a delegation to meet you. However, given the threat from Ghost Tide, The three cities have prepared an elite force composed entirely of fighters at fierce demon level or above, under Ao Meng's sole command. As soon as they receive your signal, they will immediately cross Suhu and head for the shores of Hulun Lake. He replied, "Good. This relief force has arrived at just the right moment. How long will it take them to cross Suhu?" She answered, "About 10 hours. Lin Yu said, "In that time, I might be able to try." Lin Yu took out the red jade the Mongol woman had handed over and smiled. That night, in the bedroom of his quarters, Lin Yu held the red jade in his hand and reflected, "This blood seal talisman stone can help the Mongol nation communicate with the demon controllers of Nation Am because it contains their blood essence. If the talisman is crushed, a distinct bloodline aura will diffuse outward, enabling its maker to sense their location. Conversely, this principle can work the other way around. If I can fully decode the bloodline aura within the stone, I can use it to sense the opponent's location in reverse." After observing the red gemstone for a long while, Lin Yu came up with a method. The red gemstone began to levitate from his hand, floating in the vacuum, its colors glowing more and more brilliantly. Looking at the red gemstone emitting radiant beams, he thought to himself, "But if I use conventional methods, the magic stone will easily be damaged, alerting the enemy. However, within me lies the blood origin, the source of all demonic bloodlines, including that of dragons. If I analyze it from its roots, the results will be multiplied. Let me see where exactly you are hiding." Thus he used the blood origin within himself, step by step searching for the flaw, unaware that the sky had already brightened. Outside the camp, a bird appeared, flying across the golden sky, which was a deep blue. It seemed ordinary, as anyone would think it normal for a bird to fly through this area. But this bird kept circling around the camp repeatedly, its eyes constantly scanning the entire camp. Suddenly, the bird's eyes spotted something, but someone else could see through the bird's eyes. At the same time, at some other base, in a communications room, an officer was reporting to his superior. An old man, furious, growled, "Stanley, are you saying that in just a few hours, the ghost tide has already been repelled?" An old, overweight man skeptically spoke up. Even if Nation H mobilized their high-level demon controllers, it would be impossible to accomplish such a feat. It seemed the one reporting was the person who had used the bird to observe the entire camp of Nation H. Judging by his appearance, he was also the one who had given 2 red gems to the 2 demon controllers from Nation Mongol. The officer continued his report. "Don't forget the intelligence that Grand Marshal provided us. The man is known as the Great Emperor Fengdu. Lin Yu is also at the Hulun Lake camp. This man originally had the strength of a level 7 demon controller, and there are suspicions that he holds the blood origin of the ancestors. He may truly have a way to counter our dirty blood monsters. Our monster technology mainly relies on the blood of vampires. His existence is a huge threat to our nation. It's no surprise that Grand Marshal ordered us to find an opportunity to kill him." As the 3 of them were plotting their next move, suddenly a flash of spiritual power shot through Stanley's consciousness. "Hemph. Keeg's blood talisman has been activated." It seemed that Lin Yu had begun to find a flaw in the red gem, which was why this person could sense it. But when he looked at the control screen, the image of the entire camp of Nation H showed nothing unusual. He was puzzled. This isn't right. The blood talisman hasn't been fully activated. Strange. The old white-haired, chubby military officer then offered his opinion. Something must have happened at the Nation H camp, causing the blood talisman to be affected. It might be related to Lin Yu. I just sensed the position of the blood talisman. If we go there, we'll find out right away. Lin Yu's strength shouldn't be underestimated. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Although the old officer was cautious, Stanley remained confident. "No need to worry. I'm not directly infiltrating the enemy camp. I'll have Demon Hawks supporting me." Meanwhile, on Lin Yu's side, after a night of trying to find a weakness, he finally succeeded and exclaimed with joy, "Got it. But this is odd. There are 2 similar auras, one in the sky and one deep within the territory of Nation Mongol, about 50 kilometers away." Noticing something strange, Lin Yu used his walkie-talkie to contact Gray Rabbit. "Gray Rabbit, I've sent you the suspicious coordinates. Check it out and see what's going on." In the communication room, based on the coordinates Lin Yu had sent, when Gray Rabbit saw the bird on the screen, she immediately reported to Lin Yu. "At the coordinates within the territory, with a spiritual power shield device, we cannot conduct reconnaissance. As for the coordinates in the sky, it is a demon hawk, and it is approaching our camp. On the surface, this demon hawk seems unremarkable. If the great emperor hadn't warned us in advance, we would not have used the yin energy radar to detect its anomaly. He replied, then it must surely be the monster contracted by the owner of the blood talisman. Grey Rabbit then turned and ordered his 2 subordinate soldiers, activate the yin energy air combat. Block it. Understood. Upon receiving the order, a mid-range gun was immediately deployed, continuously firing at the target, the bird flying in the air. Realizing something was wrong and being attacked, it sent a warning before retreating. Stanley was quite surprised. Does Nation H have such sharp reconnaissance abilities? Hemph, but my demon beast is no easy opponent. Looking closer, this was a large black eagle under Stanley's control. It nimbly dodged the incoming bullets with great ease. But, unexpectedly, Lin Yu, without anyone noticing, had appeared right behind the eagle. Using his spear, Lin Yu activated the demon medic in stealth technique. Launching quickly, he delivered a direct strike to the eagle's head, catching it off guard, and the eagle took the full force of Lin Yu's blow. But it seemed like it didn't matter at all, as it continued to fly on. Lin Yu was surprised. The eagle just chuckled and glared at him. Immediately after, it used its feathers, enveloped in spiritual power, and charged at Lin Yu. He quickly dodged the attacks, surprised as he assessed the situation. Is this demon hawk a demon martial level? Suddenly, the eagle flew closer and spoke in a human voice. Haha, Lin Yu, I don't know whether to call you bold or foolish. You, the strongest defender of the camp, dare to act on your own. If I kill you here, the camp will be mine to massacre as I please. Lin Yu laughed and responded, haha, then let's see if you have the ability to do that. True to his words, Lin Yu rushed forward, aiming his long spear at the eagle. The eagle raised its 2 legs to block the tip of his spear. After a few seconds, both sides were pushed back by the recoil. Meanwhile, the eagle continued to use the same technique, deploying the snow hawk formation. On the other side, Lin Yu was not willing to lose. He summoned the ghost coins Krypton Gold Talisman. But as the talisman and the eagle's feathers collided, a massive explosion erupted in the sky. When both had to retreat, they increased the distance between them. To avoid the explosion, after the blast, the eagle had a small patch of feathers burned on its wing. It looked at the exposed, red flesh and felt discomfort. Hemph, it seems I underestimated you. If we were on the ground, your strength would even surpass that of an 8th-level demon controller. But here, in the sky, every second suspended in midair consumes more spiritual power. How long can you hold on? As he had predicted, the battle in the air was very disadvantageous for him. On Lin Yu's side, there was a bit of worry. Damn it. The fight between Lin Yu and the demon hawk continued, with both sides repeatedly clashing, exchanging blows, and countering each other's moves. But this was a battle in the air, and if it went on, it would be extremely unfavorable for Lin Yu. He realized this as he saw his spiritual power depleting while fighting in the sky. Damn it, if this keeps up, my spiritual power will be drained. After a few seconds of evaluation, he changed his plan and stopped fighting, flying toward the camp. Seeing Lin Yu stop fighting and retreat, the demon hawk eagerly pursued, trying to return to the camp. Haha, once you're out here, don't even think about getting back. Hemph. So one was fleeing while the other closely pursued. Lin Yu muttered, "You're really chasing me closely." The demon hawk laughed. Ha! You can't escape. After a few minutes of running, Lin Yu noticed that the demon hawk was still chasing him from behind. But just a few minutes later, Lin Yu activated ghost clothes on himself. He gradually became transparent, and his aura vanished in front of the demon hawk. The demon hawk was stunned and couldn't believe it, but there was nothing it could do to stop him. When Lin Yu had seemingly turned into air before its eyes, the demon hawk looked around repeatedly, trying to sense his aura, but still couldn't find him. Stanley, who had made a demon pact with the demon hawk, also stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "This kid can actually turn invisible." Once the demon hawk completely lost track of Lin Yu, Stanley immediately turned around to report to the commanders at the communication station. Demon hawk has lost track of him. What should we do next? The old chubby man with white hair thought for a moment, then spoke. The location where he disappeared is near the national border, just over 20 kilometers away from my base. If we head there immediately and use a second tier or higher yin energy radar, We should be able to locate him. Upon hearing the old man's analysis, Stanley quickly volunteered. We can't miss this opportunity. I'll go and assist Demon Hawk right away. The old man nodded in agreement. After that, he turned back and ordered a few soldiers behind him. That Lin Yu fellow is, after all, a powerhouse on par with an 8th-ranked demon controller, renowned for wielding immense yin energy. To be absolutely certain, you must bring the demon-handling squad along. They responded in unison. Understood, Stanley said, as expected of Major General Taylor, always so cautious. Seeing everything proceeding smoothly, Stanley grew confident and arrogant. It seems we can complete Grand Marshal Kulun's secondary mission with ease. After swiftly preparing, Stanley led a group of men flying straight toward the place where Demon Hawk had lost track of Lin Yu. Apparently, aerial combat movement was a specialty of An Nation's soldiers. They soared through the air like birds. One soldier was operating the Supreme Yin Energy Radar, while on the move to trace Lin Yu's whereabouts. A series of beeping sounds echoed. Moments later, he reported to Stanley in surprise. What? The Supreme Yin Energy Radar picked up a signal this quickly? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Stanley and the entire team. The moment they saw Lin Yu blocking their path out of nowhere, everyone halted. He spoke calmly. Didn't expect so many of you to come. Before revealing myself, I already scouted this team, and sensed that the one leading you is indeed the master of the Blood Talisman and Demon Hawk. Stanley saw Lin Yu was initially a little surprised, but then he laughed loudly. Haha, Lin Yu, didn't expect that, did you? You had absolutely no idea. We were stationed in Nation Mongol. You thought you could escape, but in truth, you've walked right into our net. But before he had even enjoyed the moment for long, one of Stanley's subordinates, using the top-grade Yin Energy Radar, detected a flurry of signal frequencies. Wait, Major General Stanley, the fluctuations the Yin Energy Radar is picking up are a bit odd. Suddenly yellow banners rose from the ground, steeped in intense spiritual energy. They fused together into a barrier that imprisoned the whole team, leaving them stunned. So it really was a blind. Those idiots have trapped themselves. Stanley's face showed some worry. This is Yin Energy combined with the Demon World. The subordinate's heart sank in disbelief. I never expected Nation H to have this technology, and to have it already buried along the border. Damn, we've lost contact with the base. Lin Yu remained standing, arms folded across his chest, sighing. It seems the ones who walked into the net are you. Stanley snapped back, stubborn. So what? As long as we capture you alive as a hostage. Even if the Xiaogu team sends troops, they should obediently let us go. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, looking disdainfully at the group. Are you overestimating my position? Stanley's face turned red with anger, veins bulging, and he clenched his fists. Hemph, stop pretending. We have accurate information. You were the one who pushed for the establishment of diplomatic relations between the 3 cities in the demon world. Nation H will never give up on you. Lin Yu, hearing this, calmly responded. So there really was an insider at that conference. Stanley grew more confident, no longer holding back, and spoke bluntly. Haha. Let me tell you, we know every move of the high ranks in Nation H like the back of our hands. This terrifying era was always destined to belong to Nation Am. Hearing this, Lin Yu seemed to recall something, his voice suddenly rising. Could it be? Stanley paid no attention to Lin Yu's reaction, and continued with pride. Lin Yu, if you know what's good for you, you should surrender to our nation. Considering your talent, we might offer you better treatment than Nation H. Lin Yu remained calm, drawing out his long spear, and replied, What if I say no? Seeing that Lin Yu was courting death, Stanley, confident in his own strength, transformed into a half-demon form. His nails grew into sharp claws, and demonic wings sprouted from his back as he laughed loudly and charged at Lin Yu. Then let your life serve as a shield for us, he shouted. The attack came straight at Lin Yu. He didn't retaliate immediately, only probing his opponent's strength, so he took a few steps back to counter Stanley's strike. After retreating several steps, Lin Yu stopped and gave a faint smile. So you're an 8th-level demon controller. No wonder you're so confident. But it seems you're not as strong as you think. Hemph. Don't get too cocky, Stanley sneered, before letting out a long whistle. Soon after, from a distance, the Demon Hawk appeared, soaring through the sky. Upon spotting Lin Yu, the Demon Hawk, immediately tried to strike him with its claws. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised by the appearance of the demon hawk. He quickly summoned Zhu Xiang from the demon's suppression space. The situation, which had been 2 against 1, was now more balanced, 2 against 2. However, Stanley had other plans. He immediately shouted an order. Everyone, charge together and surround him. Strike fast and win quickly. At his command, all of them charged at Lin Yu and Zhu Xiang at once. Seeing that the enemy outnumbered them, Lin Yu decided to use his spear. He swung his spear in a long, beautiful arc and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Stanley's subordinates were struck by the spear, suffering quite a few injuries. They exchanged worried glances and said to each other, "Hmph, that's too strong. Could it be that we really have to use that technique? There's no other choice." The subordinates quickly reached a unanimous decision, shouting in unison, "Blood-transformed demon form." Ah! The soldiers, now transformed into demons, possessed strength several times greater than before. With this newfound power, they charged confidently at Lin Yu. Stanley's side was a bit worried seeing his subordinates turn into demons. Wait a minute. Lin Yu sighed and said, "If you had chosen differently, perhaps you could have caused me some trouble. What a pity, a bunch of ignorant juniors daring to play tricks in front of me." The demon-transformed soldiers began to showcase their powerful spiritual abilities in front of Lin Yu. However, as Lin Yu transformed into a demon, they were overwhelmed by the blood power emanating from him, making them uncomfortable. They growled, "Ah, this source of power, it's preventing me from moving." Lin Yu spoke softly, "Kneel before me." To the demon soldiers, it felt like a massive mountain pressing down on them, forcing them to obey. However, these people couldn't kneel and directly collapsed due to the overwhelming pressure, feeling dizzy and disoriented before falling flat on the ground, unconscious. A few minutes later, they groggily woke up, stumbling to their feet and obediently kneeling on both knees, not daring to utter a word of protest. Stanley, however, was unaffected like his subordinates, and he angrily shouted, "No wonder you were able to quickly force the ghost tide to retreat. It turns out you have mastered the power of primal blood." Lin Yu took out the nightmare eye from the demon's suppression space, responding smugly, "You guessed correctly. But unfortunately, you didn't inform your subordinates of this earth-shattering secret. Now they can only let me shape them as I wish." As Stanley sensed the yin energy emanating from the nightmare eye, he began to worry. "Supreme yin energy, what you intend to do?" Lin Yu shouted, "Nightmare demon abyss, open." Centered around the nightmare eye, a wave like sound waves began to spread out in all directions, gradually forming a spherical demon world that enveloped Stanley, the demon hawk, and Stanley's subordinates. Stanley began to feel his mind being affected by the spirit demon realm. The sweat on his face started to fall more heavily, and he raised his hand to rub it irritably. This was the realm of mental assault, but his subordinates below were extremely uncomfortable. Their bodies trembled, their faces contorted in pain, veins bulging on their heads, and they gritted their teeth, screaming, "Aha!" A demon soldier began to emerge from within one of them, and the images from his memories began to surface. He felt as if he was being brutally tortured. Stanley looked at his subordinate in both panic and confusion. "Are you searching through their memories?" The memories of the soldier began to appear before Lin Yu's eyes. After a few minutes of scrolling through, he finally found the segment about the experiments. It was a blood-stained plan that began with the red liquid being experimented with in a laboratory. Then came the contaminated blood solution, stored in large containers, which were transported by Nation AM soldiers to the shores of Hulun Lake. After that, they were ordered to dump all of this contaminated liquid into the lake. The creatures under the lake, affected by the contaminated solution, gradually transformed into demonic creatures. And that was the cause of the ghost tide. Lin Yu was about to continue viewing when Stanley rushed forward, punching his subordinate in the face to knock him unconscious, making it impossible for Lin Yu to continue launching his soul attacks. He screamed in anger, "Don't even think about digging up the secrets of Nation AM." After knocking out his own men, he turned to attack Lin Yu, but the latter quickly stepped back. "Heh, do you think killing all of them will keep the secret safe?" Lin Yu casually put away his nightmare eye and confidently spoke, "By the way, now that I think about it, you guys arrived so quickly, you must have set up a military base in the territory of Nation Mongol, right? Let me guess the coordinates. around latitude 48 degrees 55 seconds north to 49 degrees 5 minutes north, longitude 117 degrees 10 minutes 10 seconds east. Stanley, unable to believe it, asked Lin Yu, "How did you know?" "No, wait, did you activate Kiki D's blood talisman earlier?" Lin Yu sighed and replied, "You're not that stupid after all. How does it feel, having your own trick backfire on you?" At this moment, Stanley was furious. His face darkened as he thought to himself, "This was supposed to be my secret weapon to monitor Nation 8. Who would have thought it would reveal my own base's location? Now that Nation H knows the coordinates of the base, what am I supposed to do?" Lin Yu took out his extraordinary long spear and sneered, "Don't worry, after I deal with all of you, I will immediately level your base. There's surely a lot of valuable intelligence stored there." Seeing that the current situation was beyond saving, he quietly thought, "As long as I eliminate Lin Yu here, everything will be resolved." Having made up his mind, he began to activate the spiritual power inside him to its fullest. His body began to swell, veins popping on his face. "It seems this is my final enlightenment as a soldier." It wasn't just him. His subordinate soldiers were in the same condition. Spiritual power surged, and their bodies grew larger. Realizing the situation was bad, Lin Yu grew slightly panicked. Hey, is this guy planning to have them all self-destruct?" Lin Yu immediately dodged, trying to find a way out of the human bomb's blast radius, but the demon hawk blocked his path. Meanwhile, Stanley and his subordinates were rushing toward him, trapping him with no escape route. The soldiers began to self-destruct all at once, followed by Stanley and the demon hawk also self-destructing, all perishing together. The human bombs, in unison, created a massive explosion, like a nuclear bomb. The powerful blast created a massive mushroom-shaped cloud that shook tens of thousands of li around. Feeling the tremor from the explosion spreading toward her position, Gray Rabbit grew worried and climbed out of the tank. From afar, through her binoculars, she looked toward Lin Yu, Great Emperor. As the dust and smoke gradually dispersed around Lin Yu, only a familiar figure remained standing there. At the very center of the explosion, the point that had borne the greatest impact, Lin Yu, at the last critical moment, had drawn out his black pan to shield both sides and his protective helmet. The explosion left behind a colossal crater stretching 1,000 meters wide, directly beneath where Lin Yu stood. Gazing down into the massive pit at his feet, he sighed. What a clean blast! Even all those Yid energy devices have been completely destroyed. From a distance, seeing that Lin Yu was unharmed, Gray Rabbit ordered her subordinates to drive the tank toward him. When she arrived, Lin Yu immediately flew over to her. "Gray Rabbit, next will probably be the final battle. Has everyone made their preparations?" With eyes full of confidence, Gray Rabbit replied, "Of course. Rest assured, the soldiers of Duxia will absolutely weather the storm." Lin Yu happily said, "Good." Then he left. The scene shifted to the base of Nation AM. At this moment, in the information room, the old man, Major General Taylor, was sitting in front of screens that had lost signal, angrily pounding the desk. He grumbled, "The signal from Stanley's team has completely vanished, and the bloodline sensor at the base has also gone offline. It seems they've fallen into a trap set by Nation H." The officer standing behind him spoke with disappointment, asking, "What should we do? Major General Taylor, should we send a rescue team or give up?" After a few moments of silence, the old man suddenly stood up, turned around, and ordered, "Initiate the ghost tide immediately." The officer, upon receiving this order, began to panic, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "What? Such an extreme action? Could this still be the cautious Major General Taylor we know?" The old man snapped, explaining irritably, "The people of Nation H already know Stanley's presence, and they will not stop. The base is probably in danger right now. The situation is critical. Only a complete and aggressive onslaught is our only chance for survival. Launch a full-scale ghost tide attack from all 4 directions against the Nation H camp." Even though the Nang Lin Yu possesses the power of primal blood that can suppress the creation of corrupted blood creatures, he still cannot block multiple waves of attacks at the same time. Receiving orders, several officers near Hulin Lake began to carry out their tasks. They continued pouring a red liquid from black barrels into the lake. The water gradually turned red. Once the task was completed, these officers retreated back to their base and activated the tide. Half an hour later, The creatures beneath the lake, having absorbed the liquid through the water, began to undergo a transformation, growing larger in size. The demonic transformation was triggered by forces from the An nation. The creatures, now in swarms, leaped out of the lake and surged towards the H nation's camp, with Lin Yu in their path. As Lin Yu was on his way to the An nation's camp, he had to halt when he encountered a swarm of demonic aquatic monsters charging toward him. Seeing the monsters before him, Lin Yu immediately transformed into Sakura, unleashing the blood origin pressure upon them, causing the aquatic monsters to stagger in fear. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the bloodline pressure. Having swiftly dealt with the demonic aquatic monsters in his path, Lin Yu continued his journey towards the Am Nation's base. He silently thought to himself, "The rest depends on you guys." At the military camp of Nation H, Gray Rabbit and his soldiers had already returned and were preparing everything. When the ghost tide arrived, everyone was enthusiastic and fought fiercely. However, this ghost tide was much larger in scale than the previous one, forcing everyone to struggle to hold their ground. One of the lower-ranked soldiers, having just defeated a group of monster-like creatures, began to feel a little tired. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he turned to Gray Rabbit and asked, "Ringmaster, why not activate the demon and ghost forbidden zone? As long as we can block the demons outside the camp, we'll be fine. If we stay locked in here without going out, the ghost tide will flood the nearby towns and villages." Gray Rabbit continued firing beside him, his eyes gleaming with a refusal to yield. This battle had to be fought to the end. The scene shifted to Lin Yu, who had just arrived at the base of Nation Am. "This is the place," he murmured. He slowly landed and called Zhu Xiang out from the demon suppression space. Zhu Xiang. Zhu Xiang appeared with great force, landing and choosing a spot against the wall. Holding his large black wok high, he struck it down with a loud thud. The strike just now caused the wall in front of Zhu Xiang to shatter, creating a path into the base. The soldiers inside the base, hearing the explosion, quickly mobilized to respond. When they saw the unfamiliar figures of Lin Yu and Zhu Xiang calmly walking in, they charged forward under the command of Major General Taylor. "Lin Yu has broken in. Hurry up and stop him." Seeing that the enemy was fairly numerous, Lin Yu immediately called for a Ning to join Zhu Xiang in the fight in order to deal with the situation quickly. Wherever Zhu Xiang and a Ning went, they easily cleared out the Am Nation soldiers. One officer who had been following Taylor had to retreat and shouted loudly to report, "We can't hold them off anymore." Major General Taylor. When he received no response from Taylor, he turned around only to find that Taylor was gone, which made him even more panicked. In just 1 or 2 minutes, they had cleared out the soldiers, leaving only one behind. Lin Yu approached, causing the soldier to tremble even more in fear. He gently asked, "The boss ran off, and now it's just you little guys left." The man, though terrified and trembling, still boldly responded, "Don't be so arrogant. You're just a level 6 demon controller. What gives you the right to call us insignificant? Even without the Brigadier General here, we will still protect the base to the end." Not wasting any more words with him, Lin Yu took out a roll of bandages and tightly bound the man's body. "I don't even pay attention to that, Stanley. As for people like you, the only reason you're still alive is because you have some value left in terms of providing information." The man could only stand there, dazed and bound, unable to fight back. He let out a few screams. "Aha, you're so strong." Lin Yu took out the nightmare eye from his hand. "If you don't want me to forcibly awaken your memories through nightmares, you better be obedient and speak. Where did your officers run off to?" Seeing Lin Yu's power, the man's face darkened, and he quickly began to confess. I'll talk. That deserter Taylor definitely escaped down to the underground bomb shelter." The scene shifted to Taylor a few minutes earlier. He had left quickly after his subordinates charged at Lin Yu. Now he was panting heavily, tired as he descended the final steps to reach the bomb shelter. When he reached the door of the room, he entered the password and stepped inside. He slowly made his way into the secret room, murmuring to himself as he walked, "Apologies, brave soldiers of Mexico. We are in a foreign land, facing a battle we cannot win. The only thing I can do now is to save my own life." He moved toward a metal bucket, which appeared to contain something inside. "I've kept you all alive for so long, yet still failed to complete the final experiment. Such a pity. Now, the only thing I can do is use you like ordinary monsters." After reaching the edge of the path, he poured the red liquid from the metal bucket into a hole in the room. As soon as the liquid was emptied, within seconds, a powerful surge of bright red spiritual power emanated from the hole. Looking down from above, he felt a sense of relief. At the bottom of the hole was a nest of snakes, writhing as they slowly absorbed the liquid Taylor had poured in. Once they had consumed it all, they turned viciously, beginning to devour each other. It was a horrifying sight. After seeing his task completed, Taylor turned and left, feeling quite confident. "I'll be waiting for Lin Yu to come here," Taylor continued. "He'll have to face the contaminated snake lair. As for me, I can use this time to leave the base and return home to report." But before he had taken more than a few steps, Lin Yu was already standing right in front of him. Gripping his long spear, he lunged at Taylor. "Sorry, but your plan seems to have failed." Seeing Lin Yu, Tay panicked and stumbled back. How did Lin Yu get here so fast? Lin Yu thrust his spear straight at Tay's body, forcing him to brace himself even as he retreated. "Ha! Don't think you can get away." Unable to fight Lin Yu, Taylor, his whole body covered in wounds, turned and fled. But as he tried to run, Zhu Xiang, An and Ning appeared to block his path. Lin Yu, still holding his long spear, stepped forward slowly. "Surrender now." Seeing he had no route of escape left, he desperately tried to bargain with Lin Yu to save his life. "Don't go too far," he pleaded. "You must understand that Hulin Lake is still besieged by the ghost tide. Only I know how to summon the ghost tide back. Just let me go, and I will stop it. If you don't, your nation at camp will be drenched in blood." Lin Yu confidently charged forward and said, "A small ghost tide like this doesn't require your concern." Meanwhile, Gray Rabbit, Ru Ni, and the others were still struggling to hold off the ghost tide. At this moment, Gray Rabbit, with his body and hands trembling, continued to encourage everyone. "Hold on a little longer. The great emperor said the monsters who have made a pact with him will soon bring reinforcements." After a while, Ru Ni sensed something and shouted, "They're here." At that moment, a large warship with the number 963 unexpectedly rose from the waters of Hulin Lake. It was the warship from the demon world, led by Ao Meng. Ao Meng, standing on the ship, turned around and shouted, "The joint forces of the three cities, Su Hu, Ming Yu, and Yishan, follow orders. All units, full support to the Duxia allies to eliminate this ghost tide." Upon receiving the order, a large number of monsters leaped off the ship, heading straight for the ghost tide ahead. With a united battle cry, their momentum surged. Switching scenes to Lin Yu. At this moment, Taylor was still struggling to endure Lin Yu's attacks. He thought to himself, "The aura of the blood demon tide is really weakening rapidly. It seems it won't be a threat to Nation H anymore." As he was pushed back by Lin Yu towards a pit with a snake nest, he paused and looked at Lin Yu. While Lin Yu remained confident and slowly continued walking, he said, "Haha, looks like you won't be able to hold out much longer. You've been pushed into a corner, and your injuries are all over your body." Taylor smiled in a bewildering way. "No wonder Grand Marshal Alexander Ken was so wary of you. You really do have some skills. As for this mission, I consider it a failure. I'll have to leave this body behind." Lin Yu responded irritably, "What do you mean?" Taylor jumped down and said, "Lin Yu, we will meet again." Then, Taylor leaped into a pit filled with snakes, but he self-detonated his body, leaving his final words, "I'll leave the little darling in this base to you." Taylor's self-detonation caused a huge explosion as his body fell into the pit, as though he wanted his remains to serve as nourishment for the creatures beneath. Immediately, a burst of spiritual power surged from the pit, glowing a brilliant red, seemingly very pleased with the meal it had just received. Soon after, a serpent's head, with a horn in the middle of its forehead, emerged from the mouth of the pit. Gradually, the entire massive demon snake's body appeared in front of Lin Yu. It opened its enormous mouth and roared, seemingly having consumed and devoured other snakes to reach its current form. Lin Yu found himself intrigued by the giant snake preparing to strike him, such strong yin energy. Is this the trump card of Taylor? The snake began to move its head, opening its massive jaws towards Lin Yu. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yu dodged, causing the snake's mouth to slam into the floor, leaving a large dent in the ground. As Lin Yu moved behind the snake's head, he swung his spear, delivering a sharp blow to its body. However, it seemed as though the strike merely scratched the surface of the snake, barely leaving a mark on its scales, which made him exclaim in astonishment, "The scales are too tough." Caught off guard for a moment, The cunning snake attempted to strike Lin Yu from behind with its tail. Fortunately, Zhu Xiang appeared just in time, using his claws to block the blow, giving Lin Yu the chance to move safely in another direction. Lord, be careful. And Ning also joined the battle, using her psychic power through a magical orb to form a seal and launch herself into the air, striking the snake's head with a mental assault. The snake, however, was not to be outdone and retaliated by using its eyes to counter the attack. Heavenly fate. Spiritual collision. From the serpent's fiery red eyes, red circles radiated from the shockwaves. It counterattacked and Ning's strike. The two blows collided, creating a powerful surge of energy at the point of impact. At first, the strength of both sides was equal, but just a few minutes later, and Ning's side weakened, and she was ultimately defeated by the serpent's attack. And Ning, frustrated at being defeated so quickly, muttered, "What?" Her body was struck and sent hurtling backward. Lin Yu immediately leaped to catch her. He checked on her, asking, "Are you all right?" And Ning, grimacing, responded, "I'm fine. But this serpent demon's innate destiny is way too powerful." Meanwhile, the serpent lunged forward, forcing all three of them into a corner with its massive body. It intended to crush them with sheer force. Zhu Xiang anxiously shouted, "It's fast, has high defense, and possesses an innate talent so strong. The strength of this giant monster has surpassed even the middle-tier demon marshal." Lin Yu began to activate his protective barrier, speaking confidently, "But Taylor has still underestimated us." Reincarnation realm. At this moment, all three individuals simultaneously received direct power, elevating them to the Demon King level. A powerful flow of spiritual energy radiated from the three of them, causing the serpent to hesitate slightly. It looked at the trio with a strange gaze, but then it still took the initiative to attack them. Everyone lightly jumped up, dodging the serpent's previous strike. Seeing that its attack had missed, it reverted to its usual tactic, using its tail to lash out again. However, Zhu Xiang charged forward, gripping the serpent's tail tightly with both hands. Looking for death? Hand it over. Zhu Xiang forcefully tossed the serpent's body, slamming it down onto the floor, its head crashing hard into the ground with a painful thud. And Ning then formed a hand seal and struck directly at the serpent's head, which was still dazed on the floor. She reminded, "Lin Yu, my lord, take this opportunity." Seizing the moment, Lin Yu charged forward as well, thrusting his long spear directly at the serpent's head. Blood-infused mystic furnace, empower me. Upon hearing the command, the spiritual awareness of the mystic furnace also manifested. It let out a cry like a child wailing before directly unleashing its full power. Die. Lin Yu's spear finally pierced through the serpent's thick scales. He then thrust his weapon straight into its head. After that, to be sure, he swung another strike, slashing the snake and sending it flying straight down into the pit below. Once the battle was over, Lin Yu withdrew the reincarnation realm. The three of them walked to the edge of the pit and looked down. Lin Yu spoke up, "Phew, this creature is indeed hard to kill. Let's go. Let's check it out." He then leaped into the pit. Zhu Xiang and Ning immediately followed. When they reached the bottom of the pit, they saw the snake's body, coated in syrup-like substance, lying motionless at the spot, likely already dead. Suddenly, several snakes of various colors rushed towards Lin Yu, attempting to attack him. He calmly used his spiritual power to gently push all of them aside. A bunch of low-level snake demons, not even reaching the fierce demon level, daring to cause trouble. They really don't know their limits. Get lost. Then, as if noticing something from the snake's body, he exclaimed, "Ha!" When he got closer to the snake's head and saw the warm mist emanating from it, Lin Yu realized it was indeed a demon beast that had been artificially modified. The cold energy had mostly concentrated in the blood, and as soon as the blood spilled out, its power significantly weakened. Zhu Xiang saw the good food in front of him, and his professional instinct kicked in. With great interest, he said, "But the meat of this giant serpent is nourished by dark energy and filthy blood. It looks quite delicious, doesn't it?" And Ning, however, was more focused on the solid protective skin of the serpent and spoke up. "The serpent's skin and scales are also excellent materials for refining Kai. We can peel them off and leave them for Ding Liang to use. In that case, I'll butcher it thoroughly and make the most of it." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiang eagerly took out a knife and happily approached the serpent's body. "Haha, This task is mine. Let me handle it, Lord. As he began to use the knife to cut open the serpent's belly, something caught the tip of his knife, and Zhu Xiang grew puzzled. Lord, there's something inside the serpent's belly? A single egg was pulled out from within the serpent's stomach. The egg emitted swirling waves of yin energy, and occasionally, a faint gleam of light appeared on its surface. Lin Yu glanced at the egg in Zhu Xiang's hand and spoke, "The yin energy is so dense." He immediately called on the system to inspect it. The system responded with a notification screen in front of the egg. Royal Blood Dough Sand. Standard grade demon beast embryo detected. Lin Yu looked at the system screen, slightly startled. His face darkened, and sweat started to pour down his face. Standard grade demon king. Nation AM has quietly created this already. He walked over to Zhu Xiang, touched the egg, and said, "Perhaps the real purpose of the military base built by Nation AM is to incubate this demon beast egg." The battle earlier had proven that this artificial serpent demon, although nurtured with the so-called dirty blood, had completely broken free from the influence of the dragon demon bloodline system, and was no longer suppressed by the original blood. If Nation AM perfects this technology, they could mass-produce standard-grade demon kings or even demon kings. Luckily, this unfinished result has fallen into my hands. After taking the egg, Zhu Xiang, An, and Ning returned to the demon suppression space. Lin Yu completed a circuit of the base before capturing a few more surviving soldiers. He then returned to the officer, ordering him to lead him to the information control room. The officer obeyed and took him there. Along with him were the remaining survivors he had captured earlier. Upon arrival, Lin Yu sat at the control position. He began asking the person for the password and started to search. But for all the information he wanted to view, the screen kept showing error messages. He looked at the officer in confusion, hoping to find an answer. The officer understood his thoughts and said, "It seems the complete research documents were destroyed by Taylor before you arrived here. The people we know only have partial information according to their individual responsibilities." At this moment, the control room was filled with people who had been stunned by Lin Yu's glare, including both AM soldiers and researchers. He glanced at them, silently calculating. Even if I use the nightmare eyes to search for any remaining information in their memories, I can only piece things together slowly, bit by bit. The workload is far too much for me to handle alone, so I should leave it to the government to gradually process. As he was lost in thought, a sudden alert sounded, and the screen in front of him displayed the message. Radar has detected a small force of demon controllers approaching the base. He looked at the surveillance screen in confusion and saw 2 tanks moving toward the base. He muttered upon recognizing the emblem on the 2 tanks. As expected, "They're here." The 2 tanks then immediately began firing shells at the base. But the base was protected by a warding barrier, so the shells fired from the tank had no effect on the shield. The man who had been prodding the commander inside the tank grabbed the radio, and his voice rough, shouted, "Demon controllers of Nation H in the base, listen up. You have illegally established a military base in Nation Mongol that gravely endangers our countries and Ning. Immediately withdraw Demon World and surrender. If you do not, we will not hesitate to open fire, destroy the base, and annihilate all personnel." Lin Yu heard this, and as if he were the owner of the base, sighed and taunted the man. "Don't pretend to be stupid. There's only one demon controller of Nation H here. Me. Who else built this base after all? The upper echelons of Nation Mongol know that better than anyone." Hearing Lin Yu say this, the man from Nation Mongol snarled in anger. "How dare you say that? We of Nation Mongol have always maintained neutrality. How could we tolerate such slander?" He murmured inwardly, recalling, "Major General Taylor gave us the order. If we eliminate Lin Yu and that group from Nation AM, we can pin all the blame on Nation H." Lin Yu coldly sneered and said, "Don't forget that Baiter and Qqg are still in the hands of Nation H. Whatever they know, and even what they don't want to say, we can extract it all from their memories. When things explode and your collaboration with Nation AM is exposed, do you think the international community will trust you? It doesn't even require too many countries to be suspicious. Just one, like Nation Hero, feeling that your existence threatens them." The tone of Lin Yu's voice, filled with confidence and a hint of menace, made the commander of Nation Mongol feel a sense of unease. He silently calculated. When the time comes, trapped between the 2 great nations, Nation Hero and Nation H, How will Nation Mongol survive? Even with Nation AM's backing, it might not be enough to protect you. After a few minutes of weighing the risks, the commander of Nation Mongol spoke again. No matter what, you have violated our territorial sovereignty. Leave now, and we can pretend this never happened. But Lin Yu was unyielding and directly responded, "From now on, this land belongs to me." This declaration stunned the American soldiers and several research professors. Meanwhile, the commander of Nation Mongol was sweating profusely, more than before, and asked, "Do you even realize what you're saying? Is Nation H really planning to declare war on Nation Mongol?" Lin Yu clearly declared, "This has nothing to do with Nation H. This is my personal spoil of war. Mine, Lin Yu, the great emperor of Fengdu." The commander, puzzled, asked again, "Spoil of war? Do you mean to treat this matter as a personal conflict between demon controllers?" Lin Yu replied, "Of course. I merely acted in rightful self-defense, killed a demon controller from Nation AM on the territory of Nation Mongol, and then inherited his yin energy. It's just that this yin energy is a bit too massive to move. Since this is merely a personal conflict, why should the Mongol government interfere?" The commander frowned and thought to himself. Before departure, the higher-ups did emphasize that we must never allow the Xiaogu forces to seize this base for their own advantage. But if it's only Lin Yu alone, perhaps it could be tolerated. Seeing no response from the other side, Lin Yu pressed further. "Surely you've also heard about the Inter-Realm Gate. At such a time, you wouldn't want to stir up a major incident, would you? Besides, it was I who first proposed the special trade zone, and I even took part in policy planning. If I wished, I could have any nation removed from the negotiation table." Lin Yu continued, "Just one sentence from me. From now on, the interrealm trading platform between humans and demons will be my private property. I will personally put up 100 billion ghost coins as a subsidy, solely to promote peace between humanity and the demon race. If Nation Mongol agrees to cooperate amicably with me, I will not hesitate to share the benefits with the demon controllers from Nation Mongol and other allied countries." Hearing these words, the commander had no choice but to yield. He sighed and said into his radio, 100 billion ghost coins. You win. Our Nation Mongol will no longer intervene in your conflicts. Ownership of the base constructed with yin energy belongs entirely to you. However, if your actions offend Nation Mongol's interests, we reserve the right to expel you from our territory." Seeing the other side concede, Lin Yu said arrogantly, "Then go at your leisure. I won't be seeing you off." A subordinate from Nation Mongol, who had been listening to his commander's conversation with Lin Yu, turned to him with a sorrowful face and asked, "Are we really just going back like this?" The man replied sadly, "What else can we do? In terms of sheer strength, even if we were to unleash all our firepower, we might still not be able to hold him. Moreover, there are huge benefits behind this. Lin Yu, this person, not only possesses formidable strength but also has an astounding ambition. With just his own power, he has stirred up the entire international demon controller community. We should not offend him." The other person asked, "But what if Nation AM causes trouble for us?" The reply came, "That would be Taylor's own defeat. Why should we be blamed for not wiping his behind? If Nation AM dares to punish us because of this, then we'll just find another thigh to cling to." After that, the two tanks began to move, leaving the base. Lin Yu watched as the tanks departed, sneering coldly. The soldiers from Nation AM, witnessing Lin Yu's demeanor, silently thought, "No wonder he's called the Great Emperor Fengdu. Just by himself, he has made Major General Taylor feel like he's facing a great enemy." Once everything was settled, Lin Yu stood up from his chair, turned around, and asked the bound soldiers from Nation AM, "What about you? What path will you choose?" The officer who had been cooperative with Lin Yu from the start replied with a sorrowful tone, "What else can we choose? We will follow you back to Nation H for the investigation. We only hope that the government of Nation H won't publicly disclose our existence to avoid our families in Nation M facing retaliation." The scene transitions to the base camp of Nation H. At this moment, the ghost tide has been completely brought under control, and around the camp are the bodies of demonic sea monsters from Hulin Lake. Everyone works together to move all the sea monster corpses and gather them in one place. Meanwhile, over at Grey Rabbit's location, she approaches Ao Meng and Mayor Sai Kin. "Thank you all for your help. The ghost tide has been completely eradicated. The mayor happily responds, "No need for thanks. Since we had already agreed on an alliance, we were just helping ourselves." This was Ao Meng's first time in Lin Yu's world, and he excitedly exclaimed, "So this is the homeland of the Lord. The warm golden sunshine, the lush plants. It's so different from the gloominess of the demon world. No wonder the Lord was willing to pay any price to protect the peace here." Mayor Sai-kin looked around, and then asked Gray Rabbit, "Speaking of which, isn't the great emperor here?" Gray Rabbit responded, slightly embarrassed, "The enemy responsible for the ghost tide is hiding in a neighboring country. Our army is unable to cross the border and launch an attack, so we had no choice but to let the great emperor take action." Mayor Sai-kin couldn't help but admire and exclaim, "A person going abroad to fight alone. Truly impressive skills and great courage." After a while, as everyone was chatting happily, a white pickup truck drove up to the four of them. Lin Yu, who was inside the vehicle, shouted loudly, "Ha! Mayor Sai-kin dares to actively form a cross-border alliance. Not bad in terms of boldness either." Ao Meng, seeing that it was Lin Yu in the vehicle, became excited and waved to greet him. "Lord." Upon arrival, Lin Yu got out of the car and greeted everyone. "Sorry for the wait, I'm back." That night, at the H-Nation military camp, under a night sky illuminated by a red full moon, a delicious aroma of food wafted through the air. Zhu Xiong came from the kitchen, holding a large bowl of food. With a joyful smile, he said, "The food is ready." At the banquet table were Lin Yu, Mayor Sai-kin, Ao Meng, and Gray Rabbit. Everyone was savoring the taste of Zhu Xiang's dishes, and just the smell alone made their hearts feel bright and warm. Lin Yu spoke up as Zhu Xiang brought in the main dish. "This is demon martial-level snake meat that was obtained from a U.S. military base. My Zhu Xiang personally cooked a lavish feast to treat all of you from the demon world." Mayor Sai-kin saw the delicious food and felt it would be a waste without wine, so she took out a bottle of fine wine and said, "No wonder you are the great emperor, with such extravagant offerings. Today we are truly blessed. I have also prepared a special bottle of wine made from lake water and local yin energy herbs. Please allow me to toast the great emperor and all of you." Afterward, the wine was poured into glasses for everyone. Everyone held their glasses, their gazes directed towards Mayor Sai-kin, waiting for her to speak. She said, "Great Emperor, I am Sai-kin, and I have been in charge of Suhu City for many years. I have never been impressed by any merchant, politician, or sect, no matter how large or small, but I have always held you in the highest regard. Your educational alliance, though still in its early stages, has helped our three cities develop in ways that would have taken decades. Therefore, when I heard from the scouts that the other side of the passageway is the homeland of the great emperor, I was both delighted and eager to come here immediately. I guess that this time, the great emperor has invited me because there may be new opportunities for our three cities, right?" Lin Yu responded with a cheerful smile. "Haha, of course, I will not disappoint Mayor Sai-kin." Lin Yu continued, "This time, as the diplomatic representative of the Cheche Kingdom, I hope both sides can officially establish diplomatic relations and jointly create a special economic zone near the Blood Lake Passage to develop cross-border trade." Gray Rabbit, in high spirits, then took out a plan and said, "The detailed plan for the special zone has been fully recorded in this document. Please, Mayor, take a look." Sai-kin took the plan from Gray Rabbit's hands and began reading through it. As she read, she thought to herself, "Such a policy will open up a vast new market for both sides, and the benefits are obvious. There's also the 100 billion ghost coins subsidy for the trade platform. As expected, the great emperor remains the ruler in my heart." After finishing the plan, she confidently slammed the document down on the table and said, "I fully agree with this proposal." Gray Rabbit, hearing this, was taken aback, unable to believe it. The plan was originally designed to leave room for negotiation, yet the mayor agreed immediately without hesitation. Meanwhile, Mayor Sai-kin thought differently. A slight concession to show some sincerity to the great emperor, looking at the bigger picture, will bring much greater benefits. On the other side, Lin Yu, while looking at the notification screen before him, smiled faintly. The system screen displayed, "Task 13. Subsidy of tens of billions. The content is to spend 10 billion ghost coins to subsidize and stimulate others to consume. The progress cannot exceed 10 billion. The reward is 10 intermediate copy artifact cards and 5 advanced copy artifact cards." He thought to himself, A three-way win situation has been set up. My system task is also about to be completed. As everyone was joyfully calculating for their own benefit, Gray Rabbit took the initiative to stand up and propose a toast. Then, the ceremony to establish diplomatic relations and set up the multi-ethnic special economic zone should be held 3 days later. How about it? Sai-kin also happily agreed. Sure. Lin Yu also stood up, raised his glass and said, "To the friendship and peace between the two worlds, cheers." Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and clinked them in celebration. While the people at Nation H's camp were joyfully celebrating the cooperation, somewhere in Nation AM, in a senior official's office, a general was angrily pointing at and scolding Major General Taylor. Was this the result of the cautious star's doing? To use Nation H's idiom, this is like losing both the wife and the soldiers. Taylor's appearance was miserable after one of his avatars had self-destructed. Himph, does Nation AM also have the technique of multi-avatar projection? He could only bow his head and admit his mistake. I still have 3 final days to redeem myself. Please grant me one more chance. Nation H will broadcast live the ceremony of establishing diplomatic relations on the Demon Taming World Forum. Receiving a nod from the man seated in the chair, the old man hurriedly turned away. Yet the general still scolded him. If you fail once more, you know all too well what the consequences will be. Stepping out of Taylor's room, he muttered to himself, "It seems there's no other choice but to activate that body." Then he went on to carry out the plan he had devised. That evening, at Lin Yu's resting place, he was lying comfortably on the bed, casually scrolling through his phone. Phew, after being busy for days on end, I'd finally finished the government's assignment. Now I can take care of my own matters. At that moment, Lin Yu opened the Demon Controller forum on his phone. On the forum were countless comments from people all around the world. An account with the nickname *Demon Taming Clan, Shati and the asterisk, had started a discussion thread. No doubt about it, that's my father. He survived another trial yet again. Another account, the top 1 despicable traitor of the demon world posted. Any girls want to form a party. Another account, selling a medium-grade yin energy item with 30% durability left. Anyone interested? Please send a message. Then a hot news update. The bounty list for Great Emperor Fengdu on the dark web has increased. What has he been secretly up to lately? Scrolling through for a while, reading the forum, he thought to himself, the forum has no news on Hulin Lake. Well, it makes sense. The founders are Bai Yi and Gray Rabbit after all. Only the regular demon controllers in the country have no clue. It's truly a joke. It's a pity that the Demon Taming Clan's security is like a broken sieve. Whatever the foreign forces need to know, they know. Suddenly, a new message notification popped up, and he clicked to read it. The message read, "Great Emperor, I am Han Jin from the Demon Taming Clan, of the Han family. I heard you are about to set up a cross-world trading platform. Would you be interested in collaborating with me?" Upon hearing Demon Taming Clan, he quickly replied, "What kind of collaboration are you proposing?" The person on the other side, a young man, was excited when he saw Lin Yu's reply. Finally, he was online to respond. He quickly began typing and replied, "Of course, a business collaboration. I manage my family's enterprises." He continued, "If you and I invest with a 50-50 split, I can handle all the operations and management. You just need to provide the trading platform, and then sit back to enjoy the profits." Seeing that the person on the other side had sent 3 consecutive messages, which surprised him a bit, he replied, "Sorry, I don't need a capital partnership." Upon seeing the message from Lin Yu, Han Jin's face turned grim and he replied, dissatisfied, "Well, a 60-40 split would work too. You probably don't understand what starting a business and setting up a company entails. While the government can help with legal paperwork, permits, and bank accounts, the website platform, app maintenance, and ongoing operations still require someone to handle them. You can't take on everything yourself, can you? You need a partner, and I am the best one for the job." Lin Yu, feeling increasingly annoyed by the other party's persistent persuasion through messages, muttered to himself, "The Han family is even more bloodthirsty than the Cullen clan and Nation M." He quickly hit the block button for Han Jin, which left the latter frustrated. In a fit of rage, he slammed his keyboard down on the table. An old man, sitting nearby drinking tea, slowly looked up at Han Jin's attitude and asked, "What did he say?" Han Jin, seething with anger, replied, "He blocked me." The old man heard this, and his face darkened. Hemph, a guy who got rich thanks to a horror game, and still doesn't know anything. He was even planning to give him a chance to enter the family circle. In that case, no need to save face for him anymore. He stepped forward with a smirk. Fine, then I'll immediately accept the invitation from the Y family and join forces with other families to oppose Lin Yu. This guy was just bragging at the conference the other day, using all the glory of the young master to achieve nothing. Let's see how he handles things now. Meanwhile, over here, Lin Yu got out of bed and happily put on his robe. I can't run the entire company by myself, but I have no shortage of money or connections. As for the trading platform, I'll just buy an existing one outright. With that, he entered the demon suppression space and sent an invitation to Xiao Mian. A few minutes later, Xiao Nian accepted the invitation and appeared before Lin Yu. The two sat down and chatted cheerfully. Noticing that Lin Yu had taken the initiative to meet with her, she spoke first. It's rare for Brother Lin to reach out on his own. I wonder what's going on. Lin Yu immediately responded firmly, I want to meet your father. Xiao Nian was initially a little confused, but then she thought about their relationship. You want to meet my parents already? Isn't that a bit too soon? Her face turned bright red, and she placed her hands on her cheeks to cool off the heat. Seeing her expression, Lin Yu smiled and explained, I want to buy an online shopping platform, the one under your family's corporation, called Jiandong. Hearing this, she calmed down. Oh, I see. She became enthusiastic and continued, Jiandong is one of my family's core business sectors. We hadn't planned on selling it, but if Brother Lin really needs it, I'll try to persuade my father. Lin Yu handed Xiao Nian a stack of papers. You can take a look at this first, then decide what you want to say to your father. Taking the stack of papers from Lin Yu, Xiao Nian skimmed through the business plan. This is the special economic zone for demon controllers and monsters, a cross-border trading platform. Lin Yu added, ordinary people might not understand the real value of this zone, but you will. I'm not asking for your help. I just think this is a great opportunity and want to share it with you. Lin Yu continued, the main goal of establishing this platform is not to make money, but for him to invest 100 billion ghost coins, ensuring that he and other core founders can enter the leadership ranks of the Delxia demon controlling community and gain a voice. The existence of the demon controllers has lasted much longer than the emergence of horror games. In the darkness, unknown to ordinary people, they have been quietly developing for thousands of years. It wasn't until horror games became a societal event, and monsters were resurrected, that the prestigious families and sects that passed down the art of demon controlling began to be known to the public. With their deep foundation and easily forged relationships, they naturally became the center of power in Delxia, enjoying high status and privileges. Most people who rely on horror games to become demon controllers have to devote all their energy to surviving in the dungeons, with no influence or voice. Even I, in the past, didn't have the energy to concern myself with the real world. At this point, he clenched his fist and silently vowed, but the state of the world will not remain unchanged forever. The conflict between the human and demon worlds will inevitably erupt sooner or later. If I don't prepare in advance, even if I could become a demon king-level powerhouse in the future, I may still fall into the same trap as the Nightmare Theater. He continued, if you want to control your own fate, you must take charge of the situation yourself. As for Delxia, right now, we need a force that represents the common people within the Imperial Circle. We need someone in the decision-making center to keep in check the aristocratic families that betray the nation. After a moment of silence, with no response from Xiao Nian, Lin Yu asked again, so, what do you think? Xiao Nian, are you interested in taking this position? When the time comes, I'll give you 10% of the shares, and you'll be the CEO responsible for managing the company on a daily basis. Xiao Nian hesitated for a moment. Can I really do it? Inside, she felt a surge of joy. Brother Lin trusted her this much. Lin Yu responded confidently, of course. Seeing Lin Yu's unwavering trust in her, she thought to herself, actually, I've realized long ago that no matter how hard I try, my ability to become a demon controller will never catch up to Brother Lin's steps. But if I can become his partner in business, isn't that also fighting alongside him? She sighed, feeling a little foolish. Xiao Nian stood up, determined not to let Lin Yu's expectations down. Then I'll go ask my dad to hand over the shopping center. After that, she disappeared. Lin Yu waved her off. I'll wait for the good news from you. Seeing that the conversation had ended on a positive note, he stood up comfortably and stretched, saying, by that time, the new trading platform will directly reuse the codes and framework from the Jiangdong Mall Center, and after adjusting the interface, it can be quickly put into operation. Then, we will recruit a few more professional exorcists, conduct business while gradually improving and developing. With hundreds of billions in subsidies and thousands of billions in reserves in the system backing us, there will definitely be no major errors. Besides the trading platform, my assets also include the military base of Nation AM within the territory of Nation Mongol, and the training center that originally belonged to Yangfeng. Additionally, in the demon world, I have the Yin Resource Mine, a pawn shop, an educational alliance, a demon school, and an amusement park. In the future, I'll need to figure out a way to link all these sectors together to expand my personal influence as much as possible. After all the plans had been laid out in detail, Lin Yu opened 3 circles and took out 3 items. There's also the most important thing. It's time to improve my strength once again. The 3 items he took out were the Creation Spirit Pendant, which could refine the body, shape the soul, and enhance the breakthrough of A-level Yin Force. The medicinal properties were so intense that it could not be consumed directly. The second item is the Chaotic Core, which contains pure spiritual power. When combined with other herbs for pill refining, it can activate an effect 10 times stronger. The third item is the Serum Solution, which regulates the Yin medicinal properties, making it easier for the body to absorb. Looking at the Yin energy items in his hands, Lin Yu quietly thought to himself, I had previously obtained some high-quality Yin materials from the system and gambling stones, but the medicinal properties were too strong to use directly. Initially, I planned to ask Lilith to refine them, but since we had such little time together after the contract was signed, I had to put it off. This time, it's surprising that I found a suitable solution for medicinal extraction in the Nation M base. Lin Yu immediately called Zhu Qiang over. He asked, Zhu Qiang, are you all right? Zhu Qiang brought out his special black pan and smiled, Lord, although I'm not an alchemist, even a chef can easily blend the medicinal properties of Yin materials. Upon receiving Lin Yu's 3 Yin talents, Zhu Qiang placed them on the stove, the flames roaring intensely. In the black pan, Zhu Qiang added the 3 Yin talents one by one. Then he took his spatula and stirred them in the pan. After stirring continuously on the hot pan for a while, the final product began to take shape. Several round golden pills appeared. Zhu Qiang proudly said, It's done. Lin Yu immediately summoned Ao Meng, Ru Ning, and Ning, and Ding Liang. Then he told Zhu Qiang to give each of them 1 pill, and he himself also took one. For Ao Meng, this was the first time receiving a reward from Lin Yu. He held the pill a little shyly, his face flushing red, excitement and gratitude welling up. Lord, I get one too. Lin Yu cheerfully replied, Before, I left you in the demon world, causing you to miss many chances to break through, leaving you stuck at the fierce demon level. Now that you've returned to my side, of course I must make it up to you. Tears of joy welled up in Ao Meng's eyes as he felt deeply grateful. Lin Yu then tried the first pill. He brought it to his mouth and swallowed it down in one gulp. At once, the pill took effect. Lin Yu's entire body felt as if a surge of high-voltage current had blasted through all of his meridians, converging into his dantian. After gathering for a few minutes, a powerful pressure radiated from him. His spiritual power surged wildly, and he delighted in sensing the transformation of his body. As expected of a treasure crafted by the system, its medicinal potency was even more violent than ordinary superior-grade pills. When the bottleneck approached yet his spiritual power continued to rise, he roared loudly, Breakthrough to Demon Controller 7th level for me. Then the system screen immediately displayed the message. Current level, Demon Controller level 7. Spiritual Awareness 3500. Spiritual Power 34,521. When spiritual power reaches 10,000 and spiritual awareness reaches 10,000, you will level up to level 8. He felt as if his body had undergone a complete transformation. Looking at the system screen in front of him, he joyfully said, From level 7 onward, strength can no longer be described by numbers alone. Whether it's the intensity of spiritual awareness or the degree of condensation of spiritual power, there is a qualitative transformation. The monsters of Lin Yu had also simultaneously consumed the elixir. Meng immediately exclaimed with joy, thanking him. "Thank you, Lord, I have broken through to become an intermediate demon general." After seeing the level up, and Ning was also surprised and exclaimed, "I have reached high-level demon general as well. I never expected such a crude elixir to be so incredibly effective." Seeing that everyone had quickly increased their strength, everyone turned to Zhu Xiang. Lin Yu then inquired, "Zhu Xiang, are you about to break through as well?" Zhu Xiang was surrounded by powerful currents of spiritual power, but suddenly, something seemed off. Meng then spoke up, This aura doesn't seem like a normal breakthrough. Could it be a failure?" And Ning immediately rebutted, "Impossible. We all know how powerful the yin energy in the medicine from that cursed lord is. Not to mention the pill that the boss took is even larger than ours." After the spiritual power dissipated, Zhu Xiang remained kneeling and said, "Lord." Meng, slightly confused, asked Zhu Xiang, "Boss, what level of power have you reached now?" "I can't tell." Zhu Xiang chuckled lightly and replied, Of course, I'm now an intermediate demon marshal." At that moment, he stood up proudly. The others were all taken aback and responded in unison, "Intermediate." Lin Yu walked over and lightly punched Zhu Xiang's muscular arm in congratulations. You, with your thick brows and big eyes, are you finally learning to keep secrets now?" And Ning then said, "The boss was already at the peak of the demon general realm, before his cultivation dropped, right? This time, after accumulating enough, he unexpectedly advanced by 2 levels at once." Zhu Xiang explained, "Back then, I entered the central area to find an opportunity to break through to demon marshal. But I was betrayed. Looking back now, it was thanks to that unlucky turn of events that I met the Lord." Seeing that everyone's strength had greatly increased, Lin Yu felt a sense of joy in his heart. Everyone's power has grown substantially. This is also a form of assurance for the upcoming Special Zone Establishment ceremony. Meanwhile, at an airport, Xiao Mayan was happily welcoming her father as he got off the plane. After seeing him, she cheerfully urged, "Hurry up, Dad." Her father walked along with a smile. "We're here already. Why the rush?" She replied, "Of course it's urgent. Brother Lin is really busy." Seeing that her father was still walking slowly, she turned back and pulled him to walk faster. He, noticing her continuous urging, became slightly curious. "Along the way, you keep mentioning Brother Lin. I want to see if the guy who made my precious daughter reject other suitors is really worthy." While pulling her father along and not paying attention to what was behind her, Xiao Mayan bumped into a man, startling her. But when she saw the way he looked at her, a hint of worry crossed her mind. The scene then shifted to Nation H's barracks, at the detention area where several imprisoned demon controllers from Nation Mongol and Nation Hero were being held. Lin Yu from Nation Hero and Grey Rabbit spoke up. "Great Emperor, Captain Grey Rabbit, we have been obediently isolated for all these days. When will we finally be allowed to return to our country?" Lin Yu replied, "You want to go back to your country? Fine. Apart from Badger, anyone who hasn't committed a serious crime can leave." Grey Rabbit held 2 tickets in his hands and said, "Tomorrow is the founding ceremony of the Special Zone. We've invited the demon controllers from both nations, along with the plenipotentiary ambassadors. After attending the ceremony, you can return with them." The few demon controllers took the tickets Grey Rabbit handed them, quietly calculating among themselves. Attending the ceremony, has Nation H already quickly dealt with Nation AM. After finishing the matter with the prison here, Grey Rabbit and Lin Yu went outside. After walking for a while, they saw many cars and groups of people heading to the camp to prepare for tomorrow's ceremony. Lin Yu looked at the group ahead of him, happily chatting and linking arms, then spoke. "The Special Zone hasn't even officially opened yet, but this desolate prairie has already become lively." Grey Rabbit, upon receiving the invitation list from Director Tian Shu, sighed and said, "I don't know what Director Tian Shu is thinking. Not only did he invite the emissaries from Nation Mongol and Nation Hero, but he also invited the demon controller families to the ceremony. Isn't this just going to make the situation even more chaotic?" Lin Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. To deal with demon controllers who use strange methods, rather than blocking them, it would be better to win them over. A big piece of news like this has already been released. Sooner or later, there will be conflict. Perhaps Tian Shu wants to take advantage of this opportunity to expose all those with dark schemes, but this approach is indeed very risky. Grey Rabbit immediately responded, The burden of an Ning is too heavy for us. Thankfully, we still have you, great emperor. Without you, I really wouldn't feel at ease. Suddenly, the phone in Lin Yu's pocket rang, jingling. He quickly picked it up and answered, "Hello." On the other end of the line, Xiao Mian's voice was heard, filled with tears. "Brother Lin." "Who?" Recognizing her voice, he immediately called her name. "Xiao Nian." Sensing something was wrong with her tone, he asked, "What's going on?" On Xiao Nian's side, she and her father were trapped in a small, dark room. It seemed that the person she had accidentally bumped into at the airport was the one who had kidnapped both her and her father. At this moment, the kidnapper brought the phone close to her, so she could speak to Lin Yu. "On our way to find you, my father and I encountered an 8th-level demon controller. They want to ruin your ceremony." But before she could say anything more, the other person immediately put the phone back to his ear and said, "Lin Yu, the coordinates have been sent to your phone. If you want to save them, come alone." She shouted, "No, Brother Lin, don't come." Immediately after the call ended, Gray Rabbit saw that Lin Yu's expression wasn't good and asked, "Great Emperor, what happened?" Lin Yu turned to leave. "Sorry, Gray Rabbit, I have to leave now." Gray Rabbit was taken aback. "Huh? At a time like this, what can be more important than the founding ceremony of the special zone?" Lin Yu explained, "My friend has been kidnapped. The captors could be foreign demon controllers, or they could be from the families of demon controllers. Their goal is clearly to disrupt this ceremony and drag me away from the special zone. This is a critical time for both the country and the two worlds. The greater situation should come first. As for the hostage, I can request assistance from Hai Yu." Lin Yu turned around, annoyed, and looked at Gray Rabbit. "Enough. Don't forget, I'm not one of the people from the 9th Central." Gray Rabbit was startled by Lin Yu's attitude. Not saying anything further to Gray Rabbit, he turned and began to calculate in his mind. No matter how beneficial the privileged zone is, so what? If something happens to Xiao Nan because of me, how can I possibly use the ghost coins earned with blood on them in peace? Realizing that her behavior had been inappropriate, Gray Rabbit quickly apologized. "I overstepped. Leading the Demon Controller Legion during this time, I've become accustomed to sacrificing strategies, but that's not what I desire." Lin Yu then called out to Zhu Xiang and Nain. "No need to say more. I understand your dilemma." Zhu Xiang, calm, handed over the nightmare eyes to them. "Let's inspect all the participants along with Gray Rabbit." Both responded in unison. "Yes, Lord." Gray Rabbit, noticing that Lin Yu had left two of his strongest monsters to assist her, felt a bit concerned for him. "Are you really leaving both of your contracted evil spirits in the privileged zone? That's a trap designed specifically for you." Gray Rabbit continued, "Surely there isn't just one 8th-rank demon controller going alone. That's far too dangerous." Lin Yu still walked on confidently, his whole body bristling with indignation, as he thought of those men's filthy plot. "Even if I must pass through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I will go." A powerful aura radiated from him as he shot off like an arrow toward the coordinates those men had sent him. At Xiao Nian's side, another spiky-haired figure appeared and walked forward. The long-haired man, grinning with satisfaction, said to the spiky-haired one, "Is everything ready?" The spiky-haired man answered with a sinister laugh. "Of course. I've never seen a demonic device so strong. Once Lin Yu dares to come, there will be no way back." The purple-haired man said, "Ha ha! The bounty posted online has been up for so long. This achievement will soon be ours." Xiao Nian, irritated by the two men's scheme, spoke up. "You're lawless criminals. Don't even dream about it. Brother Lin will never come." The long-haired man looked at her with smug contempt and replied, "Hemph. If he doesn't come, we'll break every one of your fingers and send them to him, so he knows exactly what place you hold in his heart." "You!" Furious but helpless, Xiao Nian struggled to her feet, trying to hurl herself at the long-haired man. Seeing her defiant act, the long-haired man's steps turned harsh, spiritual power surging violently in his hand. "Your spiritual power has been sealed, yet you still dare to resist. You must be tired of living." Seeing his daughter in danger, Xiao Nian's father, though just an ordinary man, bravely rushed forward to shield her. "Please, sirs, have mercy. I am the #1 tycoon in Zhangcheng, chairman of the Li Family Corporation. I can give you money, just don't harm my daughter." The long-haired man laughed with growing arrogance. Ha ha, and what is a Jiangcheng tycoon worth? To high-ranking demon controllers like us, your nation-age currency is nothing but scraps of paper. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Then what about ghost coins? Recognizing the familiar voice, Xiao Nian turned around in joy. Brother Lin. The two men were stunned by his speed. Lin Yu. From the doorway, Lin Yu strode in brimming with confidence, his tone edged with irritation. Let them go. No matter how many ghost coins you want, I can get them. The long-haired man sneered in reply. I know you're wealthy, but unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of spending time now. Our mission today is to take your life. Without hesitation, the bald man immediately charged forward, aiming a powerful punch at Lin Yu. Lin Yu casually blocked the blow with his bare hand. A 7th-level demon controller like you, and you think you can kill me with such skill? The man, seeing that Lin Yu had easily stopped his attack, remained confident. Hemph, although we're no match for you, this place is a trap designed specifically for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the long-haired man did not stand still. He immediately activated his spiritual power, causing numerous red threads to appear around Lin Yu, rushing toward him. Lin Yu quickly retreated to dodge, but still got tangled in the red threads, which bound him, surprising him. Seeing an opportunity, the bald man launched a series of needles from his hand toward Lin Yu. Despite being trapped, Lin Yu quickly dodged, and the bald man used his spiritual power to launch a barrage of needles at him. Realizing the danger, Lin Yu unleashed his spiritual power, cutting through the red threads surrounding him. He then moved swiftly, dodging the incoming needles. The needles only managed to pierce the floor beneath him. While he had already moved back, observing the attacks of these two individuals, Lin Yu silently assessed. Impressive. This is a variant of the bright red net from Nation AM, isn't it? No, this needle-like artifact still clearly carries the inheritance marks of Nation H. He asked the two with confusion. Who exactly are you? Spies from Nation AM, members of the demon controller family? The long-haired man sneered in response. Stop guessing. If we had any significant identity, we wouldn't be doing such dirty work ourselves. We are merely two desperate fools. Lin Yu teased back slightly. I don't believe ordinary cultivators could reach level 7 so quickly like you two. You must come from a prestigious family, though for some unknown reason, you are willing to die without ever seeing the light again. The two men were slightly irritated by Lin Yu's taunts, and the long-haired man replied, Think what you want. It doesn't matter. You won't have the chance to investigate further anyway. Suddenly, several more spikes appeared behind Lin Yu, automatically stabbing into the floor, which confused him. But when he realized he couldn't move his legs, he was surprised. This blood spike of Shadow Wind artifact can actually imprison movement. The two men saw their chance, and immediately drew out their long swords, charging at him again, intending to take his life. Haha, let's see how you resist this time. Die. Xiao Nian, who was being restrained in a corner, anxiously shouted, Brother Lin. Suddenly, Lin Yu took out his legendary spear, swinging it to block their swords, cutting both of their weapons into two pieces. The bald man was startled, exclaiming, destroying the super yin energy with just one strike. According to the intel, he shouldn't be this strong. Seeing the fear beginning to spread from the two men, Lin Yu simply turned his head and smiled lightly. Oh, sorry about that. I was free yesterday, so I casually broke through a level. At least the blood spike of Shadow Wind has hit. That's a level 3 super yin energy, capable of dealing with a 9th-ranked demon controller. Even if I broke through further, you wouldn't be able to escape immediately. So, is your real goal to keep me here? At the same time, Grey Rabbit also started her work. With the help of a Ning and the Eye of Judgment, she began to inspect and monitor everyone entering the ceremony. Each person lined up in order, and the continuous inspection for hours left Ning feeling somewhat tired. She asked Grey Rabbit, Captain Grey Rabbit, how many more people will come? Grey Rabbit sighed in reply, there's no choice. In this country, there are 4 major demon controller factions, 6 prominent families, and everyone is sending people. Longhu Mountain, Mao Shan, Yin Yang Gate, Golden Bell Temple, the Zhang family, the Xiao family, the Wei family, the Tang family, the Han family, and the Sima family. The smaller families affiliated with the 6 major ones, like the Han and La families, add up to nearly 100, not to mention the special envoys from the Mongol nation and the Hero nation. Truly, it's a lot of trouble for you, Your Excellency. And Ning, though tired, still smiled and said, as long as we ensure no one with ulterior motives sneaks in, it's all worth it. Suddenly, several unfamiliar voices rang out. Though the inspection is troublesome, if you are determined like this, we too will have to resort to the simplest and most forceful methods. The three of them were surprised and looked towards the source of the sound. Leading the group was a man in a black suit from the Am nation, followed by a Korean woman and a Japanese man. The polite man at the front continued, on such an important historic moment, the H nation did not invite us to witness it. Isn't that rather disrespectful? Gray Rabbit exclaimed in surprise, Nation Am, Nation N, Nation K. She immediately decided not to engage with these people any further, drawing out a pistol and pointing it directly at the head of the person from Nation Am who seemed unpleasant. You came without an invitation. If you're not a friend, you're an enemy. If you don't want to start a fight, leave now. The man quickly raised his hand and said, don't be tense. We're just admiring you, and came to meet the mayor of Suhu City. Upon hearing her name, Mayor Sai Kin and Ao Meng approached. I am here. If there's something to say it here. The man, seeing that the person he needed to meet had arrived, smiled and extended his hand for a handshake. Ha, then I'll make it brief. I understand you're new here, and might not have grasped the global situation yet. The Korean woman, her face full of displeasure, raised her voice. But I advise you not to let Nation H tie you down. The correct path is to open cooperation with all human nations. Don't block your own way. In response to the man's handshake, Mayor Sai Kin had no intention of returning it. Instead, she smiled and decisively replied, we only cooperate with trustworthy partners. Besides Great Emperor Fengdu, who else can bear that trust? Hearing that, the three men laughed wickedly, and the one from Nation Am spoke with hidden meaning. Great Emperor Fengdu, if he dies, your foundation of faith will collapse as well. At that point, shouldn't you reconsider who the more suitable partner it is? Gray Rabbit became even angrier upon hearing this, and shouted loudly, what do you mean by that? I warn you, if you provoke us again, I will immediately order the Demon Controller Legion to crush you. Threatened, the man from Nation Am was not someone to back down easily. He showed his strength and laughed even more sinisterly. Ha. Do you think we came all the way here just to exchange words with you? Come out. A strange red spiritual power emanated from his hands. Immediately after his words, a horde of demons and dragons appeared behind him, flying towards them. Seeing this, Gray Rabbit and Mayor Sai Kin grew a little worried, as the three demon controllers of Lin Yu were carefully observing the situation. Meanwhile, at Lin Yu's location, he was using his long spear, trying to cut through several fixed pins on the floor to break the seal. The other two were only tasked with holding him back. Since they couldn't defeat him, they decided to just leave him be. They moved over to Xiao Mian and her father, sitting back comfortably to watch the drama unfold. The long-haired man smiled mockingly at him. Don't waste your strength anymore. He, however, replied confidently, Humph, I've fully grasped the limits of this restraining yin energy. Given time, I can break it. Masters, you didn't really expect this thing to hold me for long, did you? The long-haired man stepped up close to Xiao Mian and said softly, don't forget we have a hostage. If you dare act rashly, we'll kill the hostage at once. Lin Yu, annoyed, said, you'd better think carefully. Outwardly it looks like they're threatening me, but in truth they are your protective talisman. If when I break free the father and son are still safe, I may spare you, but if anything happens to them, I will live and die with you. Suddenly he anxiously felt yin energy coming from the direction of Hulin Lake. The yin energy is trembling violently. Has Hulin Lake already declared war? The long-haired man still laughed with glee. Now, even if you want to break the blood spike of Shadow Wind, it's far too late. The man with the spiky hair joined in. It seems our mission is complete. Lin Yu on this side remained calm and replied, who said I have to break it in order to get out? I never intended to use this in the first place. As he spoke, he took out a card from the system. The long-haired man stared intently at the card in his hand, his voice tinged with a hint of worry as he asked, what is this? Lin Yu smiled slightly and explained, this is a tool that allows me to ignore all rules and powers, enabling me to instantly enter the demon world. As long as I use the demon world as a stepping stone, I can come and go in the blink of an eye and regain my freedom. The two of them began to panic upon hearing the explanation. While the bald man had already grabbed Xiao Mian and was using her as a hostage, the long-haired man shouted, "Don't do anything reckless." Lin Yu gently expressed his good intentions. "How about we make a deal? Hulin Lake has already gone to war, so your mission is probably considered complete. As for me, I have taken out a tool that allows me to escape, so there's no need for you to force me to stay. How about we each give a little ground? If you let me go now, I'll offer a large number of ghost coins as a token of gratitude." The two men hesitated slightly before asking again, "How much can you give us?" Without many words, he made it clear he had nothing but money, pulling out a large stack of ghost coins in his hand. "This is 1 billion ghost coins. I can give it to you now." No sooner had he finished than he flung the large bundle with a smack toward the long-haired man. The long-haired man picked up the bundle of ghost coins and stared at it dumbfounded. "It really is 1 billion. Seeing his reaction, Lin Yu added, "Ghost coins cannot be seized. As long as you keep them safe, no one can restrict their use. With your abilities, holding this sum, the sky is the limit. Why should you submit to being a discarded pawn of your clan?" The shaved-headed man, noticing his big brother's puzzled silence, turned and asked, "Big brother, what he says makes sense." A few seconds later, the long-haired man figured that if he was that rich and treated 1 billion like spare change, he could demand more. Thinking so, he pointed straight at him and shouted, "1 billion is too little. I know you're very rich. I've heard you plan to invest 10 billion ghost coins in the company, right? Give us 10 billion and we'll let you go." Without hesitation, he replied to them with a single word. Upon receiving the approval from him, the long-haired man immediately began to perform his secret technique, causing the spikes embedded in the ground to automatically retract. The blood spike of shadow wind was also collected. Lin Yu casually walked towards the two of them. These two were no pushovers either. Seeing they couldn't beat Lin Yu, they threatened him by using Xiao Mian and her father as leverage. The long-haired man shouted, "One hand for the money, one hand for the person." Lin Yu then added several stacks of ghost coins into his hand and said nonchalantly, "This small amount of money. I'm not the type to go back on my word." He then threw the money violently towards them. The heavy stacks of coins, with the force of his throw, slammed into the ground, each one landing with such impact that it left the two men briefly stunned. These two were fairly true to their word. Upon receiving the money, they released Xiao Mian and her father, pushing them towards him. Xiao Nian stumbled and fell into Lin Yu's arms. He gently caught her, then watched as the two men flew away, carrying 2 large black bags of ghost coins. As they left, they didn't forget to shout back, "Transaction complete. See you never." The two of them, in high spirits, laughed and chatted as they flew off. 10 billion ghost coins is even more than the bounty placed on Great Emperor Fengdu on the black market. If we pull this off, even a penalty would be worth it. Meanwhile, on Lin Yu's side, Xiao Mian's father was observing and evaluating the man who had captured the full attention and concern of his little daughter. "I've heard that the money of a demon controller is even more valuable than that of Duck Xia. How can he have so much money? No wonder Xiao Nian admires him so much." While her father was assessing Lin Yu, Xiao Mian herself was blushing. "Brother Lin, are you really willing to spend 10 billion ghost coins for me?" Lin Yu replied firmly, "Originally, it was because I got everyone involved. So this money is something I should do. But in my heart, I'm quietly calculating. These 10 billion ghost coins, if used as bait, might not be enough to catch a bigger fish in the future." Time was running out, so Lin Yu took Xiao Mian's hand and led her away. "Let's go. Follow me back to the special battle zone. I don't know if we'll make it in time." Meanwhile, at the military camp of Nation H, a fierce battle was taking place, resembling a war zone engulfed in smoke and flames. The scene showed the demon controllers of Nation H fighting alongside each other against the monsters summoned by Nation AM. Mayor Sai Kin also stepped in to assist, facing off alone against 2 demon controllers from Nation K and Nation N. The great noble families also joined the battle against the colossal monsters, but the monsters from the demon realm also lent a hand. Gray Rabbit, holding the gun, fought fiercely, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked at the current battlefield. She boldly declared, "This is the territory of Nation H, home to the Demon Cavalry Legion, and even the noble families and sects are joining the fight. Foreign demon controllers, don't even think about causing chaos here." A demon controller from Nation AM seated in midair, looked down with mocking disdain. Ms. Grey Rabbit, are you sure that the demon controllers from these noble families are your allies? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure dressed in a full assist-style outfit swiftly shifted from attacking monsters to launching a sneak attack. The head of the Y family caused the assailant to spit blood, clutching his chest in pain. The assailant, confused, cried out loudly. The elder of the Tang family, Ms. Grey Rabbit, turned toward the head of the Tang family and shouted, "Tang Zhaoling, what do you mean by this? Does your Tang family want to betray the nation?" Tang Zhaoling quickly waved his hand. I don't even know what's going on here." Tang Zhaoling then turned to his own elder and questioned, "Wait a minute, he isn't actually a true elder of the Tang family, is he?" Grey Rabbit exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" The elder said nothing, only smiling wickedly, continuing to rush towards someone with the intent to attack. But suddenly Ning appeared in front of him with the eye of judgment. "My analytical talent tells me that you are Major General Taylor of Nation M." Upon hearing this, the man responded irritably, "As expected from Lin Yu's monster contract, you can see through my identity. I, Taylor, have never fought a battle without being fully prepared. The true elder of the Tang family, I killed him long ago. Every action of yours in Nation H has been within my control." As he spoke, he drew out a crossbow radiating with yin energy. "Now the scales of victory have completely tipped in my favor. It's best if you all surrender obediently." And Ning confidently replied, "You're nothing but a deserter. Even if you managed a sneak attack once, you are still a defeated general in our hands." Hearing this, he laughed triumphantly. "Haha, that was merely a clone with no combat capabilities. My true self is a level 9 demon controller." Before he could finish speaking, the man from Nation AM, who had been floating high above in his luxurious suit, was struck by Zhu Xiang using his black frying pan. A powerful slap to the face knocked him unconscious, sending him crashing straight into the old man, before hitting the ground hard. His head was spinning, causing the old man to start feeling anxious. Not only that, Zhu Xiang continuously slammed his black frying pan, knocking the two old, haggard ghost summoners further away toward the old man. At this point, Zhu Xiang was relaxed and said, "Actually, I haven't even used my full strength in this battle." The battle dragged on until late afternoon, and by the time evening arrived, the sky was already dark, with stars gleaming brightly. It was then that Zhu Xiang jumped down, landing right next to the doppelganger. With a burst of force, the doppelganger immediately jumped backward, shouting, "You're the monster contracted with Lin Yu, but just a few days ago, you were only a demon general. How could you have leveled up so quickly?" Zhu Xiang confidently replied, "In your nation, AM, you can use potions to cultivate high-level monster controllers. With the resources that my lord possesses, how could that not be possible? We knew you'd come to cause trouble. How could my lord not be prepared?" Then, Ning, holding the Nightmare Eye, walked up with Ao Meng, who was carrying the Soul Fate Pen. They cheerfully approached from behind him and said, "We're ready too." Grey Rabbit, upon seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim in delight. So the great emperor has been hiding such a trump card. With an intermediate demon marshal standing guard, eliminating a level 9 demon controller is indeed an easy task. Humph, daring to come to our headquarters seeking death, you must have already prepared yourself for it, right? Zhu Xiang did not waste much time explaining and immediately swung his black cauldron at the clone, saying with satisfaction. The clone quickly formed a circular seal to create a shield to resist Zhu Xiang's attack. One would think that the seal would be incredibly strong, but as soon as Zhu Xiang's black cauldron struck, it shattered instantly. The clone had no choice but to use his hands to block the cauldron. Seeing that his single strike had broken the barrier, Zhu Xiang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Humph, this isn't the kind of strength a level 9 demon controller should have." Noticing Zhu Xiang's momentary lapse in attention, the clone quickly leaped into the air. Zhu Xiang then confirmed, "No, this person is probably just a split body." Upon hearing this, Grey Rabbit was equally stunned. What? The clone's figure was floating in midair, and at this moment, he was smiling even more wickedly. He used yin energy to circle around him, which suddenly and violently increased. "Haha, I told you. I never fight a battle without preparation. It's a pity that even though I've had to sacrifice so many good soldiers, all it did was buy a little more time." Mayor Sai Qin immediately realized the clone's intentions and shouted loudly, "This is bad. he's going to self-destruct. Without hesitation, Ao Meng used the soul painting brush to summon weapon spirit Shan Yu. Shan Yu, seal him right now. Immediately, weapon spirit Shan Yu charged out from the soul painting brush and cast a sealing technique aimed directly at the clone. In an instant, the clone was bound by Shan Yu's seal. He felt frustrated as his spiritual power no longer obeyed his commands. He was furious and incredulous. This is the weapon spirit, the monster of Lin Yu. Does everyone possess supreme yin energy? Then, Ao Meng and Shan Yu together used their spiritual power to slam the clone down to the ground with a loud thud. Get down here. Having taken a painful blow and his entire body bound by the seal, the clone still managed to speak, daring to use supreme yin energy to seal my spiritual power, severing the connection between me and my true self. You really have many trump cards, but what use are they? The outcome is already decided, and all the sacrifices on my side are worth it. At this moment, it was Ning's turn to act. She slowly walked up to him and softly said, "No, as long as we gain 1 minute, the Lord still has a chance to turn the tide." At this moment, the clone's entire being was subjected to Ning's nightmare eye, which began to trace back his memories. Despite the discomfort of having his memories drawn out, the clone still sneered proudly and laughed out loud. "Ha, it's too late for you now." When Ning realized their plan, she was alarmed. Mayor Sai Kin, noticing the strange expression on Ning's face, hurried over to her. "What's wrong? What does he intend to do?" And Ning reflexively turned her head and responded, "His real plan is to destroy the portal between the two realms." These words caused everyone to fall into stunned silence. Meanwhile, near the portal between the two realms, the real Taylor was eagerly flying toward the portal, excited because his plan was about to succeed. "It's almost here. It's almost here. Just a little bit more. We can make up for our mistakes. Let's return to Nation M." Suddenly, a poker card flew from behind him, catching him off guard, and he quickly dodged. He angrily shouted, "Who's that?" The poker card made a round in the air. Taylor leaned aside to avoid it, and it flew back into Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu and Xiao Nian had also appeared behind Taylor. He cheerfully greeted, "Taylor, we meet again." Seeing the person he least wanted to encounter, Taylor was a little flustered. "Lin Yu, that guy? How did he get here? What exactly is wrong with this place?" After the enthusiastic greeting, Lin Yu took out his superior long spear, grinning with delight. "Are you communicating with your clone?" "Unfortunately, it's already been destroyed by the monster under my contract." At this moment, Taylor refused to back down, taking out a large jar containing a lot of red liquid, responding, "Hemph, but you can't stop me now. Don't you in Nation H have a saying, spilled water hard to gather? I believe you understand its meaning now, don't you?" With that, he crushed the jar, then used his spiritual power to create a vortex of red liquid above his head. A small amount of liquid immediately shot towards Xiao Nian of Lin Yu. Lin Yu actively allowed the liquid to touch the tips of his fingers to feel it, and it was unlike the polluted blood from before. Meanwhile, his hand was in ecstasy, shouting loudly under the rain of the red liquid falling down onto Hulin Lake. From now on, anything passing through the portal between the two worlds would be polluted, turning into a monster that only knows how to kill. "So, what do you think?" Lin Yu asked. "Do you like this gift, Nation H?" Lin Yu confidently replied with a smile, "Spilled water hard to gather. But you don't know, our Nation H also has another saying, rampaging force. Xiao Nian, take action." Yes, Xiao Nian immediately harnessed his spiritual power and summoned his contracted demon. A pink mist began to spread everywhere. Then, suddenly, a giant hand appeared. This hand created a swirling pink cloud, affecting the rain of red liquid and condensing it into the enormous hand. After that, a huge monster figure emerged, and a great deal of the red liquid was collected into those hands, growing increasingly in volume. Taylor was surprised upon hearing this. Demon smoke mist is not bad. Lin Yu looked towards Xiao Nian, praising her. On this blood lake, demon smoke mist can temporarily harness the great yin energy to reach the strength of a demon general. With such power, you should be confident enough to manage the trade between the two realms, right? Xiao Nian's face reddened again as she responded, "Yes, I won't let you down, Mr. Lin." Meanwhile, Taylor was uncomfortable and still not willing to back down. "You're wrong. A fifth-stage demon controller in the International Demon Summoning Conference is nothing more than a shadow trailing Lin Yu. I didn't even investigate what kind of monster she has. Lin Yu sneered with a mocking smile. Admit it. Even though you always claimed to be cautious, deep down you still look down on the H-Nation demon summoners. In the end, it was your own arrogance that defeated you. Taylor continued to pull out another dozen or so bottles of the red liquid from before, shouting, "No, I absolutely cannot fail. If I do, Alexandro and the commander will deal with me." Then there was a loud explosion, causing all the bottles to shatter, and the liquid splashed in every direction. A vast area was affected. At this moment, Xiao Meiyan's contract demon seemed unable to withstand continuing to use spiritual power to condense the red liquid any longer. She immediately reminded him, "Brother Lin, if this continues, the demon smoke mist might not be able to hold up." Lin Yu did not hesitate and immediately performed. Reincarnation Demon World, open. Immediately afterward, his power surged directly to the level of Demon King. Xiao Meiyan's contract demon also continuously leveled up to the Demon King tier. At this point, the Dream Demon's body expanded massively, enveloping the area from all angles. The condensation of the red liquid could now surround a vast region, enough to collect all of it. At this moment, the process of condensation became much easier. Taylor, witnessing the rapid increase in power, gaped in astonishment. What kind of power is this? Can monsters in this domain really be enhanced to this extent? But while he was still standing there in shock, Lin Yu quickly moved, using his long spear to slash across Taylor's head in a swift motion. Strangely, when the man named Taylor was injured, a long gash appeared across his neck, and he covered the wound with his hand, still glaring angrily at Lin Yu. He spoke with a breathless tone, "Lin Yu." But unexpectedly, the blood from his wound was unusual. From the cut, thin blood tendrils began wriggling, as though they were trying to escape from his body. Lin Yu was equally shocked by this sight. He reached out and grabbed a few of the wriggling tendrils that were moving toward him. "Is this your monster contract? No wonder you're able to control so many avatars. Your life force is indeed incredibly tenacious. But that's fine. I'll keep your head for now. Who knows, I might extract some interesting information." Then, he slowly released his grip, and Taylor lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, a massive energy vortex appeared behind Lin Yu, startling him. "What is that? With this amount of energy, has a Demon King level expert set their sights on me?" The vortex grew larger and larger, with yellow lightning bolts striking inside. Within the vortex was a domain barrier, and the figure that emerged was Director Tian Shu, radiating an overwhelming aura as he stared intently at the figure ahead. To his surprise, the person in front was a general from the AM Nation, Alexander. Director Tian Shu spoke with great arrogance. "Enough, Alexander, you still don't understand that even in the principle of gambling, you must accept defeat." He turned around in frustration and left, muttering, "Hemph. For now, let's consider this round as a move by Nation H that's one level higher." It seemed that Lin Yu overheard the entire conversation and mumbled to himself. No wonder Mr. Tian Shu took the opportunity to stir things up. It turns out there is a fourth battlefield in this war. The dawn began to rise again over the camp of Nation H. It was indeed a peaceful sight, marking the beginning of a new start. At this moment, Director Tian Shu also appeared in front of Lin Yu and Xiao Meiyan. Both of them greeted him. "Mr. Tian Shu." Xiao Meiyan bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Mr. Tian Shu." He returned the greeting and even complimented him, carrying within you the special Demon World, able to kill a level 9 demon controller in the blink of an eye. You bear a special mission and have opened a new path. I believe that after today, Nation AM will no longer dare to provoke Nation H so easily. Although the generation of demon controllers has been interrupted, the younger generation no longer inherits it. Lin Yu, hearing this, seemed a bit worried and repeated, "No one to inherit it." Director Tian Shu did not offer any further explanation and shifted his attention to Taylor, saying, "Let our government handle the interrogation of this person." Lin Yu immediately agreed, turning to Xiao Meiyan to instruct him to bring Monster Contract and the red liquid sphere that Taylor had brought along, saying, "All right, and also, Mr. Tian Shu, there's this. This is your group's trophy." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was slightly surprised, but he kept it hidden and thought to himself, It seems that the level of monster control technology in Nation AM is still beyond the government's expectations. Before he could say anything, Xiaonan glanced at him, waved his hand, and didn't want to accept it. Brother Lin, this is beyond what I can handle. Brother Lin, you keep it. I won't be polite about it. Later, I'll make up for it with resources that I can actually use. With everything settled, the director turned and walked ahead, urging the two of them to follow. Let's go. The ceremony is about to begin. They left for the military camp. At this moment, the camp had resolved all the issues that had arisen, and everyone had entered the hall where the ceremony would take place. Many guests had already seated themselves in their designated spots. At this moment, on the podium, MC Bayi was reading out the unified principles for the collaboration agreement signed by both parties. Below, the noble families were joyful and excited. Above them was the handshake of cooperation between humans and the demon realm, based on the principles of equality, mutual benefit, and win-win cooperation. Nation H, together with the three cities of Suhu, Mingyu, and Yishan, officially establishes diplomatic relations. The Joint Special Economic Zone, jointly governed by both realms, is now officially established. This marks a significant historical milestone in the development of both realms. Although the citizens of Nation H were not able to witness the signing of the cooperation agreement between the two realms in person, they were able to watch it live through the Demon Forum. Everyone rejoiced at this collaboration, the first of its kind between humanity and the demon world. Some people remarked, "Oh my gosh, this is incredible. Nation H has managed to create such a big event all in one go." Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, many countries, upon learning of the successful signing, held emergency, high-level meetings. However, the atmosphere was tense, especially for the countries currently in partnership with Nation AM. They all had one question at this moment. What should we do now? Should we continue our relations with the US or shift our cooperation to Nation H? Meanwhile, Alexander was bowing down to report to his superior, a mysterious figure whose face the author had yet to reveal. The superior immediately commanded, "We must find a way to restrain Nation H and even the great Emperor Fengdu Linyu. If he is allowed to grow unchecked, he will surely become a great calamity." The scene then shifted to Lilith's palace. Inside a laboratory, the bald man was warning her. "Lilith, I know he's using blood essence and demonic contracts to control you, but this is only to lure him out. You can't even manage that." Lilith, in the middle of manipulating something in the lab, turned back with a bewitching gaze and replied, "Who knows what will happen once I meet him? I don't want to take that risk. I think none of you want to either, am I right?" Hearing this, the bald man fumed and snapped. "Are you threatening us?" She continued her work, answering indifferently, "I am not." Seeing her attitude, the bald man was furious yet helpless, secretly thinking, "Hemph, just wait until the dirty blood plan is fully realized, when the entire vampire system is replaced with you at its core. By then, a demon king out of control will be nothing more than worthless trash." Immersed in her own anger, Lilith deliberately caused a flask of crimson solution to explode all over the bald old man, making him cry out in shock. "Lilith, what are you doing? Are you planning to commit treason?" But she only gave a faint, indifferent smile, her intention carefully concealed. "I did nothing of the sort. The device simply couldn't withstand the impact of spiritual power, so it malfunctioned." Then she turned to look at the bald old man, who was now drenched head to toe in red solution, and remarked with disdain, "Oh dear, honestly, the equipment here is pathetic. It's not even on par with the lab of an ordinary school, and yet you expect me to produce results quickly." With that, she walked away, leaving the old man seething with rage. He shouted furiously, "Are you kidding me? These are all high-level national assets. How could any school possibly afford them? Believe it or not, that's up to you." At the same time, in a military camp, Director Tian Shu was in conversation with Lin Yu. "We've already interrogated Taylor and the Tang family's people. The two who kidnapped Li Nian and his son have been confirmed as members of the Tang family. The government has issued the highest-level warrant against them. However, the Tang family firmly denied any knowledge of Taylor's existence as well as the kidnapping incident. The Tang family is one of the 8 major families that control demons in Nation H. For the sake of maintaining overall stability, even the 9th Investigation Center cannot pressure them. Therefore, I'm sorry, but at this time, I cannot hold them accountable on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quietly thought to himself, I had already anticipated this conclusion. However, he didn't voice his thoughts, and instead responded, It's fine. I will investigate on my own, using the methods of a demon controller. The ransom of 10 billion ghost coins isn't easy to come by. Of course, I won't let you suffer, and besides, in this event between the two realms, you are undoubtedly the one who has contributed the most. Suddenly, Director Tian Shu stood up and walked over to him. He extended his hand, intending to shake hands. Lin Yu, I truly admire you. Have you ever thought about joining the 9th Investigation Center? I can arrange for you to hold the position of Deputy Director and give you full authority over the economic affairs between the two realms. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was struck with astonishment, as if struck by lightning. He was stunned when he heard Director Tian Shu mention the title of Deputy Director Zai. He thought to himself, I've heard that the Deputy Director position at the 9th Investigation Center is limited to only 2 people, one of whom is rumored to be a peak-level 9th-tier powerhouse from a prestigious family. The other position has remained vacant until now, despite Bai Yi, Hai Yu, and Gray Rabbit making countless contributions, founding the forum together, and leading the entire demon controller community online in Nation H. They still haven't qualified for the Deputy Director position. Now Tian Shu is willing to let me directly step into this role. Lin Yu lightly rubbed his hand, hesitating slightly. Isn't this a bit problematic? Director Tian Shu, still full of enthusiasm, responded, Are you worried about not being accepted by the public? There's no need to worry about that. You are already the most recognized demon controller at the Grandmaster level in Nation H, with unparalleled influence in the demon controller community. Furthermore, the achievements you've presented this time, both military and political, are genuine. Even the prestigious families in the demon controller circles will have to acknowledge them. As for me, as the director of the 9th Investigation Center, I will fully support you. Lin Yu understood his point and stood up, saying, And I assume you want me to keep the prestigious demon controller families in check, right? Sorry, but I'm not ready to get caught up in those power struggles just yet. Tian Shu replied, Your current strength still has room to grow. It's true that there's no need to rush into that matter. But one day, you'll understand that if you want to live life on your own terms, in this world, power is something you can't do without. Lin Yu turned and walked away, while Tian Shu sat back down in his chair. He spoke a few more words before Lin Yu left. Don't refuse me now. Think it over carefully, and when you reach the level of an 8th-tier demon controller, give me your answer. Lin Yu decisively turned and left. As he walked, he silently pondered the background of this bureau chief. I wonder where Tian Shu comes from. To reach a power level of 10 or above, it surely can't just be from training in that horror game. But whatever, thinking about such things doesn't matter much. Right now, strengthening my own power is the most important thing. He summoned the system again and looked at the task notification on the screen. Task No. 13. Reward of 10 billion. Task Content. Spend 10 billion ghost coins of your own to subsidize, and encourage others to spend 10 billion ghost coins as well. Progress of task completion. 0 out of 10 billion. Task Reward. 10 intermediate artifact copy cards. 5 advanced artifact copy cards. Looking at the screen in front of him, he thought, it's time to push this system task forward. A while later, the scene shifted to the Daemont Special Economic Zone. This area had started to form trade zones between the two realms. Numerous shops were set up, initially looking quite rudimentary, almost like a fair, but already many people were trading back and forth. At this moment, Lin Yu, Xiao Nian, and her father were strolling around, exploring the area. Right after the villagers of Daemont Sumu had completed their relocation, demon controllers and monsters immediately set up stalls, eager to make a quick profit. After a while, they reached a tall building under rapid construction. Xiao Nian pointed towards it and introduced it to her father. I heard from Gray Rabbit that both large and small enterprises, invested in by the demon families, are being planned and constructed one after another. This area will soon have a large population, and its prosperity might even surpass that of ordinary metropolitan cities. Continuing their walk, Xiao Nian and her father passed by an old demon selling fish. Suddenly, a fish leaped up and dove back into the water, causing the fish-selling demon to lose his temper. He stood up, irritated by his large physique, which made Xiao Nian's father anxious, and he quickly stepped back. Seeing this, Lin Yu went over to support him. Don't be afraid. It seemed that this demon also recognized him, and he became slightly worried, exclaiming, "Great Emperor Fengdu." Lin Yu cheerfully replied, "Mom, this demon fish of yours looks tasty. My elder here has his eye on it, so name your price." The demon was somewhat taken aback, thinking to himself, "Humph, this is a lesser demon of the ghost rank. I originally planned to sell it to a low-ranking ghost master, to be bound as a demon beast. Is the great emperor really planning to eat it?" After thinking for a moment, the old demon said, 3,000 ghost coins, how about it? This demon fish was caught from the Ru Shui River, and transporting it here was no small effort. Lin Yu countered, 5,000 ghost coins. No need to return any. With that, he handed over 5 1,000 ghost coin bills to the old demon, receiving the fish in return. The demon gratefully thanked him. Great Emperor Fengdu truly has a majestic presence. Today, I finally understand the meaning of seeing is believing. Afterward, the demon hung up the fish and led Lin Yu away. Seeing the good deal, the demon waved his hand, delighted. I hope there will be more opportunities to cooperate with you in the future. Xiao Nian's father and Xiao Nian walked right behind Lin Yu. As soon as they had walked far enough to be out of the demon's sight, Xiao Nian's father finally dared to let out a sigh. Phew, that was really scary just now. Meanwhile, Xiao Nian cheerfully said, currently all the monsters entering our world have undergone several layers of screening, and most of them are quite peaceful. Being just an ordinary person, he was still very frightened and responded, but for ordinary people like us, the existence of monsters is still too terrifying. I never imagined the world would end up like this. After walking for a while, Lin Yu added, the horror is descending. With abilities that surpass the law, it will undoubtedly begin to disrupt the social order as we know it. And this is just the beginning. Hearing that, Xiao Nian's father recalled the recent experience of being captured and stripped, and he said anxiously, I can't forget what happened that day. The common people were no match for the demon controllers who treated them like trash. Even though he had once been a wealthy man in a large city, in this era he was completely powerless to protect himself. Lin Yu turned back and said, Uncle Lai, there's no need to be too pessimistic. At least, whether it's a demon controller or a monster, they will still bow to ghost coins. Hearing this made his face light up with renewed hope. Lin Yu raised the demon tier ghost fish and continued, in Nation V, ghost coins can be directly exchanged for power and resources. For example, this demon tier ghost fish contains enough yin energy for you to step into the threshold of a demon controller, granting you some ability to protect yourself. On the other hand, the web of relationships and interests it brings also serves as the foundation to stand firm in the coming age of chaos. Walking a bit further, as they left the newly established market and neared Hulin Lake, Lin Yu cheerfully said, Here we are. This area is the land officially licensed by the government for my business operations. Xiao Nian's father looked around in surprise. This seems even larger than those big factory zones we just passed by. Lin Yu replied confidently, Of course. And even so, it's still not enough. In the human world, I have the government backing me. In the ghost realm, I have ghost coins, paving the way. How could my commercial map ever be confined to this small plot of land? Lin Yu then took out stacks of ghost coins, piling them up before Xiao Nian and her father. He said, Here are 15 billion ghost coins, of which 5 billion will be used to build and operate the commercial center. He continued, 10 billion will be used for consumer subsidies. The next matter, please take care of it for me. Xiao Nian, originally a young lady from a wealthy family, still felt a bit worried when faced with such a large sum of ghost coins. She spoke up, Are you really planning to hand everything over to us? Lin Yu smiled happily, Haha, every profession has its own expertise. I believe you and Uncle Lai are more suited for this job than I am. Then, Lin Yu turned to look at Hulin Lake. As for me, I need to return to the demon world and check things out. The next day, at Hulin Lake, in front of the warship that traveled between the demon world and Huaxia, through the interdimensional gateway. At this moment, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian, along with Mayor Sai Qin, were heading back to the demon world. At this point, Grey Rabbit and 2 subordinates came to see them off. Grey Rabbit sighed, I didn't expect the great emperor would be leaving with us. This special zone was proposed and built by you, and from now on, I'll be the only one left to defend it. It feels like losing my support. Lin Yu smiled and replied, "You also know that the Aeon nation harbors ill will towards me. Staying here would only attract endless trouble. The only way to strengthen ourselves is to leave and venture deeper into the demon world. By expanding the market, we can better support the development of the special zone." Then they shook hands and bid each other farewell. Gray Rabbit also smiled and waved at him. This place was still too small for someone like him, a genius summoner. The vast demon world was the real stage for him. After saying their goodbyes, Mayor Sai Kin gestured to invite them aboard the ship. "Great Emperor, let's set off." Then the three of them finally boarded the ship. The ship raised its anchor and began to depart, heading toward the gateway between the two realms. After a while of sailing, a calm and peaceful scene unfolded. While Xiao Nian eagerly went to the bow of the ship to explore, Lin Yu chose to sit comfortably in a chair, sipping tea and enjoying some pastries. He quietly thought to himself, "I've already swapped for the exemption card for side quests, so I won't be bound by any tasks for the next 10 or so days. With my current mid-tier combat strength within the ranks of the Demon Marshal, I can almost roam freely in the inner territories. This journey into the demon world will first deal with the matters of the Three-City Alliance, strengthen the foundation for trade between the two realms, and then I'll meet up with Ding Liang and Old Wong, connecting some of the properties. And by the way, we can also take the opportunity to observe the external scenery along the way of Demon World." Suddenly, a large tremor shook the ship, causing everyone to become anxious. Lin Yu was also startled. A trace of worry appeared on his face. He immediately stood up and walked out to the ship's deck. In front of him, in the middle of the lake, was a strange space, creating a gap in the lake's water that was swirling into a large vortex. The water around this spot was rushing fiercely, yet the ship remained steady and continued heading towards the vortex. This was the gateway between the two worlds. Everyone on board quickly began preparing for the interworld passage. Lin Yu looked at the gateway, silently thinking, "Is this really the passage between the two worlds?" The mayor then gave the order, "We are approaching the center of the vortex. Prepare to submerge. Everyone, immediately return to your positions." Seeing the serious attitude of Mayor Sai Kin, Lin Yu spoke up. "The whirlpool in the middle of the lake doesn't seem to have any yin energy. Why is everyone so tense?" Mayor Sai Kin let out a slight sigh and replied, "Great Emperor, you may not know, but the danger beneath the water doesn't come from yin energy, but from the power of time and space. The human realm and demon world are not only separated by space." Mayor Sai Kin continued, "Moreover, it's not even on the same timeline. Therefore, when passing through the gateway between the two realms, it's easy to encounter the chaotic flow of spacetime. Based on the experience from several previous reconnaissance missions, one must at least reach the demon general level to safely pass through and avoid the chaotic flow of spacetime. For the weak, even a small tear in the spacetime fabric is enough to claim their life." Lin Yu then spoke up and asked, "But the main target of trade between the two realms is mostly the people below the demon general level. If the gateway between the realms is so dangerous, wouldn't the special zone policy be nothing more than a long-term fantasy?" Mayor Sai Kin, as the leader of the Three-City Alliance, I'm sure you wouldn't easily make a promise of cooperation in such a situation. At this moment, Mayor Sai Kin's hand radiated with spiritual power, and she smiled in response. "Haha, that's exactly one of the reasons I invited the Great Emperor to accompany us this time." Immediately after, several blocks of yin energy appeared in her hand, with a rather peculiar color. They also emitted an abundance of yin energy. Suddenly, the system notification popped up. "Negative attribute material detected, standard supreme grade." Looking at those material blocks, he couldn't help but think, "This aura feels so familiar." Noticing the confusion on Lin Yu's face, Mayor Sai Kin immediately explained, "This was given to me by Mayor Hong. It is the city's treasure, the heavenly child patching heaven hammer of Ishan." Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Yu responded thoughtfully, "From the name, could it be related to Demon King Tian Hai?" Mayor Sai Kin continued, "The vast mountain range of Ishan was where Demon Marshal Tian Hai once trained when he ascended to kingship. When Senior Tian Hai broke through to become Demon King, the laws of heaven and earth struck Ishan, resulting in materials with extremely high hardness and containing special rule-based forces. As long as we use the heaven patching hammer to reinforce the passage between the two realms, it can stabilize the space to a certain degree, reducing the amount of power needed to traverse between the realms. However, relying only on my strength is still limited, so I hope that the Great Emperor and the monster contracts can assist. Understanding the meaning, Lin Yu summoned all his monster contracts. He confidently agreed. All right, Zhu Qiang and Ning, Ao Meng, Ru Nei, all are ready to begin the descent. As they neared the passage, a protective barrier was formed around the ship, safeguarding it. The ship began to slowly descend. The pressure began to gradually increase, and cracks in space-time started to appear around them. After diving for a while and reaching a certain point, Mayor Sai Qin pointed ahead and said, "Great Emperor, this is the chaotic flow of space-time." The deeper they went, the more cracks appeared, growing larger, and the pressure around them became even more intense. At this point, the spatial pressure was squeezing against the protective shield, causing some areas to crack, and in some places, the shield was even punctured. Although this was the second time Mayor Sai Qin had faced the chaotic flow of space-time, he was still extremely worried about its danger, as it had even pierced through the yin energy shield. Lin Yu immediately called for Zhu Xiang. Zhu Xiang suddenly shot up with excitement. Upon arrival, he flew straight out of the barrier and forcefully used his bare hands to grab the chaotic flow of space-time that was attacking the protective shield. With his strength, Zhu Xiang effortlessly seized it and laughed heartily. "Humph. Indeed, the power of space-time is domineering, but you thought you could escape while I destroy you. This thing poses no threat to someone like me, Demon Marshal." Mayor Sai Qin, below the ship, reminded him, "Zhu Xiang, don't be careless. This is just the appetizer." Mayor Sai Qin continued, "Deeper inside, there might exist an even larger-scale chaotic flow of space-time. In theory, there's even a possibility of a temporal storm, something powerful enough to annihilate both the body and soul of a demon king." Hearing this, Zhu Xiang exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Sai Qin went on, "However, we have the heaven-patching hammer, a sacred-grade yin material artifact. The condition of the passage should gradually improve, and the likelihood of encountering a storm is very low." After speaking, Sai Qin grabbed the heaven-patching hammer and flew toward the cracks in the protective barrier, saying, "May the Great Emperor protect me." Lin Yu immediately agreed and leaped up to follow. Once they passed through the protective barrier, Sai Qin hurled the heaven-patching hammer toward the chaotic space-time turbulence. Instantly, the chaotic currents surged forward, attacking the two of them. Lin Yu swiftly drew out his Pokar deck, forming a protective shield in front of them. The demon world opened through his demon card technique. While Lin Yu struggled to withstand the onslaught of the chaotic flow of space-time, Sai Qin channeled his spiritual power into the heaven-patching hammer and shouted loudly, "Stabilize." At once, a wall formed from the yin energy emanating from the heaven-patching hammer, rapidly taking shape at an astonishing speed. The barrier rapidly expanded and grew larger. While waiting for the wall to continue spreading, Sai Qin and Lin Yu turned around and flew back to the ship. Sai Qin explained, "With the heaven-patching hammer as the foundation, the spatial area here can now be stabilized." They continued to advance deeper, working to complete the entire passage between the two realms. Having understood the operating principle of the heaven-patching hammer, Zhu Xiang, Ao Meng, and Ning, Ru Ni, and Lin Yu all began their respective tasks. Each person was in charge of a specific section, and the expanding walls quickly formed, enclosing all sides of the passage. As they delved deeper, the pressure from the chaotic flow of space-time grew increasingly intense, causing everyone to feel a bit uneasy. "The chaotic flow of space-time is indeed getting stronger," Ru Nai exclaimed. Standing beside her, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. While working, he could sense the yin energy radiating from the heaven-patching hammer, along with its incredible hardness. He thought to himself, based on the practical operation just now, the principle behind the heaven-patching hammer's ability to stabilize the passage lies in the rule power within it, which forms a powerful, united demon world to withstand the impact of the chaotic flow of space-time. However, the spatial temporal turbulence hasn't truly been eliminated. If we keep blocking it with brute force like this, will it really hold asterisk? Suddenly, a sense of danger startled him. Ru Nai looked down and exclaimed, "Lord, is that a temporal storm?" Deep below, a massive temporal vortex storm began to appear, gradually sweeping toward their ship. The distance was no longer far. At this moment, Everyone could see the storm twisting rapidly in their direction. In that instant, Sai Qin, Zhu Xiang, and Ning Ao Meng all stopped what they were doing and gathered around Lin Yu. Sai Qin asked anxiously, "Is it really a temporal storm?" Zhu Xiang's face darkened as he grumbled, "Such rotten luck? Tetch, ketch, truly cursed." Lin Yu, however, looked toward the wall that was taking shape and said, "I'm afraid the grade of this heaven-patching hammer is not enough to suppress the entirety of time and space within the passage." Large beads of sweat dripped down Sai Qin's forehead as he spoke. "This is sacred-grade yin-type material, blessed by the Demon King himself." As the pressure from the temporal storm closed to within only a few meters, Lin Yu shouted loudly, "Everyone, fall back immediately." Lin Yu quickly acted, pulling in Ning and Ru Nai back a good distance. As for Sai Qin, Ao Meng, and Zhu Xiang, they only managed to retreat a few meters in time. Fortunately, they were unharmed, as the storm shifted direction and headed straight for the ship. Seeing this, Lin Yu's face darkened as he shouted, "Hemph! Damn it, why is it attacking the ship directly?" When the temporal storm struck, it slammed straight into the ship's protective shield, causing a massive shockwave. The shield vibrated violently, sending tremors through the ship. The monsters overhead anxiously looked up at the shield, their faces turning pale as they gasped in alarm. One of them, sporting a beard, asked, "What's going on?" The demon beside him quickly responded, "It's the chaotic flow of spacetime. How can there be such intense pressure from the laws?" Lin Yu and the others swiftly leaped back toward the ship. Meanwhile, the gloomy atmosphere aboard the ship grew more oppressive. A demon wearing armor, whose tears flowed freely, sighed in despair, "Hemph! I've been a demon merchant all my life, always keeping my word. I only came on this trip as a side job, so why is this happening to me?" The demon beside him, seeing this, immediately tried to reassure his spirit, "Don't be discouraged. After all, you're a demon general-level powerhouse. Hurry up and go help Mayor Sai Qin and the Great Emperor with the defense." At this moment, Lin Yu and several other demon generals aboard the ship gathered in the cockpit. Lin Yu shouted loudly, "Everyone, channel your spiritual power into the helm." Upon Lin Yu's command, the vast and powerful spiritual power of the demon generals converged and poured their full strength into the ship's helm. At that moment, additional layers of protective shields appeared, stacking on top of one another, making the shield thicker and more solid. Meanwhile, outside the ship, the temporal storm continued to batter against the protective shields. The pressure from the storm's rules caused even the weak space-time energies to surge, clashing together, forming larger space-time lightning bolts that struck the shield relentlessly. At this point, the temporal storm absorbed a significant amount of space-time energy around it, causing it to manifest into the form of a dragon, its powerful space-time pressure radiating from it. It emitted an overwhelming, terrifying aura. Lin Yu sensed that something was wrong and turned back to shout at all the demons, "We can't keep holding out like this. After being disturbed by the spiritual power, the space-time force will only grow stronger. If this continues, the passage between the two worlds might collapse." All the monsters were shocked upon hearing this. "What did you say?" At this moment, Sai Qin's face was full of worry, but she sighed and said to Lin Yu, "Great Emperor, we should give up. Great Emperor, with the Green Mountains, why fear no firewood to burn? As long as the passage between the two realms is still open, the special zone in the trading district can still continue. In the future, we can just have demon general-level powerhouses transport goods, and at most, the prices of goods will rise a little." Lin Yu was left speechless upon hearing Sai Qin's suggestion of giving up. He fell into deep thought. If the prices of trade between the two realms rise and the profits decrease, on the contrary, I'll have more opportunities to spend money on completing missions. But the purpose of setting up this special zone was to foster a sense of community between humans and monsters, to reduce the binary opposition between the two realms, which could lead to a great war in the future. That is the most important thing. If monsters can't participate normally, its significance will be greatly diminished. After a few minutes of contemplation, he made his decision. At that moment, a domain of the reincarnation demon world, execution form, appeared around him. Standing within it, his face exuded confidence as he spoke to all the monsters. "Moreover, we must make those controlling low-level demons and poor, Suffering monsters pay the price for this hardship. It really doesn't suit my style. He shouted loudly, "Reincarnation Demon World, execution form." The domain immediately expanded from him, quickly enveloping the entire ship. All the monsters within Lin Yu's domain rapidly experienced the surge in power. The monsters, feeling their strength increase exponentially, cheered joyfully. What kind of ability is this that my strength increased by threefold so suddenly? Truly the trump card of the great emperor. It cannot be underestimated. While the atmosphere on the ship seemed to be rejuvenated, Lin Yu gazed directly at the giant dragon outside the ship, flying and circling, while silently calculating. But this boost in power is still like ants shaking a tree in comparison to the temporal storm. What should I do? Should I continue reinforcing the heaven-patching hammer, or lead the chaotic forces of time and space in the corridor out? Just as the crew on the ship was uncertain of what to do, the giant dragon showed no mercy, continuously slamming against the ever-strengthening energy barrier. Suddenly, one section of the barrier was breached, forming a large hole from the force of the time-space impact. At the same moment, a time-space force struck another spot on the wall, made by the heaven-patching hammer, creating a massive crater. The passageway was also continuously affected, cracked wide open, with the risk of collapsing. The situation was so dire that Sai Qin became even more worried and exclaimed, "The passageway, has it really collapsed?" Meanwhile, Lin Yu had been observing the situation all along and spoke up, "On the contrary, our opportunity has arrived." He turned to Sai Qin, extended his hand and said, "Mayor Sai Qin, please hand me the heaven-patching hammer." Sai Qin, confused and unsure of Lin Yu's intentions, still took it out and handed it to him, asking, "Great Emperor, what are you planning to do?" Lin Yu took the heaven-patching hammer stone pouch and also drew out his own legendary spear, smiling confidently as he answered Sai Qin's question, "I'm going to lead the temporal storm somewhere else." He then began giving orders to his summoned spirits. "Ao Meng, Ru Ni, both of you go with Mayor Sai Qin and help manage the affairs of the three cities. Once I stabilize the passage between the realms, I'll come find you. Zhu Qiang and Ning, you two, channel all your spiritual power to me." His monster contracts all responded in unison. "Understood, Lord, we will follow your command." Lin Yu then leaped out of the shield, aiming his spear directly ahead. He threw it forward, striking at the massive hole that had been torn open by the force of the space-time rift. He acted with firm determination. "If fluctuations of spiritual power can attract you, then come to me." At that moment, Lin Yu's entire body erupted with powerful spiritual energy. The giant dragon immediately sensed it, coiling its body and soaring after him, chasing toward the spear overflowing with spiritual power. As it moved, it unleashed a torrent of temporal force straight in that direction. Although Lin Yu had shifted away from the dragon's direct attack, he was still taken aback by the immense pressure. The force shattered the ancient passageway, creating a massive new crater. Gazing at the hole before him, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh in surprise. He hadn't expected to open up another branch of the ancient tunnel. Though he hadn't taken the full blow, he was still affected considerably. Covered in dust and looking disheveled, Lin Yu let out a long breath. Below, Sai Qin had been watching him intently the whole time. When she saw that he was unharmed, she finally felt relieved. Standing nearby, Great Emperor Ao Meng reminded her, "Mayor Sai Qin, don't hesitate any longer. You'll only waste the opportunity our Lord has given us." Even so, Sai Qin still hesitated slightly. Seeing that, Nu Ni stepped forward and took Sai Qin's hand. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she said softly, "Who could care more about our Lord's safety than we do? But even so, we will also firmly execute Lord's orders. Please trust his judgment as we do. He will not toy with his own life." Hearing these words, Sai Qin did not hesitate any longer. She went to the helm and immediately changed course, accepting. "All right, I trust him. Full speed ahead." The ship changed direction, diving straight down into the tunnel and speeding off. Lin Yu, seeing the ship getting further and further away, finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, they've been sent off. Now I have no more distractions. He could sense that the power of the rules granted by the horror game, and the system was still in effect within this chaotic tunnel. At this moment, the system displayed information about the Demon World travel card, which could be used to teleport the user to a designated location in the Demon World after 7 days, and would automatically return. He then looked toward the giant dragon, smiling. I can travel to the demon world. I can retreat at any time. But for the two worlds portal to operate normally in the future, I must completely eliminate the threat from the temporal forces within it. Without hesitation, Lin Yu leaped into the hole the giant dragon had just made. He shouted loudly towards it, while spiritual power surged out again. Follow me. As he moved, he immediately used several heaven-patching hammer stones to create some walls. After using up all the stones Sai-kin had given him, the reinforcement had reached its limit. While the giant dragon continued to curve its body and flew deeper after him, he took out a bone fragment from the Demon King that he had happened to acquire. Holding the bone in his hand, he muttered, if the heaven-patching hammer Tian Hai alone can't hold this new passage, then let's use the Demon King Tian Hai's bone as a pillar for the new passage. He then threw the bone fragment forward. The powerful spiritual power from the bone created an explosion, causing the new passage to deepen continuously, with rocks and debris being shattered into large and small pieces flying everywhere. The giant dragon, sensing the powerful spiritual power, accelerated and quickly soared upward. Lin Yu had no time to dodge and was directly shoved aside by it, his body slamming into a wall that was being formed beside him. He coughed up a little syrup, but still mumbled, this should be enough. As the giant dragon flew further away from him, only then could he feel more at ease when stepping down. As long as the chaotic flow of spacetime appears, everything will be drawn entirely into this branch passage. As long as one possesses the strength of a fierce demon level, one can safely move within the interworld passage. It's time to leave. He wiped the blood from his lips, satisfied. Summing the system, he said, travel card, take me to Xu. Yet unexpectedly, before the system could even appear, at that very moment, a line of text surfaced above his head. Welcome to the horror game. This time, it was a dungeon. Seeing the words above his head, he exclaimed in surprise. A dungeon? Why does it appear at this moment? A few days later, the group aboard Mayor Sai-kin's ship had safely returned to the demon world. Inside a luxurious modern building, within a conference room, there were 5 people present. 3 mayors from 3 cities, along with Ao Meng and Ru Nai. Mayor Sai-kin, seated in the presiding chair, spoke up. We will now begin the weekly situation report meeting. I'll start first. Over the past half-month, commercial activities between our 3 cities and the special zone have been thriving. The economic indicators look very promising. But regarding Fengdu Commercial Center having issued 50 billion ghost coins in subsidies, we've achieved nearly 100 billion in transaction volume, and our GDP has increased by 30%. Ao Meng then spoke up. To support businesses in expanding production, the Education Alliance has also implemented the planned internship introductions for graduating students. Companies have highly praised the quality of the students, while the students themselves have given positive feedback on the company's benefits and treatment. Mayor of Mingyu City spoke. I have some bad news to share with everyone. Ever since the news spread that we've established contact and trade with the human world, Demon King Quan Lang has been closely watching the route connecting the 2 realms. Just a few days ago, the genius female commander under Demon King Quan Lang broke through to the mid-level demon martial realm. It's said that they have begun preparations and intend to launch a war along the Ruishu River. The 2 cities of Suhu and Mingyu, being close to Ruishu River, will undoubtedly be the first to take the hit. Mayor Sai-kin, his hair slightly drooping, said, I understand. During this period, we must strictly strengthen our defenses. Mayor Tsuhu also spoke. As for our city, something strange has happened. 3 days ago, the peak of Mount Yishan was suddenly struck by lightning. It's suspected that a holy-grade Yid treasure has emerged. It attracted many powerful figures to explore, and it was said that among them was a newly crowned demon king. But all of them failed and returned, unable to get close. In the end, no one knew what that place really was. Was that all the information? Unfortunately, there's been no news about the great emperor for several days now. Runai spoke up. Actually, through the demon control space and the connection of the contract, we can still sense. It seems that the Lord was teleported to a very distant place. A few days ago, back at Lin Yu's location, he had been teleported into a dungeon. Red system messages flashed up on the screen. Welcome to the horror game. This dungeon, BB Park. Mission objective in the park. Survived for 5 days and passed the workload test. Current number of survivors: 1. At this moment, Lin Yu was sitting in an office, filled with monsters. His current condition was still miserable, with a heart full of emotions. This time, it was my carelessness. I didn't expect the storm in the passage between the two worlds to cause the flow of time to change. Perhaps when I entered the demon world, the 15-day exemption card had expired, which is why I was dragged into the dungeon. The system screen once again displayed a message in front of Lin Yu. The strongest godlike system has been activated. Due to a delay in the refresh time, the daily rewards have been redistributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving 17 million ghost coins. Current balance: 9,755 billion ghost coins. The screen then switched to a task notification. Task No. 13. 10 billion subsidy. Task details: invest 10 billion ghost coins as a subsidy to stimulate others to spend 10 billion ghost coins as well. Task progress: 8,235,405,487 billion. Task reward: 10 intermediate artifact copy cards, 5 advanced artifact copy cards. Seeing that the task was almost completed made him smile slightly. Luckily, I made arrangements earlier. Even as just the host sitting idle, the system can push the task progress forward on its own. It should be completed in about 3 or 4 more days. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. An old demon dressed like a manager walked ahead, followed by 2 large, stern bodyguard demons. The manager spoke loudly, notifying the demon staff. It seemed that Lin Yu had arrived at this instance, dungeon in the role of an employee being exploited by the capital. He spoke loudly. It's time. Hand over the refurbished ghost coins for today. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, felt somewhat confused, a question mark hovering in his mind. He watched as the demons took turns approaching and handing over stacks of ghost coins to the manager, prompting him to think. The monsters here are all general-level ghosts. Even the Demon King's faction doesn't have such high standards. What exactly is this BB part doing? The manager took the ghost coins from one demon and began inspecting each note carefully. When he came across one that was problematic, he angrily shouted, "Ha! The pass rate is only 50%. The demon, hearing this, nervously explained, "How can that be? I clearly followed the correct procedure." Growing more fearful, the demon quickly knelt and grabbed the manager's hand, pleading, "Manager Tao, please give me another chance. I will definitely meet the standard next time. I won't exceed the quota and will make up for today's loss." Manager Tao pulled his hand away from the demon's grasp, frowning as he replied, "Why should I trust you? Even if the value of these ghost coins is deducted, it still cannot be wasted. The only way to make up for this loss is to use trash like you to fill the gap." "Where are they?" Hearing the command, the 2 demon lackeys stood behind. The elder smiled and walked forward, closing in on the demon and grabbing him. The demon was swiftly sent to the burial mat, and his life was immediately replaced with a ghost coin. The manager was very pleased. A lowly life could be exchanged for 500 million ghost coins. Dying for this price is worth it. Looking at the ghost coins that emitted pure yin energy, glowing in the manager Tao's hand, Lin Yu was confused. "What is this?" Manager Tao stuffed the stack of ghost coins into his pocket and walked over to Lin Yu. "What are you staring at? Have you finished your work?" When he arrived at Lin Yu's workstation, he was surprised. "Huh, you haven't done anything at all." Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power through his hand and said with amusement, "This kid really must be tired of life." He struck Lin Yu directly. Lin Yu, seeing the yin energy emanating from him, grew worried as the attack drew closer. "This is bad. My injuries from the previous temporal storm have left my spiritual power barely usable. The yin power of Zhu Qiang and Ning has also completely depleted. I am recovering in the depths of the space where I control the demons. Even summoning couldn't work. Even if I used a top-tier yin energy, it would only protect myself. But if I take it out now, I'm afraid someone stronger will steal it." So Lin Yu had no choice but to weakly raise his hands to block the incoming attack. One of Manager Tao's strikes slammed into him, sending him flying back a few steps. Fortunately, a ghostly girl caught him. The ghostly girl immediately pleaded for Lin Yu's life. "Please spare him. He's a newcomer, hasn't even started his job yet. Upon hearing this, Manager Tao stroked his beard and responded, "Oh, so he's a newcomer. No wonder he looks a bit unfamiliar. What's his name?" Lin Yu replied, "Feng Du." At this point, the old man finally spared him. Theft. A human controlling spirits, and already injured, with spiritual power so weak, barely at level 7. You're not even as strong as a peak expert among the vicious spirits. Who hired such a useless person like you? Level doesn't equate to true power. Even a peak expert among the vicious spirits couldn't withstand my strike just now. Manager Tao chuckled and responded, "Don't get too full of yourself, newbie. You saw the fate of the useless one just now, didn't you?" The old man continued, "In this BB park, we don't keep useless people. If you can't handle this position, then you might as well just die." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man and his 2 guards turned around and left, while the monsters around bowed deeply to them. Only after they were gone did the monsters in the room finally dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yu happily thanked the ghost girl for helping him out of the situation. "No need to be polite," she replied. "You'd better get used to the job quickly. Next time, Manager Tao won't be so easy to deal with." Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "To be honest, I have no idea how to even start this job. If you don't mind, could you please guide me a little? I can pay you for your help." "There's no need to pay me," she said. "Everyone who ends up here is a wretched soul with the same miserable fate. I just didn't expect you to be promoted before even learning anything." The main business of BB Park was crafting and upgrading ghost coins. The park's rules were already posted on the walls. Besides following strict management and maintaining absolute secrecy, the most important requirement was to complete one's tasks and achieve a success rate of at least 60%. In front of Lin Yu stood a large red notice board. **BB Park Employee Regulations** 1. Submit all property documents. Comply with unified management and distribution. 2. Complete daily tasks, with a performance rate exceeding 60%. 3. If causing any loss, compensate 10 times the amount. If unable, life must be sacrificed as compensation. 4. Absolutely obey superior orders, no questioning or resistance allowed. 5. If any escape attempt is detected, it must be reported immediately, with no tolerance. 6. In case of coercion, destroy the evidence immediately, with no hesitation. 7. Strictly adhere to internal regulations. Violations will be severely punished. The demon girl continued. Most of the monsters in the park died because of this rule. As for the specific work, I only have time to demonstrate once. You need to observe carefully. He said, "Thank you." After saying this, the demon girl began her demonstration for Lin Yu. She picked up a ghost coin and infused spiritual power into the coin. Lin Yu stood by, watching all the steps she took with amazement. The coin has lost its spiritual energy and depreciated in value. Now, not only has it fully restored its yin energy state, but its value has also increased tenfold. This is called refurbishment. Looking at the ghost coin slowly recovering before him, he thought to himself, in the past, only a powerhouse of demon martial level had the qualification to intervene in the process of forging ghost coins. Yet the method here actually allows even a demon general to transform yin energy into ghost coins. However, is such an overstandard operation truly feasible? Suddenly, as he observed the ghost coin more closely, he was shocked. No, this isn't right. He murmured to himself, this refurbished ghost coin is clearly a counterfeit. Meanwhile, beside him, Lin Yu was staring in confusion at the counterfeit ghost coin in her hand, while the ghostly girl continued refurbishing another. When the process was complete, she spoke. "This is the entirety of our work." Noticing the strange look on Lin Yu's face, the girl said, "I didn't expect you to notice the anomaly so quickly." Lin Yu then voiced his judgment. Though it's difficult to detect, the rate at which these refurbished ghost coins lose yin energy is much faster than normal. Within just 7 or 8 days, the forcibly infused yin energy will vanish together with the remnants of the original yin energy, leaving behind nothing but a worthless scrap of paper. The ghostly girl, while continuing to refurbish the next counterfeit ghost coin, did not forget to praise his perception. "You are indeed very sharp. This so-called refurbished ghost coin," the girl continued. "In fact, it's about counterfeiting underworld currency." Lin Yu looked around at his surroundings. All the monsters here were doing the same job. He said, "Moreover, I can tell that your bodies seem weaker than those of the high-ranked demon generals out there. Could it be that this method of enhancement has side effects on its users? She replied, of course. If you haven't reached the rank of demon marshal and still use such dark methods to enhance your abilities, then you will certainly have to pay the price. The girl recalled the painful incident from yesterday, and her expression became a bit sorrowful. The yin energy in the counterfeit currency can only temporarily stabilize things because the soul is still alive. Do you remember the one who was discarded by the overseer? The spell he used achieved a similar effect, but with a much lower conversion rate, and the price he had to pay was lighter. In this dark zone, anyone deemed useless will be treated like waste. He asked, "Then why did you choose this job?" The question made her pause for a moment. Choose? Who would voluntarily come to this damn place? The demon realm is a place where the strong prey on the weak. As a demon general, I'm just an ant, devoured by the stronger ones. The girl asked, "So, have you learned it yet?" He replied, She said, "The mechanics of this job aren't that complicated. But if you want to produce work that meets the standard, you must practice very carefully while working." "All right, I can't talk with you any longer. The workload is already suffocating, and if you happen to encounter a supervisor in a bad mood, the quality checks can be far harsher. Keep it up. I hope we both survive tomorrow." Hearing her words, the demon caused him to fall into contemplation. I didn't expect the setting of this instance to be like this. This scandalous district is actually a criminal organization operating within the gray industry, true to the demon world. It's not only filled with massacres and the plundering of opportunities, but also the most brutal enslavement and oppression. They treat the workers here like slaves, or rather, a labor resource drained to the bone. Suddenly, a notification from the strange horror game appeared. Mission objective: survive in this area for 5 days. Pass the workload test. Staring at the notice before him, he pondered again. You want me to wound my very soul to profit others? No way. Lin Yu checked his currency balance again. At this moment, he had 9,755 billion ghost coins. He thought, want to pass that test? I have a much simpler way. As for those fake bills, the owner of the Beb district is really greedy, daring to counterfeit only high-denomination bills. Back when I was a level 6 fake demon cultivator, I could use talismans worth 100,000. Now that I've just broken through to level 7, I can't yet use them to trigger bills worth millions. Though I can use the system to generate ghost coins of any denomination. Those special numbers are too easy to raise suspicion. These ghost coins, which have consumed yin energy and depreciated in value, are just perfect for my use. He picked up a fake ghost coin and stared at it. His whole body was now enveloped in yin energy, and he began to confidently channel his yin energy into the ghost coin in his hand. The powerful yin energy emanating from Lin Yu made the nearby ghosts gape in shock. The purity of this yin energy is incredible. Isn't this guy supposed to be a rookie? He's even injured. How can he create such a huge disturbance? The kind-hearted ghost girl, seeing Lin Yu directly and roughly channeling his yin energy into the bill, grew worried and advised him, "Hey, don't rush too much. This task needs to be done slowly and carefully, or else the chances of meeting the standard will drop, and you might even lose your life." After finishing, Lin Yu smiled and thanked the kind-hearted ghost girl. "Thank you for the reminder, but I'm sure I'll meet the standard." Another long day passed by. In the room, all the monsters worked hard to prepare and submit the ghost coins for the new territory. The next morning, right on time, Manager Tao, accompanied by 2 guards, entered the collection room once again to check the ghost coins' quality. All the demons stood in neat rows, holding up the results of their hard work from yesterday in front of them. Stacks of ghost coins were neatly arranged in each demon's hands, except for Lin Yu, who stood empty-handed. The manager paced around, checking each stack of freshly minted ghost coins in the demon's hands, the sound of his footsteps echoing uncomfortably. Doesn't meet the standard, doesn't meet the standard, meets the standard, doesn't meet the standard, meets the standard, doesn't meet the standard. Lin Yu noticed one demon in the row beneath him, trembling in fear, muttering to himself, "So strict. It seems like Chief Tao isn't in a good mood today." When Tao, the manager, came to check the number of ghost coins, the kind-hearted ghost girl grew anxious. "You only managed to finish 12 bills today. Xiao Wei, this isn't up to the standard of a skilled worker. Apologies, let me check your compliance rate for today." "Oh, wait, I can actually see 5 bills that aren't up to standard. That means your compliance rate is only 58%. Hearing that her compliance rate was below 60%, the kind-hearted ghost girl's face turned dark with worry. She fearfully collapsed to the floor. Terrified of ending up like the ghost from yesterday, she pleaded, "Chief Tao, please give me more time. I'm sure I can do it." He shouted, "Why shouldn't I bear the loss for you? Where are the others?" Suddenly, Lin Yu picked up one of his own ghost coins, holding it up in front of Tao, causing him to be taken aback. Lin Yu, full of confidence, stood in front of the girl and said, "Hold on, I'll cover her loss." Seeing the scene of the young man saving the girl, Tao sighed with resignation. "You're the new recruit, Feng Du, right? Do you know? If you want to avoid punishment for not completing the task, you must compensate 10 times over. Do you have 100 million? Lin Yu pretended to reach into his pocket and called the system. System? Immediately, he took out 100 million ghost coins from his pocket and placed them in front of Manager Tao. "Here's 100 million. I'll pay." Manager Tao snatched the money from Lin Yu's hand, but still spoke with dissatisfaction. "Don't tell me you're trying to trick me with faulty goods." Lin Yu smiled. "You could check it yourself and you'll know." Manager Tao carefully examined each note, but the more he checked, the more unpleasant his expression became. How could this be? The ghost coins were so perfect in appearance that it was astonishing. Wait a minute, this pile of money seems to be real. Not wanting to reveal his unease, he said, "Submit your product for today. I want to inspect it." Lin Yu confidently brought over the box of ghost coins and handed it to Manager Tao with a smile. He again examined each ghost coin in his hand, inspecting it from every angle, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Unbelievable. The pass rate is 100%. Even I, as a demon marshal. He continued, "I understand very well the principle behind making fake ghost coins, and I couldn't find a single flaw. Could this be his reserve money before entering the area? No, absolutely not. No one would be kind enough to spend so much money for a stranger, especially in such a dangerous place like this. If you have money here, you should keep it to save your life." While the old manager was inspecting, Lin Yu helped the kind-hearted ghost girl teach, then approached the old manager and said, "I won't hide it from you. The reason I have so many ghost coins is because I've improved the original method of the yard's process." Hearing Lin Yu claim to have a new method of improvement, the man's face showed some discomfort, not believing his ears. This method was invented by that great person, and here was a 7th-level demon cultivator who had just entered this area, claiming to have improved it. As he was deep in thought, Lin Yu moved closer and whispered into the old manager's ear, "Manager Tao, could you help me with something?" The old manager, speaking quietly, asked, "What do you want to do?" "Haha, it's nothing much. I just want you, Manager Tao, to help me buy some yin materials for healing and elixirs. After all, if I weren't injured, those ghost coins just now. Every day, we can make billions if we want." Hearing every word he said, the old manager furrowed his brow in worry. Noticing this expression, Lin Yu immediately showed his friendly side, stepping forward to put his arm around the old man's shoulder, speaking to him as if they were brothers. "The cost of purchasing materials will be deducted from the remaining ghost coins after we finish the daily tasks. Additionally, I'll give you 50 million as a commission." Upon hearing there was an additional 50 million in commission, the old man gulped, but his concern remained. He didn't immediately respond to Lin Yu's offer, instead falling into deep thought. He surveyed the entire room, watching the ghost worker transporting the freshly refurbished ghost coins outside, and reflected on his own life. In the past, even though there was a consumption channel provided by the nobleman, the yin energy would dissipate too quickly, causing a high rate of loss. Even stored in the yang seal chamber, the actual profit when these fake coins hit the market was far less than their face value. But the ghost coins of Feng Du were able to deceive even the demon marshal, making them fully tradable on the market on a large scale. There was even a chance of fooling the banks to exchange them for other denominations. How is counterfeit money any different from real money? Seeing the rich expression on the manager's face, Lin Yu was certain that the man had fallen for the trick. He asked him again, "So what's your decision?" At this moment, the manager Tao happily replied, "Let's settle it like this." Once the proposal was accepted, Manager Tao's face brightened, and he gestured toward Lin Yu and the kind-hearted demon girl. "Your work meets the standards." Upon hearing this, the kind-hearted demon girl was so overjoyed that she nearly burst into tears. "Ming Ming, Her joyful exclamation rang out. After that, the old man continued to move on, to check the next person. The demon who had been standing under Lin Yu worked diligently, carefully observing the expression on Manager Teo's face. It seemed that Teo's mood had improved. That's great, looks like I've escaped from trouble. After a tense period, the final checks were over. Manager Tao and his 2 bodyguards left, marking the end of the workday. The demon figures sluggishly dragged themselves out of the office. Sighs echoed as another tiring day at work came to a close. Afterward, Lin Yu was led to the canteen by the kind-hearted demon girl to eat, but when receiving the portion food for each person, sitting and looking at the plate of food in front of him made him feel uncomfortable inside. The diet here was even worse than that of prisoners in the 9 hells of Yin Lao. The kind-hearted demon girl had just gotten her food and happily walked over to sit and eat with him. Lord Fengdu, may I sit here? Lord Fengdu, how should I repay you for saving my life today? Lin Yu looked up at the kind-hearted demon girl as she slowly sat down across from him and replied, "There's no need for courtesy. You have helped me a lot before. Saving others is also saving oneself. If you need anything, just say so. If I am of no value to you, I will feel even more uneasy." Lin Yu was a bit speechless after hearing these words, and thought to himself, this girl must have been mentally manipulated for too long. Suddenly, he looked around and said to the girl, "To be honest, my arrival at this BB area was completely unintentional, so I still don't fully understand how things work here, especially the business model and organizational structure." Understanding his point, the girl then summarized the information she knew about this place for him. The BB area primarily operates with the new brand Ghost Coins as its core business. The main operations are divided into 3 areas: counterfeit currency production, realization, and support for the coordination center. We are in the production area, which is the lowest and simplest level. Most of the people working here were lured in by high wages or promises of elite training. Some were even kidnapped or sold here. The realization area is divided into 2 departments: retail, where counterfeit money is used to purchase goods or exchanged for valuable items or real currency with different denominations, and organizational transactions, where counterfeit money is sold directly to other organizations. This is the main profit channel of the BB zone. As for the support center, it is in charge of Ning, logistics, administration, and human resources. Unlike us, the temporary workers who don't know what tomorrow holds, the support center members are the true core of the BB zone. Their job freedom and overall power level are much higher than those of the other 2 areas. Xiao Wei, do you know how strong the management level here is? The management positions in the BB zone are divided into the owner, managers, directors, and senior leaders. The strongest level is only that of a demon marshal. The big boss of the entire zone is an intermediate demon marshal, a powerhouse. The strongest powerhouse is only an intermediate demon marshal. The BB district makes such massive profits every day, so there must be stronger forces eyeing it. Of course, behind the BB district, there is still a larger backing. They are the real beneficiaries of this area. As for us, if we take one wrong step, we'll be forced to sign a contract and exploited to the bone, with no strength left to resist. We can only watch as our soul is drained bit by bit, never to rise again. Lin Yu stood up to encourage the girl, but he didn't sound too pessimistic. I believe you will definitely wait until the day this area is liberated. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up with hope as she murmured, liberated. Meanwhile, Lin Yu left, his mind full of calculations. As my strength continues to grow, the circles I interact with are gradually becoming stronger as well. The resources the system provides are increasingly difficult to deceive the experts who are well-informed using just a fake background. I really need a channel to launder money. Lin Yu then looked at the survival mission notification for the horror game in front of him, pondering the 5-day survival mission in the district. Having passed the workload inspection and completed the day, this humble subordinate was genuinely surprised. It felt like a blessing. Over the next 5 days, I'll take charge of this nest of gray worms. After a while, Lin Yu arrived at Manager Teo's office lounge. He sat on the sofa with calm confidence, while Manager Teo unpacked several boxes of the Ghost Treasure Elixirs he had purchased at Lin Yu's request. These are the Ghost Treasure Elixirs you asked for. To help you recover faster, I spent 80 million Ghost Coins. Lin Yu looked at him carefully. After all, it was fake money, not a serious loss for Manager Teo. He then picked up the boxes to inspect them. Manager Tao leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile on his face, twirling his mustache. Humph. Anyway, tomorrow you need to produce at least 300 million for me, or I'll find another way to cover it. Lin Yu replied, no problem, but I have one request. Manager Tao asked, what is it? Lin Yu said, this private room of yours is quite comfortable. Let me use it for a while. Hearing Lin Yu's request, he seemed almost incredulous, angered. Temporarily? You have some nerve. A private room is a privilege reserved for a demon marshal, not something a lowly worker like you can demand. But Lin Yu, with a sorrowful expression, said, am I supposed to take out medicine and treat my wounds right here in the shared dormitory in front of everyone? Actually, I'm only trying to help you manage and ensure you benefit quickly, avoiding delays. If someone else notices the efficiency of my work, they might try to steal the profits. Hearing Lin Yu's reasoning, he found it somewhat convincing. He thought for a moment, and then realized that this hard-earned opportunity for profit couldn't be allowed to slip away to others. He stood up and agreed, all right, as you wish, before quickly leaving his room. Lin Yu happily waved him off. He glanced at the pile of medicinal herbs on the table and smiled faintly. When it came to personal interests, Manager Tao was certainly not one to be courteous. With this batch of medicine, Zhu Qiang and Ning, and I will fully recover. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately activated his spiritual power, absorbing each piece of the sound material, and soon, all the abundant yin energy was swiftly drawn into his body. The previously damaged and severed meridians quickly began to grow and reconnect. They rejoined, circulating smoothly from his arms throughout his entire body. The source of spiritual power continued to be absorbed endlessly. But suddenly, he sensed something unusual in his body. A new force emerged as he restored his body. Humph. He was surprised to see the blue lightning flickering on his hands, resembling the time-space energy that appeared in the passage. He tested its power, striking a small palm strike into the air with this newfound strength. The boxes containing the sound material herbs were shattered and gradually vanished. This power was indeed the time-space rule, truly amidst misfortune. There was a blessing. After going through a life-or-death ordeal, he had gained a new strength. He looked joyfully at the time-space energy in his hands. The time-space power not only increased speed and strength in battle, but more importantly, it could serve as a foundation for cultivating other skills, developing into new abilities. Suddenly, the system screen appeared before his eyes. The stats for spiritual awareness and spiritual power were steadily increasing. Starting from spiritual awareness, 3,800, spiritual power, 35,684. Looking at the figures, which were still rising at an astonishing rate, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, fighting is the best catalyst for improving one's strength. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. Although he was severely injured and overwhelmed, he had gained some understanding of the laws of time and space, which had caused both his spiritual awareness and spiritual power to grow. It was indeed a blend of misfortune and fortune. After recovering, Lin Yu called out to Zhu Qiang and Ning. Zhu Qiang and Ning, I'll give you the remaining medicine. It should be enough for a full recovery. Both of them were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Lord. Time quickly passed, and an entire night went by. The next morning, Lin Yu finished his meditation, left Manager Tao's room, and hurried to the worker's office. It seemed he had arrived quite early, and after sitting for a while, the kind-hearted demon girl showed up. She greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, Lord Fengdu. He said, good morning. The demon girl, very perceptive, immediately sensed it and exclaimed, has your wound healed already? Ah, thanks to Manager Tao's careful attention, he truly is a kind-hearted leader. Upon hearing these words, the other demons turned to look at him in surprise. Their faces were filled with displeasure, grinding their teeth as they muttered, kind-hearted, a good leader. They all, without exception, had the same thought in their minds. Could Manager Tao and he have some shady dealings? Suddenly, unexpectedly, Manager Tao and his two bodyguards appeared. Hey, what are those useless fools still doing standing around there? Why don't they hurry up and get back to work? Seeing this, the other demons immediately dropped their previous unpleasant expressions and returned to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Yu walked over to Manager Tao with a stack of ghost coins and said, Manager Tao, This is the extra work I finished ahead of time. Please check it. He took the stack of ghost coins from Lin Yu's hand, sighing, so fast. Not bad. Everything meets the requirements. The demons watching this scene couldn't help but feel suspicious. Something's not right. This isn't normal. There's definitely something off. Right after that day's work, a letter accusing Manager Tao was slipped into the complaint box. Hemph. A demon who received the letter looked visibly irritated, his brows furrowing in anger. The next day, at the workshop, all the monsters were diligently refining ghost coins at their respective workstations. Only Lin Yu was still sitting, staring at his own tasks on the desk. He was deep in thought. With the system in place, even if I were to slack off during the entire process, I don't have to worry about failing to complete the task. But the situation in both worlds is changing every day. Time must never be wasted. This special dungeon might be my chance to uncover the essence of the yin coin and the system. Zhu Xiong, transfer your spiritual power to me. Immediately, a pure golden spiritual power appeared in Lin Yu's hands, forming a ball before him. He began to analyze the information he had. According to what Zhu Xiong and Ding Liang have told me, the origin of the yin coin is untraceable, much like the rule force that originally enveloped the demon world. The economic system represented by the yin coin has, by nature, always been one of the foundational elements that sustain the operation of the demon world. As long as one is a strong enough being who understands the operation of yin energy, from the demon martial level and above, they can follow the principles of equivalent exchange, condensing yin energy into an item of equal value, recognized by the demon world's rules. In the demon world, the strong devour the weak. He thought to himself, the strong devour everything. Only yin coin allows the weak to retain a chance of survival. This is because of its inviolable rule. Those who hold it need only a single thought to release the bound yin energy, causing the value of the yin coin to dissipate. As for the metal talisman tool of Long Hu Shan, its method of use involves detonating the yin energy, forcing the external rules of Dong Bai to collapse, creating damage. However, the entry-level test requires the inheritor to have power at the level of a demon marshal or higher. Without sufficient control, one could easily injure themselves. Fortunately, the yin coin from the system is incredibly stable for me and allows me to grasp this powerful technique in advance. After much contemplation, the yin energy ball between his hands began to form a ghost coin. A minute later, the ghost coin, with a denomination of 100,000, was fully formed. He gazed at the ghost coin in his hand, somewhat dazed. This is the first time I created a yin coin myself. As the ghost coin was perfectly formed, holding it in his hand, he smiled faintly and thought to himself, even at full strength, an intermediate demon marshal can only create a yin coin with a denomination of 100,000. He thought for a moment, but it's still basically in line with our actual combat strength. No wonder those monsters back then were so horrified when they saw the money I withdrew from the system. Yin coins with a value of millions can only be created by someone at the early Demon King level. But if you refurbish or follow the inherent rules of yin coins to recharge them, it becomes relatively easy. To create temporary counterfeit money, the efficiency is even greater than that of a demon general. However, even as a demon marshal, to supplement the strength of the rules in order to condense low-denomination yin coins and increase their value, one still has to pay a very high price. At that moment, the system screen displayed, balance, 9,987 billion. Looking at his asset balance, he thought, so what has the great system of mine actually paid for, in order to automatically convert the endless yin energy in the source into trillions of yin coins? A moment later, Manager Tao arrived at the workshop and said loudly, "It's time." The kind-hearted demon girl, upon seeing Manager Tao's arrival, stopped what she was doing and turned to ask Lin Yu, "Mr. Fengdu, I've exceeded my work target today. What about you? Do you need any help?" Lin Yu cheerfully replied to her, "Thank you, but I already exceeded my target." He then eagerly waved the stack of ghost coins in his hand, signaling to Manager Tao. The two demons sitting nearby stare at the pile of ghost coins in Lin Yu's hand with mixed feelings. This is impressive. Does this mean you're done with the act? I don't believe all of these are new coins you freshly cleaned up today. Manager Tao, seeing Lin Yu's show-off demeanor, was immediately irritated. He stormed over to him and reminded him angrily, "Fengdu, don't be so flashy. Make your fortune quietly. Don't you understand that? But Lin Yu ignored him. He stood up, turned around, and handed the stack of ghost coins to the manager with a bright smile, muttering, "Am I supposed to stay silent just so you can make money?" Manager Tao took the stack of ghost coins from Lin Yu, checking each note with a delighted grin. "You've certainly made a killing these past 2 days." After a minute of inspection, the old man grinned widely and said, "Today, you've made it." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the door. "Wait, that's the demon who received the complaint letter about Manager Tao yesterday." He was followed by 2 black-suited demon bodyguards, walking fiercely towards Manager Tao. Lin Yu smiled faintly when he saw the person he had been waiting for finally arrive. "At last, you've come." Meanwhile, Manager Tao looked a bit surprised, but a moment later, he quickly turned around and greeted cheerfully, "Director Chen, what brings you to the factory?" The ghostly director's face was twisted with a scowl as he spoke in a stern tone. "Manager Tao, I've received a report accusing you of embezzlement, bribery, favoritism, and abuse of power. Cooperate with the investigation immediately." Hearing that, Manager Tao was startled and glanced at the few ghosts standing behind him. They were all smiling at him, realizing who had reported him. He felt both anxious and furious. Yet he still stammered out, I didn't do it. Who dares slander me before Director Chen? Step forward if you have the guts." Director Chen's voice remained firm and severe. "Whether you did or not, I'll find out soon enough." Manager Tao quickly complied, handing over Lin Yu's stack of ghost coins to the director. Director Chen took the newly polished pile in his hands, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "I didn't expect there to be this much." Meanwhile, Manager Tao looked dejected, thinking to himself, "Of course there's a lot. This was the compensation Feng Du promised me. But now, I have no choice but to hand it over." While the director was inspecting, the old manager eagerly introduced Lin Yu. "This is because I have been directing Feng Du to research the new refurbishment technology, which is why his output is slightly higher than the average person." The director carefully examined each piece of paper, and his expression grew increasingly surprised. "The yin energy in these ghost coins doesn't leak at all, and it's even more stable than real money," he exclaimed. "Did you come up with this?" Manager Tao quickly responded, "Yes, but it's also an unexpected result. I'm afraid it will be hard to apply to other workers, but I will continue to strive for it, hoping to develop a universal method that can be implemented throughout the district." Lin Yu felt a bit uncomfortable hearing the praise directed at him, especially when the results were being attributed to him. After inspecting all the refurbished ghost coins, which were perfect, the director raised his head and looked directly at him, saying, "You are Feng Du, right?" Lin Yu confidently met the director's gaze and replied, "Yes, that's me." The director was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's attitude. "This human has no fear of me at all." The director continued, "I understand now. The one who truly developed this new technology must certainly be Feng Du. Manager Tao is clearly taking advantage of his position to claim the bonus portion in the district, and even the fact that someone reported it was likely driven by Feng Du's intention to push this forward, with the goal of drawing attention from higher-ups and freeing himself from Tao's control. But this person is still too naive." He then said, "In that case, the complaint is naturally invalid, and you should be rewarded instead. As the director here, I will actively support your innovation. In the future, just bring the results directly to my office, and I will help you identify any gaps so that you can improve further." Manager Tao understood the message and darkened his expression, glaring at Lin Yu. "This is troublesome. It seems Director Chen also wants a share." Lin Yu and Manager Tao didn't respond, remaining silent, which made him so angry that he growled, "What's going on? Don't you want it?" Manager Tao immediately bowed deeply, his face full of respect. "Of course, it is an immense honor to receive guidance from Director Chen. An immense honor indeed." While Lin Yu remained cold-faced, walking past Manager Tao, the latter was left puzzled by his actions. Standing directly in front of Director Chen, Lin Yu responded confidently, folding his arms across his chest, "I don't want to." Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, the director's face turned dark, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "What did you say?" Sensing the situation was escalating, Manager Tao quickly stepped between them, turning to advise Lin Yu, "You're not the type of person who doesn't know how to behave, are you?" He then tried to pull Lin Yu back to his workstation. Director Chen is the pillar of this area. Even if he wants to gain some benefits, it's still a support for us. It might not necessarily be a bad thing. On the contrary, if you offend him, you'll definitely face trouble everywhere in the future. But Lin Yu refused, forcefully shoving Manager Tao away, making him stumble back in surprise. You! Thrown off balance, Manager Tao fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continued to approach Director Chen. As expected, anyone who can rise to a leadership position in a shady organization is hardly someone to admire. You just want to exploit me once again for the value I create. No need to make it sound so serious. Being hit right in the core, the director turned purple with rage. His fists clenched tightly. I've never seen a human so utterly unreasonable. Lin Yu wasn't one to back down either. He pulled out another stack of ghost coins and said, "Cut the talk. If you want my money, come and take it." Insulted, the director began to channel his spiritual power. His feet crushed the floor beneath him as he jumped up and lunged toward Lin Yu. "Give it here." But just as the director's arm was about to touch the stack of ghost coins, in Lin Yu's right hand, Lin Yu lightly grasped the director's muscular arm with his left hand, leaving him wide-eyed in surprise. Then, Lin Yu used his left hand to toss the director's entire body, slamming him hard into the wall in front of them with tremendous force. The director, slammed into the wall, groaned in pain, unable to do anything but whimper, "Ah!" Amidst the stunned silence of the entire group of demons in the office, the director fell to the floor with a thud, muttering in disbelief, unable to comprehend Lin Yu's strength. "You're a level 7 demon tamer, but how is your combat strength at the level of an intermediate demon marshal?" The monsters, seeing Lin Yu's display of power, were shocked, and they all exclaimed in unison, "Intermediate demon marshal? Doesn't that mean he's as strong as the boss?" The manager's name at that moment was sweating, his face filled with shock as he looked at him, secretly worried. Is his true power really so terrifying after recovering from his injury? Back then, I was only concerned with gaining benefits, completely disregarding the possibility of this. The director, in pain, stood up and said, "Humph, Feng Du, though I don't know how a demon marshal like you managed to pass the recruitment interview and come here with such an intention. If you dare to cause trouble in our BB area, don't even think about leaving this place alive." After speaking, he turned and slammed the emergency alarm button with his right hand. An alarm immediately rang out across the entire area. In just 2 minutes, a group of guards stormed in through the main gate. Seeing the guards enter, the director shouted loudly, pointing directly at Lin Yu's face, "Guards, bodyguards, capture him." Following the command, the guards did not hesitate and rushed towards Lin Yu to fight. Seeing this, the director confidently said, "Even if you're a mid-level demon general, so what? I don't believe you can handle this many people." But Lin Yu still confidently displayed himself, staring directly into the old director's eyes with a slight smile. The moment after, he immediately activated the Ghost Eye Reincarnation Array, summoning Zhu Xiang and Ning to appear. Man made a grand entrance, exuding an overwhelming presence as he stood tall before a group of guards charging fiercely towards him. Shortly after, Ning and Zhu Xiang performed their techniques to quickly deal with the group, while Ning gently used her magic sphere, generating waves of attacks towards the soul. Zhu Xiang was much more brutal, wielding her special black pan and smashing it relentlessly, bang, 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 hitting each of the guards. The director looked on anxiously as Ning's team was being beaten like dogs by Lin Yu's 2 contracted monsters, thinking to himself, "Indeed, demon controllers from humanity are truly troublesome." Meanwhile, at Tao's manager's location, he was bristling like a cat about to pounce on Lin Yu to show his loyalty. Fortunately, as soon as the alarm rang, the boss would quickly return to regain control of the situation. Before that, it was enough just to hold him off. He shouted loudly at the group of monster workers behind him, "You lot, move, charge at once." They all stood dumbfounded. I looked at him, he looked at me. Then, fixing his gaze on Manager Tao, he replied, "We." Manager Tao, seeing this, exploded in anger. "What are you still standing there for? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Lin Yu, noticing Manager Tao yelling from the side, sneered and looked back. "Huh, is this the managerial caliber of your BB district leadership? You're used to giving orders. Why not try standing in their shoes for once and think? What do they gain by opposing me? The director, hearing him, answered loudly, "Gain? Not being punished is the greatest gain of all." Manager Tao urged again in a loud voice, "Think carefully. This is the scandal zone. What happened to those infiltrating spies and the treacherous demon marshal before? Who doesn't know? No matter how much this one makes trouble, he can't overturn everything. If you fold your arms and watch now, later we'll treat you as accomplices." The monster workers began to waver and mutter among themselves. "Better to strike now, even if we can't win. But what if we don't die? If we're punished later, the only possible outcome is certain death." Seeing everyone hesitating, unsure what to do, Lin Yu looked at them and sneered coldly. "No, you won't be punished later. You all heard it just now. My improved procedure can significantly enhance your work efficiency." Lin Yu held in his hand a stack of ghost coins radiating with dense yin energy, gazing at the group of ghosts. Suddenly, one ghost who seemed to have chosen a side raised his fist toward him and shouted, "You don't actually think that's some kind of privilege for us, do you? No matter how much of that filthy money you make, it has nothing to do with us." Seeing this, the kind-hearted ghost girl quickly ran forward, standing protectively in front of Lin Yu. She turned to the ghost workers and said, "That's not true. Brother Feng Du was once a frontline worker just like us. He even saved me once when I was about to be executed by a supervisor. You all saw it yourselves. He's nothing like those cold-blooded leaders in this area. I believe he understands our situation and won't turn a blind eye. Right?" Feng Du met the hopeful gaze of the kind-hearted ghost girl. Lin Yu confidently responded, "That's right, this technology version is just my first experiment. What if in the future I can develop a process that doesn't consume soul?" The old director became increasingly agitated upon hearing Lin Yu's words, shouting in opposition, "What? Doesn't that violate the fundamental rules of the demon world?" But Lin Yu merely glanced back at him with a cold, sharp look, thinking to himself, "If the system can do it, then nothing is impossible." Then he answered him with a defiant tone, "By then, you won't be mere expendable items for yin coins anymore. You will have stable, safe jobs within the district." The demons around him began to glimpse a bright future for themselves, looking at him with surprise and anticipation, asking, "Really?" Seeing that his words had persuaded them, Lin Yu continued, "And I will become the new leader of Zone BB, superior to Manager Chen." Upon hearing this, the old director finally realized, his panic rising. So that's why he's causing such a commotion. It's actually to alert the higher-ups. But the target isn't me. It's the boss. His expression darkened more and more as he glanced at Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continued to stare directly at the manager, whose face was growing increasingly dark. Guess what? If the two sides have opposing views, do you think the boss would protect a greedy manager like you? Or would he choose to nurture a talent with limitless potential like me? The director's face twisted further, grinding his teeth. He knew that while his position was high, he was still just an employee. If the boss knew the whole story, he would certainly sacrifice me, a non-essential subordinate, in order to make the decision that brings the greatest benefit. His current job was the result of years of hard work. Now that someone was threatening his position, he couldn't accept it. The feeling of his value being massively threatened caused him to explode in rage. He began his soul immolation to rapidly increase his strength, releasing a powerful yin energy around him, shouting, "I absolutely cannot let this happen in front of me." Lin Yu was somewhat surprised to see the strong yin energy surge from the manager. Soul immolation. Manager Tao, who had just given orders to the worker demons, now found himself persuaded in the opposite direction by Lin Yu. Reluctantly, seeing the old director intent on engaging in a life-or-death battle with Lin Yu, he became deeply anxious. He knew a lot about the director's background. Manager Chen, originally lucky to break through from the bottom ranks to become a demon marshal, had long since exhausted his spiritual energy. Now he was burning his remaining spiritual soul to exchange for the power of a mid-tier demon general. Truly, he was risking everything. Meanwhile, the director had summoned a blade and charged toward Lin Yu with a singular thought in his mind. As long as I can kill them, the boss will surely not easily punish me to maintain stability. Go die. Seeing this, Zhu Xian became excited, grabbing his black pan and leaping into the fray to intercept. He called out to Ning, and Ning, "Protect the Lord." She responded, "Understood, attack." The two sides collided with equal strength, their combat raging fiercely. The sound of yin energy clashing against metal echoed in deafening crashes. While Zhu Xiang fought with a sense of exhilaration, his opponent, on the other hand, was battling as though it were a fight for survival. The guards, who had been battered and bruised, found renewed hope upon seeing the director make his move. They immediately rushed toward Lin Yu to fight, and Ning stood in front of Lin Yu and continued to launch attacks against their souls. Manager Tao stood behind Lin Yu at a distance, and he speculated, seeing that Lin Yu's power mainly came from the monster. At this moment, Lin Yu wasn't paying attention to him, and Tao realized, this is a good opportunity. He immediately took out a sharp dagger, eyeing Lin Yu with danger. Seizing the chance, Manager Tao leaped forward confidently, aiming to stab Lin Yu. Indeed, the greatest weakness of a demon controller was the controller himself. Even though there were powerful demon martial-level experts within the demon contract, once the monster left to fight, the controller was left with only the spiritual power of a 7th-level demon controller. Lin Yu had been paying attention to this man all along, but he feigned indifference to lure him into the trap. As Tao fell for it, Lin Yu smirked cunningly, turned around, and pulled out a ghost coin bill between his 2 fingers. With a swift motion, he flicked the bill, worth 100,000 ghost coins, straight at Manager Tao. Manager Tao saw that Lin Yu had discovered his plot, but instead of countering, he threw a ghost coin at him, which confused Tao. He muttered to himself, "Huh? What is he doing? Is this a lure, a bribe? No, something's off, this is." But as the ghost coins paper drew closer to him, he could feel the yin energy emanating from it, incredibly intense, like a bomb rushing toward him. He barely had time to utter a few words when, the next second, a loud boom echoed, followed by a powerful explosion that slammed straight into him. The group of worker monsters, witnessing the explosion right in front of them, broke into a cold sweat from the shockwave. Even the director, who was locked in a fierce battle with Zhu Xiang, was startled and anxious upon seeing Lin Yu's detonation. How is this possible? He himself is unleashing a middle-tier demon martial level of power. Zhu Xiang, seeing the director's momentary lapse in focus, swung a spatula directly at his face, her voice filled with smug satisfaction. "Humph, the Lord hasn't even drawn his weapon yet." And Ning, full of confidence, looked down at the group of demonic guards. "With just you lot, don't even think about injuring the Lord, not even a single hair." The guards, though newly reinforced and fully equipped with weapons, wavered slightly upon hearing her words. Their minds clouded for a moment. Just 5 minutes later, their minds were cleared. The entire group immediately dropped their weapons in unison and bowed their heads, speaking in unison. "Leader, please forgive us for our previous offenses." Suddenly, a weak voice emerged from the explosion. "Those who follow the wind wherever it blows." Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face twisted into a cold sneer as he approached the manager Tao. At this moment, behind the cloud of dust from the explosion, the manager's body was battered and broken, his mouth exhaling smoke, his breath faint. However, when he saw Lin Yu standing before him, his face darkened as if on the verge of tears, and blood spat from his mouth. He began to slow down, his voice trembling with explanation. "Lord Fengdu, I was forced into this area as well. Please spare me." After hearing his explanation, Lin Yu's expression remained icy as he looked at him like he was already dead. His hand began to gather a strong spiritual power around him. Before sending him off to meet his ancestors, he added the reason he would not spare him. "Perhaps you really had your own hardships in the past, but when you took the position of supervisor, not only did you aid the wicked in their evil deeds, but you also cruelly mistreated the weak, all of which you did willingly." With those words, a loud crack echoed, and Manager Tao officially met his ancestors. Lin Yu immediately turned and walked over to where Zhu Xiang was continuously tormenting Director Chen, punching him and slamming him straight into the wall. At this point, the director had no strength left to resist, only able to endure the pain. Lin Yu spoke, "You've lost." Upon hearing this, Director Chen accepted the fact that he had indeed lost. At that moment, his spiritual power was rapidly depleting, and his entire body began to dissipate. He said, "Earlier, when I saw you control the yin coin to explode, it seemed like you were using a method that defies the rules." Lin Yu replied, "That's right." Director Chen said, "To think that a mere 7th-level demon controller can reverse the Force's rules. Truly an unbelievable technique. Perhaps you really can invent a new process for crafting yin coins." He slowly nodded, then looked up to the sky, letting out a long sigh before saying, "If you truly can change the rules of this region, that would be a good thing." But wasn't the backbone of the BB sector more than just the boss? Lin Yu, curious, asked, "Is the person behind this sector perhaps a high-ranking demon marshal or—" Director Chen responded, "The one who first invented the yin coin recycling technology must have been a king-level expert." The director continued, "Those in the higher tiers will surely drain the marrow from the lower levels like us. Relying on a single reform in recycling technology cannot shake the fundamental chain of interests in this region. I do not think highly of you." Before he could finish speaking, his body had already dissolved into the air, leaving only the yin energy of a director behind. Suddenly, the sound of applause from a monster, coming from an unknown direction, echoed. It spoke, "What a pity! It seems I missed a good performance." A well-dressed monster approached Lin Yu. He was slightly surprised, turned around, and sensed the strength of the demon. Intermediate Demon Marshal. The demon then introduced himself, extending his hand politely. "My name is Ming Cheng Xin. I am your host here. Welcome to the BD area." Lin Yu immediately withdrew the aura surrounding his body and instructed Zhu Qiang and Ning to return to the demon suppression space. He also cheerfully shook hands and greeted, "My name is Feng Du." Afterwards, Lin Yu was led by Ming Cheng Xin to his office. Once seated and starting the conversation, without further ado, Lin Yu presented his ghost coins. Ming Cheng Xin saw the ghost coin in his hand and asked in slight surprise, "Is this a yin coin you created?" Lin Yu replied, "Yes." As he held the ghost coin in his hand for inspection, he stared at it, his eyes wide in disbelief. The yin energy doesn't leak at all. This is a miracle that even that great lord himself never achieved. He marveled silently. If one could truly defy the conventional rules of yin coin creation, the value it could generate would be immeasurable. With this technique, not only could yin coins be produced endlessly, but it also held the potential to change the entire economic landscape of the demon world. More importantly, it could be the key to solving the problem of supply shortages. The more he thought about it, the graver his expression became. After a moment, Ming Cheng Xin finally spoke up, making him an offer. "I'd like to invite you to become the research director of Sector BB with a monthly salary of 500 million ghost coins. In addition, you'll receive 1 billion low-grade ghost coins each month as research funding." Hearing the boss's offer, Lin Yu sighed, looking displeased as he replied, "Are you kidding me? That's not even as much as what I can print myself. Why would I stay in a place that restricts my personal freedom?" The boss asked, "So how much money do you want?" Lin Yu replied, "To me, money is just a number. I stopped caring about it a long time ago." The boss asked, "Indeed, in the BB district, only the second highest position is worthy of a talent like you. However, if you truly want to join the leadership, you will need to offer a part of your initiation gift." Lin Yu asked, "Initiation gift? What do you want me to do?" Lin Yu felt that they were finally getting to the main point, and he looked at Ming Cheng Xin with a cold gaze. Perhaps that is his true objective. Ming Cheng Xin responded, "In 3 days, I will escort a batch of recycled yin coins to the boundary between the inner and central regions of the demon world. During these 3 days, you need to create as many ghost coins as possible. After that, come with me to meet the person who invented the method of recycling yin coins. I will also submit a promotion request for you. If the master is satisfied with your yin coins, then becoming a senior manager in the BB district will be a natural result." Seeing that the conditions seemed quite simple, he sighed. "It sounds too easy." The boss replied, "Ensuring both quality and quantity is never easy. After all, the total amount of money being transacted this time is 500 billion. When he heard such a large number, he was startled and said, "Is it really 500 billion for just one time? Don't those people worry about causing inflation in the demon world?" Seeing his confusion, Ming Cheng Xin immediately explained, "If 500 billion yin coins were truly released into the demon world, it would of course cause fluctuations in prices. But to be honest with you, the main business of the BB zone isn't about letting that money flow into the market." He responded, "Oh," the boss said, "this is a secret of the BB zone, and it's not convenient to disclose too much to you at the moment. Once you have the recognition of the great ones, you'll naturally understand." Lin Yu furrowed his brows a little, but he still accepted. "All right, I'll go into closed-door meditation seriously for the next 3 days. The first batch of materials will be brought to your room by my assistant. See you in 3 days. After the negotiation ended, Lin Yu left the room. When he reached the end of the hallway, he saw the kind-hearted demon girl waiting for him. Master Fengdu, Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei then led him to the room that had been prepared for him. Upon entering, Xiao Wei cheerfully introduced, "Thanks to you, I will now be your personal assistant." She said, "This is your private room. From now on, both your research and rest will take place here." The first batch of materials has been placed in the room. He replied, "Good, thank you. I have nothing else to attend to. You can rest first." Xiao Wei, hearing this, turned to leave, but seemed like she wanted to say something more. Lin Yu observed her actions and immediately understood, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" She asked, "Mr. Fengdu, you definitely won't conspire with them, right?" Lin Yu responded, "Yes, I guarantee it." After the assurance, Xiao Wei felt at ease, closed the door, and left. At this moment in the room, Lin Yu sat on the sofa, looking at a pair of fake ghost coins in front of him, and sneered coldly. The system then chimed in with a notification, and a screen appeared. "Congratulations to the host for completing mission card No. 13, subsidy of 100 billion. Mission rewards. 10 intermediate item copy cards, 5 advanced item copy cards." Looking at the task completion notification on the screen, he smiled faintly, murmuring, "This mission took way too long, but it's finally done." Then, the system screen refreshed with new content. The system opened a new mission. Mission No. 14. Glory above 10,000 people, not yet completed. Mission content. Achieve a savings balance of 1,000 billion at the bank. Mission reward. 2 rule creation cards. Upon seeing the mission notification and the reward for completion, he was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Rule creation cards sound like something even more advanced than the system's rule immunity cards. This tool really keeps coming up with new things." He stood up, looked at the outdoor scene, and calculated. The BB district dared to transfer 500 billion in one go without causing any external disturbances. He didn't plan to rest, so he immediately started working. With just the snap of his fingers, a spatial vortex appeared. Stacks of ghost coins, guided by his yin energy, flew into the vortex, only to come out again, stack after stack. Perfectly arranged stacks of ghost coins fell directly into his suitcase, each landing with a crisp asterisk thud asterisk. Once he neatly stacked the ghost coins in the suitcase, he closed it and grabbed the handle, feeling excited. Then let these ghost coins be a surprise gift for that esteemed person. Time passed quickly. 3 days had passed. This morning, on Wednesday, it was time to depart. He walked over, took his suitcase full of money, and carried it out of the room to Ming Cheng Xin's location. After that, a few demon-like employees blindfolded him and led him to a vehicle. The demons escorting him were all armed with cold weapons, very professional in their approach. Ming Cheng Xin was waiting for him in front of a specialized vehicle. After getting into the car, they traveled for a long distance, finally arriving at their destination. Ming Cheng Xin got out of the car first and reminded everyone, "All right, stop here." Lin Yu was led out of the car by the demons following behind. Once they arrived, he was allowed to remove his blindfold. He curiously glanced around. The surrounding scenery was desolate. The trees were withered, leaving behind only dead, dry trunks, as if in a deathly area with no vitality. He exclaimed, "Where is this place?" In his mind, he silently assessed. It seems like the space here has been twisted by the force of some kind of rule. Ming Cheng Xin then explained, "This is the boundary between the inner zone and the core area. In this area, the various types of yin energy used for positioning cannot determine a specific coordinate." Ming Cheng Xin continued, "With the naked eye, there is no reference point to indicate the direction." Then, he took out a yin energy compass to clarify what he was saying. Therefore, choosing this location for the transaction is the safest, as both sides can only rely on the token to sense each other. After a while, the person they were waiting for finally arrived. Ming Cheng Xin, feeling somewhat excited, exclaimed when the person appeared, "He's here." Hearing this, Lin Yu looked in the direction where Ming Cheng Xin was staring. A group of people approached, all dressed in formal suits, with the leader having the appearance of a fish. The leader, full of confidence, greeted, "Young Master Ming." As the group approached, Ming Chang-sin immediately became humble, flattering like a subordinate, and politely took off his hat to greet. Lord Jinya, it's been over a month and a half since our last meeting. It's been so long since I've had the pleasure of admiring your demeanor. Even my speed in seeking treasures has slowed down. Standing next to him, Lin Yu slowly assessed the strength of the newcomer, while Ming Chang-sin was flattering, a demon king-level powerhouse. Jinya, seeing Ming Chang-sin's sweet talk, responded cheerfully. Hemph. Stop with the flattery. Have you brought what I asked for? Ming Chang-sin smiled craftily and replied, Yes, of course. Please take a look. Lin Yu understood the hint and walked up to Jinya, opening the suitcase to show him the goods. When Jinyi saw the ghost coins inside the suitcase, he gasped in astonishment. Huh. Old Ming Chang-sin seized the opportunity to speak up. Since the production of the million-denomination bills was too time-consuming, we only made a small amount of the lower denominations. In total, it's still 500 billion ghost coins. Not a penny less. Jin Ye felt as though a thunderclap had struck him. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Little Ming, this isn't about the denomination. Where did you get so many real ghost coins like this? Hearing Jin Ye's words, Ming Chang-sin glanced at Lin Yu, thinking to himself, I didn't expect even the esteemed Jin Ye wouldn't notice. A few seconds later, he explained, Actually, these aren't real ghost coins. They've been recycled using a new technique by this young master Feng Du here. Jin Ye, still not convinced, used his spiritual power to examine the ghost coins in the suitcase. The perfect yin energy emanating from the bills left him astonished, thinking to himself, although Ming Chang-sin is the demon marshal, he can't distinguish between the real and the fake. But how can the hidden rule power within these be hidden from my eyes? A demon king. These are clearly the real ghost coins. Seeing the confusion, Jin Yan loudly asked, Ming Chang-sin, did you see with your own eyes him recycle these ghost coins? Noticing the puzzlement on Jin Ye's face, Ming Chang-sin sincerely responded, Not exactly, but I'm sure he made them in the BV zone. It's absolutely impossible to counterfeit. You don't need to worry about that. Hearing Ming Chang-sin's firm assurance, Jin Ya once again stared intently at Lin Yu, evaluating him. He's just a level 7 demon controller, and yet he's able to forge notes of 1 million in value. Unless he can reverse the basic rules of the demon world. This is a skill that only a very few high-level demon kings possess, and with the disappearance of many demon kings, it has almost been lost in the demon world. Seeing Jin Yi silently staring at Lin Yu, Ming Chang-sin took a few steps forward and cheerfully said, Well then, Lord Jinya, are you satisfied with these ghost coins? Without thinking much, Jinya burst into laughter, his joy blooming like a flower. Ha! I'm absolutely satisfied, beyond satisfied. In his heart, he quietly calculated, if I could obtain the method to create these ghost coins, not only could I compensate for the shortage caused by my recent withdrawals from the treasury, but perhaps I might even gain insight into how to break through to the next realm. Feeling utterly satisfied, he approached Lin Yu, intending to take the suitcase full of ghost coins. You done well this time. It seems my decision to support you back then was indeed wise. Hand over these 500 billion to me. Next time, I'll provide you with the materials for counterfeit money. Strive to make a full 1,000 billion in one go. But just as his fingers were about to touch the stack of ghost coins, Lin Yu abruptly snapped the suitcase shut. He spoke, cutting through Jin Ye's surprise. Wait a moment, Master Ming. It seems you've forgotten something. Catching on, old Ming chuckled. No need to rush. I was just about to make my report to the Lord. He then turned to Jin Ye and spoke slowly. Lord Jin Ye, this brother Feng Du, who has made great contributions as the inventor of the new ghost coins, wishes to take on the core leadership position at the BB Park sector. Hearing this, Jin Ye gave a cold laugh, fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, and replied, It seems you humans have yet to be properly taught a lesson by the demon world. He continued, Even for a legitimate business, it's nearly impossible to rise from the bottom straight to the top, let alone in a chaotic park like this. Lin Yu sneered and responded, So everything you promised earlier was just empty talk. Ming Chang-sin chuckled wickedly and said, I'm a businessman after all. When it comes to making choices, we always pursue the highest profit, but we are not petty people. With that, he waved his hand, and a henchman understanding the signal stepped forward, respectfully handing Lin Yu a contract. Ming Cheng Sin continued, "As long as you're willing to sign this employment contract and obediently work for us, a title of vice president wouldn't be impossible." Lin Yu took the contract, skimmed through it, and after finishing, he laughed even colder and said, "An employment contract? This is clearly a slavery pact. The truth is, you're just afraid you can't beat me in this chaotic park, so you lured me here, trying to use Demon King Jinya's influence to suppress me, right? After all, this place is not only an ideal location for secret deals, but also a convenient spot for disposing of bodies." Ming Cheng Xin listened to every word Lin Yu said, somewhat surprised by his deductive reasoning, but he still replied with a sly smile. "Hemph. You're right, but unfortunately, you're realizing this a bit too late." Jinya also spoke up. "Feng Du being favored by the Demon King is your blessing. But the business of the B Park District is not something an outsider like you can meddle in. This slave contract, if you sign it voluntarily, you might spare yourself some suffering." Lin Yu crumpled the contract in his hand and replied firmly, "I refuse." Seeing Lin Yu's refusal, Ming Cheng Sin expressed some disappointment and said, "How ungrateful. Lord Jinya, please take control of him." Lin Yu laughed even louder at this. "Already thinking of pulling out before crossing the bridge? You don't want the 500 billion ghost coins anymore?" Ming Cheng Sin, annoyed, turned around, grinned, pointed at Lin Yu, and shouted, "Ha! You can only blame yourself for leaving a gap. This money is just a few days' worth of your labor. Once we capture you as a slave, what does this loss even matter?" Lin Yu smiled and replied, "What a pity." He then swung the suitcase of money into the air, saying, "You've all calculated this wrong." Ming Cheng Sin, seeing Lin Yu throw the suitcase, immediately sprang up to grab it. He felt a bit of excitement, thinking to himself, he's pulled his hand back. But below, Lin Yu confidently snapped his fingers. The suitcase of money exploded with a loud bang, and all the ghost coins shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. Ming Cheng Sin, standing close to the suitcase, was filled with fear as he saw it about to explode. He exclaimed, "How did this happen?" Jinya, sensing the danger, quickly grabbed Ming Cheng Sin and pulled him toward himself, helping him escape the explosion in the blink of an eye. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes assessing the situation. The ghost coins had clearly left his hand, yet he could still manipulate the power of the rules within them. This is a violation of the demon world's rules. If that's the case, even if they force him into slave money, creating ghost coins for submission, he could still manipulate the ghost coins to self-destruct at any time. The duck that flies into your mouth might fly away just as easily. In the paper scraps of ghost coins, Lin Yu slowly walked towards Jinya, Demon King Jinya, or should we call him CEO Jinya? Lin Yu coldly said, "If you don't want your bank to go completely bankrupt, you better not provoke me." Jinya was startled when he heard Lin Yu correctly identify his identity and exclaimed, "You know who I am." Lin Yu smiled. The reason he knew Jinya's identity was because, from the moment he saw him, I had a Ning used the Nightmare Eye in the demon suppression space, and based on a few keywords I overheard, I could already guess almost everything. Furthermore, Ning's natural talent for mental analysis has been operating quietly all this time. The secrets of your group have long been in my hands. But he didn't say all that. Instead, he quietly responded to Jinya's confused and perplexed look. "I know you want the ghost coins, because you embezzled funds from the treasury and can't pay them back on time, right?" Lin Yu's words left Jinya stunned, unable to hide his embarrassment. "You're right," he replied. Then he began to recount. Years ago, when Heaven and Earth Bank collapsed for no reason, the demon world was thrown into chaos. I, along with a few others in the Central District, established the Jinya Bank. He continued, "There are also regional banks under our control. My innate aptitude for financial management is very strong, so I was chosen as a reputable branch chief. To run a bank in the demon world, besides needing the endorsement of the Demon Kings, you must submit to public oversight. For example, during the semi-annual inventory audits, you have to publicly disclose all the ghost coins in the vault for the Demon Kings and customers to verify. But who in that position could resist the temptation of trillions of ghost coins?" Lin Yu went on, "That's why you researched counterfeiting techniques, refurbished ghost coins, and built the BB sector internally as henchmen to launder money. Jin Ye sighed and let the secret slip out. Yes, that pile of counterfeit money was temporarily stuffed into the treasury to deceive people, but the loophole kept widening. I grew greedy for a moment and caused a deficit of 100 billion. So the BB sector expanded recruitment, and under the pressure, someone of dubious background like you could slip in. But what can you use to blackmail me? Even if you knew everything, what could you do? In this chaotic region, a single finger of mine is enough to crush you. Hearing the threat, Lin Yu only sneered coldly. He summoned the spatial power he had gained from the passage between realms, and demonstrated it in front of Jin Ye. With a smug smile, he replied, "Do you really think I came here just to let you manipulate me? The power of space will shatter for me." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful burst of spatial energy shot out from his finger, rising straight up and forming a swirling energy sphere. It quickly began to affect the surrounding laws, causing the spatial structure of the area to start twisting. The crackling sound from the sphere transformed into a storm of energy lightning, relentlessly destroying the rules in the area. Ming Cheng Xin, startled, retreated, stammering, "The force of the laws has been dispelled again." Jin Ye couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering, "You're just a level 7 demon controller. How do you possess a power that even many demon kings don't have?" Lin Yu, unfazed by the fear of the two, grew even colder. He took out a black envelope and, staring at Jin Ye, said, "With the power of space, the chaotic rules of this place will fall apart." He continued, "Basically, you can't stop me. At any time, I can use the spiritual weapon to contact the outside world and send news about your treasury deficit." Jin Ye found himself in a disadvantaged position. At any moment, his secret could be exposed to the public. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In his mind, there was only one thought. No, the bank operates on trust. Once the fact that I've embezzled is revealed, the other Demon King factions will definitely not let me off. Thinking of this, Jin Ye immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees. He lowered his tone and tried to make amends with Lin Yu. "Stop, don't get agitated. Brother Fengdu, we can talk this through calmly." At this point, Lin Yu also addressed him as an equal. "Jin Ye, you're right. We should sit down and discuss this properly." Seeing that Lin Yu didn't want a confrontation, Jin Ye felt more at ease. "You want to become the Deputy General of the BB District, right? I agree. Once we return, I'll immediately have Ming Cheng Xin promote you to that position." Ming Cheng Xin, badly injured and covered in bruises, hastily chimed in. But at this moment, Lin Yu shook his head and declined. A mere assistant manager asking for quick redemption. It's too late now. He looked directly at Jin Ye and continued, "What you need are ghost coins to cover the deficit in your treasury. And the core of the ghost coins is me. If you, Jin Ye, want, you can cooperate directly with me. There's no need for Ming Cheng Xin to intercept a portion of it." Jin Ye was momentarily startled upon hearing this. But after thinking it over, he realized it made sense. Direct business would be faster and much more beneficial. Ming Cheng Xin, standing beside him, looked livid and stammered, How could this be?" Lin Yu calmly explained, "Compared to calling you the boss of the BB district, it's more accurate to call you a high-level lackey, specializing in money laundering and dirty work. You don't even have the ability to innovate. If, in the future, head of Jinyi requires anything else, can you handle it for him?" Ming Cheng Xin stood frozen in place, speechless, unable to refute a single word. Lin Yu continued, his gaze icy. "But I can." Lin Yu said, "If I were the one steering District BB, I could definitely take it to a whole new level." The more Jin Yi listened, the more sense it made to him. He weighed the pros and cons. Indeed, if District BB were entrusted to him, it would surely be more beneficial than leaving it in the hands of the Ming family. Ming Cheng Xin, at a loss for a reason, quickly retorted, "I am the trusted confidant personally nurtured by the Lord himself, while you're just a newcomer who refuses to sign the contract. On what basis should Lord Jin Ye trust you?" Lin Yu confidently stepped toward Ming Cheng Xin. Mutual benefit itself was the best contract. Meanwhile, with his hands clasped behind his back, he silently called out to the system, "Exchange money for me." In the next instant, a rain of ghost coins poured down, and he stood proudly at the center of it all. The sight left both Ming Cheng Xin and Jin Ye utterly stunned. Yet again, Lin Yu had made his point clear. Of all the things I might lack, ghost coins are not one of them. Ming Cheng Sin could hardly believe it. You still have that much money hidden on you. Lin Yu turned to Commander Jinya and made his offer. Consider this 100 billion as the deposit for our cooperation. If your bank ever receives counterfeit ghost coins that have lost their yin energy, just send them straight to me for renewal. He continued, moreover, we will also deposit personal savings as clients into your Jinya bank, a proposal that's hard to refuse. Jinya stroked his chin and complimented, your proposal is indeed very sincere. Upon hearing this, Ming Cheng Sin immediately turned around, looking at Jinya with deep concern. My lord Jinya, could it be that you really... Jinya looked at Ming Cheng Sin with a touch of sympathy. Well, with such a huge benefit, only a fool would refuse, he said. I'm sorry, little Ming, but I'm just someone who chases after profit. Compared to risking counterfeit money, which could explode at any time, I value the future development of Feng Do much more. After that, Jin Ye decisively walked over to Lin Yu, without hesitation, ignoring the desperate pleas of Ming Cheng Sin behind him. Please, my lord Jin Ya, you can't treat me like this. The Ming family has sacrificed so much for you over the past dozen years. My father, my grandfather, my uncle, my cousin, all of them sacrificed for the BB region. For you. Lin Yu spoke up at this moment, his tone full of sarcasm, as if reminding him, Boss Ming, aren't you quite skilled at forcing cows to give milk, killing donkeys, and grinding the millstone? Now you're the donkey yourself, and you want to play both sides? Ming Cheng Sin still didn't give up. He tightly clutched Jinya's legs, crying as he turned to Lin Yu, pleading, Lord Feng Du, please say something to help me. Lin Yu's gaze was icy, his eyes cold as he looked at him and replied, What for? Unable to find a reason, Ming Cheng Sin's tears and snot streamed down like rain, and he continued begging, You can take over guarding the BB district if you want, but only I have experience managing the BB district. I can be your assistant. I don't need to make a monster contract either. Besides, I'm a demon martial level powerhouse. Surely I'd be an invaluable help to you. Lin Yu only sneered coldly, replying in a frosty voice. Help? You're old, your soul's been drained more than half, and in this lifetime, you'll only remain at the middle tier of demon martial. You have no room for further progress. Why should I waste a precious contract quota to support a frail fake weakling like you? He continued. As for what you call management experience, in my eyes, it's nothing but trash. Upon hearing this, Ming Cheng Sin felt as though all of his strength had been drained. He finally realized that he had become a useless person. He let his hand fall from Jinya's thigh and slumped to the ground, his gaze filled with despair. Jinya coldly stepped forward, her spiritual power surging, and calmly spoke the final words before sending him off. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless now. A single palm strike from Jinya came down hard on his head. In his extreme fear, his eyes welled up with tears as he desperately begged, Wait, Lord Jinya. No, please don't. But Jinya showed no hesitation, completely ignoring his pleas. With one final strike, she sent him to meet his family in the afterlife, and the atmosphere immediately grew still. Only then did Jin Yi turn to Lin Yu and smile brightly, saying, The BB district is yours. The group of underlings who had been observing the scene all this time quickly approached Lin Yu, smiling and fawning over him. Lin Yu happily said, From now on, the BB area has a new owner. The two men immediately bowed and congratulated him. Congratulations, new boss. Lin Yu was never harsh with those who followed him. He said, Do you understand that only by knowing the times can one be considered a true talent? Then he took out the Ming Hun Ha Bai and quickly drafted 2 new contracts. Since you are willing to follow me, the previous contract of indenture with Ming Cheng Sin is considered void. This is a new employment contract. Life under my leadership will certainly be better than when you worked for Ming Cheng Sin. With just a minute of writing, the 2 new contracts appeared, slowly floating toward the 2 demons. They took them and read through them. Their expressions shifted from surprise to joy, and they hastily thanked him. Such great treatment. Thank you for your trust, boss. Jinya, seeing Lin Yu use super yin energy in front of him, couldn't help but be moved. He sighed, I didn't expect it to be level 3 super yin energy. Your assets are likely on par with the Demon King's. Noticing Jinya's eager gaze, Lin Yu quickly put away the Ming Han Hoa Bai. Then, He embraced his body and replied, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not so short-sighted. A person of your talents, your value while alive is far greater than when you're dead. Although with just 1,000 billion yin coins, not even using up your yin energy, I could clear your previous debts. But I'm sure you'll withdraw money for your personal use anyway." Hearing Lin Yu speak directly to the greed of all monsters, Jin Ya burst out laughing. "Haha, you understand me too well, which is why I'll still need to rely on you for long-term support. Just when you have yin energy that allows you to sign contracts, let's go ahead and sign a cooperation agreement right here." Lin Yu replied, "All right." He then drew several lines with Ming Hun Hoa Bai. Just a few seconds later, a set of office furniture appeared, and the two of them sat down to negotiate. Jin Ye spoke first. The previous contract with the Ming family allowed for 100 billion yin coins in renovation, which could be exchanged for 60 billion real money. The return rate was only 200%, and after deducting the cost of renovation and conversion, the profits were minimal. But your renovation technology creates ghost coins, for real, where every 100 billion could be exchanged for 100 million of valuable residual money. The gross profit margin is 1,000%. What do you think? Lin Yu smiled and replied, "It's no problem." Once both sides had finalized the terms, a contract was drafted, and both parties signed it. While Jin Ye signed with his real name, Lin Yu signed under the alias Feng Du. Immediately after the contract was completed, he took out the ghost coins, placed on the table, pushed them towards Jin Ye, and said, "These 100 billion yin coins are yours now." Jin Ye received the 100 billion ghost coins, overjoyed, and grinned widely. "In the future, I'll gradually transfer the money I've collected from the bank to the BB district. Let's have a pleasant cooperation." As the owner Feng Du cheerfully prepared to leave, Lin Yu called out to Jin Ye, "Wait a moment. I heard that your Crocodile Bank has quite a decent interest rate. Besides the 100 billion just now, I'd like to deposit a few more 100 billion ghost coins to earn some interest. Where's your bank? Let's head there now." Jin Ye was startled when he saw how much money Lin Yu had. "Let's go then. Could it be that you still have 100 billion on you? But this time it's not old tech fake money, but new tech ghost coins, like before." Lin Yu replied, "Of course, it's real ghost coins. As good as gold." Jin Ye smiled even wider and then took out a yin energy, saying, "Then there's no need for such trouble. Our bank already offers door-to-door service for VIP customers. I always carry the yin energy for creating cards from the bank. Now, I'll transfer the money directly to your account." Without hesitation, he took out a stack of ghost coins worth 100 billion. "Ghost coins," he said, "that's fine." With the Demon King's eyes, "I guess there's no need to check each bill, right?" Seeing Lin Yu take the money with an unruffled expression, he couldn't help but wonder, how is this guy able to do this? But right after the yin energy formed a black card, Jin Ye held it up and said, "This is the ultimate black card from our Jin Ye Bank. Each card is engraved with a force rule, detailing your information, balance, and the interest rate can also be checked on the card." Jin Ye then handed it to Lin Yu. He took it, and an information screen immediately appeared. The screen displayed the name Feng Du, Supreme VIP level, with a balance of 100 billion and an unlimited deposit term. The interest rates were shown as 0.1% for the unlimited term, 1% for 1 year, 3% for 3 years, and 5% for 5 years. Holding the card in his hand, he was also surprised by this bank's interest rate. The mortality rate in the demon world is so high, yet the interest rate is pitifully low. But when the system screen displayed the mission completion notification, he smiled faintly. "Congratulations, the cardholder has completed mission 14. Noble above 10,000. He chuckled to himself. Indeed, knowing how to spend wisely to improve oneself is the right path. It seems this guy still hasn't realized the treachery. If I keep using my yin energy to fill the treasury in the long run, all the cash reserves will eventually be replaced by me. When that time comes, who will the Jin Ye Bank really belong to? That's hard to say." Jin Ye then turned to leave, but didn't forget to give him some additional information every customer should know. Jin Ye Bank is a chain, with its headquarters in the Central District. But the branch closest to the BB area is the Nightbone City branch, only half a day's journey away. It would be best for you to visit there and meet the customer manager who once served Ming Cheng Xin, who is also our point of contact. "I am the Demon King myself," Jin Ye continued. You cannot leave the central area casually. Going to the border area was already the limit. From now on, we will communicate through this channel. After that, he disappeared from the place. He also got into the car and returned to the BB district. During the one day Lin Yu was away from the BB district, Zhu Wei felt a little anxious. While cleaning his room, she sank into deep thoughts. Master Feng Du has been gone for a full day now. Could someone like him really have been deceived by Boss Ming's empty promises? Suddenly, a voice from outside startled her. Hurry, hurry, go meet Master Feng Du. Master Feng Du is here. She was a bit confused by the way the person referred to him, so she left her task and rushed outside to inquire. Excuse me, what are you talking about? The person replied, didn't you receive the notice from the direct manager? She answered, I've been waiting in my room for orders. I don't know anything. Suddenly, a ghost who seemed to recognize her spoke. Oh, you're Xiao Wei, right? You were assigned as Master Feng Du's assistant. Then, you must know about his business trip with Ming Cheng Xin to meet the great person behind the scenes, right? He continued, they have left the blocked border area. News is being transmitted on the way back. The former boss of the BB district, Ming Cheng Xin, was executed by that noble, and Feng Du has become the new boss. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei was shocked and exclaimed, What? Another demon, with a delighted expression, continued, Boss Feng Du is about to issue new regulations and new employment contracts for the BB district. The terms are very favorable to us. Low-level employees, even those who no longer want to work, can leave the district freely as long as they sign a confidentiality agreement. Xiao Wei felt as though he were dreaming, so he pinched himself. Is this the liberation that Lord Feng Du spoke of? But how could it happen so quickly? At the same time, Lin Yu had also arrived at the BB district. He got out of the car, greeted by two demon drivers bowing to him. He walked in the mill, as all the employees simultaneously bowed and greeted. We welcome Boss Feng Du. He glanced at one of the demons and asked, Are you the managers of the BB district? The demon replied, Yes, yes. Now that you've replaced Ming Cheng Xin, we will serve you wholeheartedly from now on. Don't trust these flattery words, he sneered, totally sincere. Then, he called in Ning to check the group. Immediately after Ning performed the mind-reading technique, the thoughts of the group of demons appeared. I'm sick of Ming Cheng Xin already. Changing masters is the right time. This kid has just arrived and is already riding on the heads of senior staff like us. We are all veterans here. When it's time to bow our heads, we bow. As long as we can keep our jobs, there's no shame in that. Sooner or later, I'll find a chance to get back at him, in front of the big boss, and then take his place. Lin Yu had just skimmed through the thoughts of a few of them, when he saw that only one person was fine. He spoke coldly. Looks like some people's thoughts aren't quite as they speak, huh? Upon hearing this, the ones whose thoughts had just been read fell silent, while others protested. Such thoughts are perfectly normal. Moreover, the guards and low-level staff have already been given more lenient contracts. We're managers, after all, so why should we be scrutinized so strictly? He immediately responded, How can low-level staff and managers be the same? For the lower class, as long as there are rules to constrain behavior, it won't cause major problems. But a manager is someone who upholds the rules from the very beginning. Even a slight deviation in thinking will be magnified many times over. This area is now under my control. If you want to stay, please adjust your attitude. Suddenly, a demon standing in the corner, with an arrogant attitude, spoke up. What if I'm not convinced? What can you do to us? Are you planning to kill all of us? Do you know what the consequences will be? He continued, Who are you? Lin Yu calmly replied, I am He Yu Shang, the HR director, and I've been in this profession for 6 years. Right now, all the low-level employees in this area are hired by me, including you, so you'd better show some respect. Without further words, Lin Yu leaped forward, swung his hand, and the demon flew out, still maintaining his arrogant posture in midair. Seeing Lin Yu act quickly and decisively like that, the demons felt a chill run down their spines. They began discussing among themselves. Some fell silent in fear, while others, feeling aggrieved, spoke up. He then coldly said, Too noisy. One of the demons, unable to bear this oppression, spoke loudly to express his displeasure. Feng Du actually killed him. He immediately warned them all. I advise those of you who consider yourselves high-ranking or middle-tier leaders to stop thinking of yourselves as the pillars of this company. The truth is, none of you have created any real value. In fact, your outdated management tricks, brainwashing, and clumsy manipulation of people's spirits only make the employees' performance worse. The demon, still unwilling to accept this, retorted. But without management like us to suppress them, if these employees rise up and strike, they'd rather die than work. Who will then accomplish the great tasks you set for us? He calmly responded to his question. Whether employees are willing to work or not ultimately depends on the system and the rules. The demon, his face flushing as if enlightened, repeated, as you yourself had said, we are the ones who enforce the rules. An old demon standing next to the pink-faced demon also spoke up, but our management has never relied on ideological consensus. We rule with absolute power. Meanwhile, the other demons had different thoughts on the matter. These thoughts flowed into his mind one by one. You think you can scare us just by killing a director of the Sphinx? Dream on. As long as you haven't recruited enough demon marshals of equivalent strength to replace us, we are still safe. Lin Yu received these thoughts, and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless as he sighed. Indeed, this is an illegal gray industrial zone, built from the underworld, and the management is no different from people like Ming Cheng Xin. Just a bunch of like-minded scoundrels. Expecting these monsters, who are greedy to the bone, to understand economics and political science is truly a delusion. He then took out a reward card, received from the system after completing Mission 14, and quietly calculated. Listen up, my rules. You don't need to enforce them. With that, he held the card and soared confidently into the air. The demons, witnessing his actions, were utterly confused and had no idea what was going on. Staring at him in confusion, the card he was holding was a rule creation card, designed to create specialized rules within a designated field, with their enforcement guaranteed by the power of rule from the demon world. As soon as he soared to a certain height and used the card, the entire space of the BB area began to change. Yin energy from the surroundings began to converge at his location, causing rocks and debris to fly in all directions. The demons below sensed that something was about to happen, causing them to anxiously exclaim, "What's going on? This feels terrifying." Just a minute later, chains appeared and connected with each other, forming a new rule. The demons simultaneously looked up at the sky, watching the rule take shape, their faces twitching. This pressure. It seems like the power from the power of rule is descending. Soon after, the rule board of the BB area began to fade and then disappear. The new rule text that he had created slowly began to appear. BB area rules. 1. Guarantee autonomy over one's body and property. 2. The production task must be balanced with rights and benefits. 3. Establish a fair feedback and exchange mechanism. 4. Maintain trade secrets. Notification rule appeared. The land belongs to the district. Punishment and compensation must have clear limits and explicit regulations. A new power of rule had been issued by him across the entire BB sector. The rule applied to all personnel, from senior managers to low-ranking staff. Everyone felt the pressure of the new regulation, a binding demand that compelled absolute compliance. Lin Yu stood above, watching the rules slowly bind each demon here. One by one, they were forced to bow in submission. It was like chains of cha wrapping around every monster and converging into his hands. And he was the one with the authority to decide everything. Seeing how superior the system's card was, he murmured, "No wonder it's a high-level artifact. The effect of this rule creation card surpasses even the demon trade license I once held. The license only worked within the confines of a shop and could only imprison offenders. The rule creation card, however, can exert permanent influence over all staff in the BB sector. It is not constrained by space or time, and it can directly suppress and punish. With enough of these cards, one could even recreate the world's order." After the power of rule was fully established, the pressure vanished. The high-ranking demons struggled to stand, gasping for breath, their faces filled with worry. The pink-faced demon muttered angrily to the old demon beside him. "This power of rule is no different from stripping us of all our authority." But the old demon next to him tried to console him. "If you think about it carefully, these rules aren't entirely unacceptable." From above, Lin Yu looked down at the demons managing Area BB, his voice cold with a faint smile. "So, have you finally come to your senses?" The old demon, who had never harbored ill intentions toward him, replied, "After all, we used to help the wicked do evil, hardly anything honorable." Meanwhile, the pink-faced demon, who had been defiant earlier, suddenly changed his tone, flattering, "But as long as you've set the rules, we'll follow them to the end." Lin Yu responded, "Good. In that case, I'll allow you to remain here temporarily, but you may no longer hold your former positions." The demons' faces turned ashen, and they spoke in unison. "We'll obey the boss's orders in all things." Lin Yu then issued his command, "I want to upgrade the ghost coin refinement technique. For the next 2 days, the entire Area BB will cease operations and take leave." He immediately turned to Ning and gave the order. Ning, temporarily take on the position of Deputy General of Human Resources. Have each person meet with the Demon Marshal, arrange positions, salaries, and have them re-sign their employment contracts. Remove anyone who still harbors ill intentions, fire them, and expel them from the area. She nodded and replied, "Understood, Lord." Then he summoned Zhu Xiang to give further instructions. Zhu Xiang temporarily assumed the role of Deputy General of Logistics. "Go and improve the meals for everyone in the area." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiang eagerly responded, "Yes, Lord, I guarantee everyone will eat until they're completely satisfied." While Ning was busy with the BB area management, Zhu Xiang took out his large black pan, enlarged its size, and began preparing a delicious pot of soup for all the staff. The sound of the bubbling soup filled the air, with the fire crackling fiercely beneath it. With his expert culinary skills, the aroma spread, causing the low-ranking demon staff to shudder in delight. This was the first time since being tricked into the area that they had smelled such truly delicious food. The exclamations rang out, and saliva flowed endlessly. "It's so delicious. Since entering this area, I've never had anything this good." At this moment, after finishing their tasks at Ning's place, the managers were assigned by Lin Yu to help Zhu Xiang bring the dishes. He loudly addressed everyone in the canteen. "Consider this a celebration for me taking over Zone BB. Everyone gets a portion of this nourishing soup." The low-ranking employees immediately grabbed large bowls to take their share. Once everyone had their portion, looking at the delicious food in their hands, the low-ranking staff shouted in unison, "Long live Boss Feng Du." Xiao Nian stood among them, looking at the steaming, fragrant bowl of soup in her hands, happily murmuring, "Is this the taste of freedom?" Unable to resist the temptation of such a tasty dish, the demons ate greedily, as if they had been starving for days. But unexpectedly, after drinking, their bodies began to undergo a transformation. "Huh, how does this soup restore my damaged soul energy? Seriously, after just one sip, it feels like I've consumed top-grade soul-nourishing elixir. What exactly is this made of?" Meanwhile, in a nearby trash bin, an identical outfit belonging to Ming Cheng Xin lay tossed and crumpled. A new era had officially taken shape in Area BB. After the party ended, Lin Yu returned to his room to rest. After a while, the horror game system appeared with a notification. Sub-Dungeon, Area BB. Objective: survive 5 days in the area. Pass the workload check 4 out of 5. Number of survivors: 1. Staring at the blood-written notice before him, he murmured, "We took control of Area BB a whole day earlier than planned. But at present, the function of this area is merely to hide an enormous, unexplained fortune and to keep producing counterfeit money for upgrades. That no longer holds any meaning. Leaving production halted only invites suspicion. We must devise a genuinely effective method to regenerate counterfeit currency that can be used in practice." He took out a fake ghost coin, channeled spiritual power into it, and thought back over how to increase the power of rule for ghost coins without consuming souls or demonic energy. Ghost coins fundamentally obey the law of equivalent exchange. To suspend the power of rule, he said, everyone has to pay the price, either through the effort of the demon marshal or through the soul and spirit. The strongest, richest system, on the other hand, uses yin energy from the yin source as raw material, continuously producing ghost coins. But where does the power of rule corresponding to those billions of denominations actually come from? From the days of accumulating merit, from the rewards of missions, from a past life that was burnt away, from the miracle of reversing reincarnation. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What if we inject time-space energy? Immediately, intense time-space energy began pouring into the fake ghost coins in his hand. Streams of time energy spiraled around, and the yin energy inside the ghost coins was purified and shaped. Just moments later, a new ghost coin was successfully created with an almost perfect structure. The answer is the power of time. Holding the ghost coin with perfect yin energy in his hand, he suddenly remembered, I understand now. Whether it's the labor of the demon marshal, the demon general sacrificing their lifespan, or the headaches we have to deal with in system missions, all of these things point to time energy, like an ally. He thought to himself, in the end, everything is about using one's time to exchange for money. There's no such thing as investment capital generating profit, no illusionary bubbles. Everything relies on the most primitive value. It's the saying, a foot of time is worth a foot of gold. This is the core principle behind creating ghost coins in the demon world. Having found the essential factor of the matter, he eagerly said, the power of time. Let it increase for me. Immediately, a surge of spatial energy was infused into the ghost coin in his hand, and its denomination steadily increased. 10 million, 30 million, 50 million. Holding the 50 million ghost coin, he laughed joyfully. Haha, this denomination has far surpassed the limit I could create on my own, but it hasn't cost me a single bit of soul or essence. If the theory has been successfully verified, expanding it shouldn't be too difficult. It's just that I'll need another rule-making card. Something as extraordinary as this, I would only get 2 cards for completing a task worth 1 trillion. It would be such a waste to use them. He took out the rule-making card, feeling a sense of regret. But then he took out another card, and muttered, good thing I've stocked up on quite a few advanced item copy cards. I only need to copy 1 here, and it's totally worth it. Immediately after, he activated the advanced item copy card to duplicate the rule card. A faint golden light appeared, surrounding the 2 cards, and after a moment, the copy card transformed into a rule card. At that moment, he threw the rule card high into the air and shouted loudly, initiate rule creation, using the power of time to sustain yin energy forever. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rule card was activated, and a pure energy orb surrounded the card. The card then shot straight up, breaking through the ceiling. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the card soared into the sky, like a small sun rising, and then hovering in the sky. The commotion startled the demon staff members, who were resting, causing them to look out the window in surprise and exclaim, another rule power. At the same time, in Ning's office, she was reviewing and discussing a labor contract with a demon manager when the disturbance caught her attention. She looked up at the sky. The demon manager widened his eyes. It wasn't long ago. What kind of earth-shattering thing is Boss Fang doing again? Meanwhile, Ning remained calm. Lord. At the same time, Lin Yu had already leaped up to the roof, looking at the rule token that was being activated, muttering to himself, it seems like there's still one more step to activate. With that, he jumped up to the small sun, his hands emitting powerful spatiotemporal energy. As the spatiotemporal energy from his hands collided forcefully with the small sun, he shouted, break for me. The spatiotemporal energy then shifted from confrontation to merging with the rule of the small sun before being absorbed. The rule of the small sun also gained spatiotemporal attributes, and, from then on, spatiotemporal energy was continuously generated. Once everything was completed, he gently landed on the roof of the building, satisfied. It's done. From now on, workers in the BB zone can perfectly use the fixed timeline here to recharge their ghost coins. Afterward, he flew back to his room, admiring the small sun rule he had created himself. He curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Thanks to the dual rule system established today, Zone BB has finally become a true mint. The workers here are no longer expendable materials in a factory of flesh and blood, but real people who use their own hands to continuously create value. Utterly delighted, his grin widened. Ghost coins can now be spent without harming anyone. I no longer need to manage every detail. Just return periodically to replenish the power of time. Finally, once the roles and duties of the former demon marshals are reassigned, production can resume. After that, I can rest easy and focus on other matters. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He went out to open it, and a familiar face appeared. Ah, Lindy asked, Xiao Wei? She stammered, Feng, boss. He replied, that sounds too distant. She said, I'm sorry, Mr. Feng do. He was slightly puzzled as to why Xiao Wei had come at such an hour, but he still politely invited her in to talk. What brings you here? She said, Since Ming Cheng Xin reassigned me here, there's no place for me in the factory anymore. Do you still need me to continue as your personal assistant? He said, I don't need an assistant. Do you want to go back to doing money laundering work? Xiao Wei hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then gathered all her courage and said, Well, Mr. Fengdu, may I sign a contract with you? Although I'm so weak, I might not be qualified. Hearing this, he smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, I can't sign a contract with you, but don't underestimate yourself. In fact, I have an even more important task to assign to you. An hour later, in a skyscraper, the enormous Jinye Bank branch in the city of Night Fog, in an office within the building, a voice rang out, Director, I beg you to give me another chance. The director replied, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't accomplish anything. Now it's the last day of the second quarter. I'll say it up front, if you don't meet the targets, the discrepancy will be deducted from your performance-based salary. It seemed that a manager was informing a bank clerk who hadn't met her KPI. When the manager left, the teller scowled, gritting her teeth and muttering angrily to herself, Humph, I didn't meet my targets, but wasn't it because the goals the boss set were too high? The wealthy class in Demon World didn't just appear out of nowhere. When they were still getting started, they were taken over by those senior employees. A newcomer like me, where am I supposed to find connections? Am I just supposed to sit around and wait for luck to fall into my lap? While the teller was fuming, still stunned from the manager's scolding, Lin Yu and Xiao Wei were walking toward her from a distance. As soon as Lin Yu stepped into the bank, he felt the emptiness around him. He thought to himself, looks like we came too early. There's no one in line yet. The teller, noticing Lin Yu and Xiao Wei approaching, immediately assessed their appearance. One is a 7th-level demon controller and the other a general-level ghost. Their clothes are tattered, and not a single piece of yin energy jewelry on them. But then she shook her head, warning herself. No, I can't judge people by their looks anymore. They're still young. What if they're from a prestigious family, hiding their true abilities? If I let this VIP slip away, my salary this month is as good as gone. When Lin Yu and Xiao Wei approached her counter, the teller immediately smiled and greeted them. Hello, may I help you with a transaction? Are you here to make a deposit? Lin Yu gently sat down and replied, I'm not here to deposit money. She maintained her professional smile. Then, perhaps you're here for a loan. Lin Yu answered, that's not it either. Noticing that the customer wasn't interested in conducting any transactions, the teller's expression changed to one of annoyance. She placed a service temporarily suspended sign on the counter and, without hesitation, pointedly said, Sorry, if you're not here for one of those two services and haven't made an appointment, we cannot assist you. Seeing the teller's clear disdain for Lin Yu, Xiao Wei slammed her hand on the table in frustration. What? Is there discrimination even in other services? The teller didn't respond. She didn't even bother to turn around, coldly spun her chair, and quietly muttered with contempt, Humph, I'd rather take the day off to drink, find a rich guy, than waste my time with a bunch of poor people. She began to gather her belongings, preparing to leave the counter, not sparing them a second glance. Suddenly, a murderous intent emanated from Lin Yu, making the teller's body tremble in fear. His voice rang out, cold enough to send shivers down her spine. Stop. At that moment, the expression on her face, as seen by the translator, showed clear signs of worry. She murmured, the aura of a demon king. This pressure made her hesitate. As she turned around, Lin Yu had already taken out a black card, one that he had personally made for himself. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Is this how you treat customers with a black card? The translator stared at the black card in Lin Yu's hand, her mouth falling open in surprise. Supreme Dark Card. At that moment, her face grew even more terrified, her anxiety causing her to fidget. She knew very well how valuable the black card in his hand was, and that anyone who possessed such a card was no ordinary person. The Supreme Dark Card represents the most esteemed clients of Jinya Bank. Each one must be personally approved by the CEO of Jinya's headquarters and have their credit limit set. Not only must their assets exceed 10 billion, but they must also have a powerful background to influence. The more she thought about it, the more she trembled involuntarily. Since Jinyi Bank was founded, no more than 30 people have ever owned one, and each of them is a powerhouse at the Demon King level. Someone like that, why would they come to a small place like Yiwu City instead of staying in a central area? Lin Yu saw the cashier's expressive face and sneered, saying, Just now, I believe I heard you say that without an appointment, nothing can be done. The cashier, noticing this, quickly tossed her personal items aside, her face breaking into a bright smile. She swiftly picked up the temporary stop transaction sign and moved away from the counter, replying, "Sir, you must be joking. Anything can be done. If you don't need to deposit money or apply for a loan, I can still introduce you to financial products, insurance, and facilities." Seeing her change of attitude too late, Lin Yu sighed and spoke, "No need. I just need you to go and call your branch manager here." Upon hearing this, her face turned even paler, her anxiety growing. Why does he want the branch manager? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away now. She quickly made up an excuse. "Sir, the branch manager is attending to other clients, and it might be difficult for him to leave immediately. But whatever services she can provide, I can offer to you as well. How about I introduce some products to you first? We just launched the Tian Ming Compound Interest Treasure product." She continued. "The annual interest rate is 20%, and there's also the Yin Sui fixed investment plan." Quick-witted, she eagerly rushed out of her transaction area, bringing the documents directly to where Lin Yu was sitting outside. However, in response, he casually swiped the card he was holding, knocking the file out of her hand, and said, "My time is more expensive than the interest rate you're offering." Without giving her a chance to explain, still stunned by his decisive actions, he unleashed a powerful burst of spiritual energy and directly attacked the bank teller, catching her completely off guard. Even a small fraction of his spiritual energy caused the teller to collapse, the pain hitting her like a shockwave. Xiao Wei, seeing how quickly and decisively Lin Yu handled the situation, was momentarily stunned. I had only heard of customers being made difficult by banks, but this is the first time I've seen how bank rules can actually protect a customer. Lin Yu responded to Xiao Wei, "Haha, that's the privilege of the black card. Ordinary customers don't get this kind of treatment." Lin Yu sat there, his expression cold, watching the teller lying on the floor, silently evaluating the situation. This kind of pressure, relying on the strength of the Jin Yi Demon King, only has a suppressive effect on employees who have signed the contract with the bank. He continued thinking. As long as the opponent has the strength to surpass an intermediate demon marshal, the effect will be greatly reduced. Compared to the power of the rules I created in the park area, it's still far behind. The female clerk, after the painful fall, did not dare to complain. She quickly scrambled to her feet, knelt down to the ground, her face pale as she apologized. I'm sorry. I'll go call the branch manager immediately." As she stood up and turned to leave, the voice of a female ghost approached from a distance, her displeased tone resounding. "Foolish, calling me now is already too late. Delaying matters for the Lord, being soul-drained and body-sculpted would not be unreasonable." However, when she arrived at Lin Yu's side, the female ghost's face blossomed into a smile, and she quickly apologized to him. "As soon as I sensed the aura of the black card, I rushed over. Is there any customer more important than the supreme VIP of the black card?" Lin Yu, noticing another monster arriving, asked, "Aren't you the branch manager of Yi Wu?" She replied, "Yes. Please feel free to call me Yu Yu." He responded, "I'm the new person in charge of the BB Fengdu area, here to take over the duties from Ming Cheng Xin." She smiled and said, "So, you're the esteemed Lord Fengdu. Branch manager Jin Ye has already mentioned you." Indeed, a hero emerges from the youth. After the handshake and introductions, the flight attendant immediately signaled for him to follow to the VIP room for work. "Please follow me to the VIP room to discuss the details." Then, Lin Yu and Xiao Wei followed the flight attendant as instructed. Meanwhile, the cashier who had previously seen him, watching his figure gradually fade into the distance, became more uneasy. BB area, did he come from that cannibalistic place that doesn't spit out bones? Then, have I offended him? A moment later, in the VIP room, the flight attendant gave orders to his 3 female demon staff members. "Manya, go retrieve all the account files of Ming Cheng Xin. Ni, prepare the handover procedures. Nona, go brew the premium Yuming tea that the headquarters harvested from the central region." Receiving the orders, the 3 female demon staff members bowed and responded in unison, "Understood." They then set to work on their assigned tasks. Xiao Wei observed how professionally the 3 women worked and couldn't help but feel impressed. The entire bank serves only him. Is this the power of a black card? Just a few minutes later, the three female demons returned with the files and briefcase, handing them over to the flight attendant. The flight attendant then passed the briefcase to him for handover. She said, "Mr. Fengdu, this is the shipment delivered to you by the headquarters. A total of 1,000 billion low-grade ghost coins." Lin Yu looked at the suitcases, filled with low-grade ghost coins, his expression thoughtful. 1,000 billion low-quality coins. Once refined, they'll turn into 10,000 billion. That's tenfold profit with a single transaction. Moreover, the BB District's current operations are entirely legal and legitimate. With the present manpower and production capacity of the industrial park, completing a refinement project worth 10,000 billion would take years. Compared to that, as the system keeps upgrading, the number of ghost coins I receive daily just from check-ins has already increased tenfold. As the thought of the system crossed his mind, the system interface instantly appeared before him, displaying his account balance. Over 100,000 billion. Gazing at that enormous figure, he calculated silently, having the rewards from this mission, and using the frenzied critical rebate card, my total assets have now surpassed 10 trillion. Letting money breed more money is the least efficient form of investment for me. It's far better to spend these ghost coins, to turn them into true resources, real combat power, to reshape the balance between the two realms. Suddenly, the system changed the displayed information, and a notification appeared. A new mission has been unlocked. Mission 15. Lead the way to wealth, then help others get rich. The Enlightened One, the rooster flies to the sky, is not yet completed. Mission content. Spend 3,000 billion ghost coins to revive the economy of a region. When the GDP reaches 10 times what it was before, the mission reward will be the heaven-defying soul-quenching milk upgrade item. He looked at the new mission with a slight sigh. It seems it's time to schedule some spending again. After a moment of deep thought, he replied to the branch manager here. Manager Yu, do you know Xuhu City? Manager Yu said, if I remember correctly, that's a small to medium-sized city by the Ruoshu River. However, our Jinyi Bank doesn't operate there, so I'm not too sure about it. He responded, Xuhu City, Mingyu, and Yishan. 3 cities once had a bank stationed there, but over 10 years ago, they all withdrew at the same time. The biggest event that affected the banking industry at that time was the sudden collapse of Heaven and Earth Bank, for reasons unknown. The economy plummeted, and the entire financial sector shrank. He continued, the scale is not beyond expectations. Those 3 cities were indeed retreating at that time. The collapse of Heaven and Earth Bank. Jinya also mentioned it. Do you know the specific situation? She replied, sorry, at that time my strength was still too weak, so I didn't know the inside details. The headquarters might have records, but head Jinya always avoided this topic. Sir Fengdu, why are you asking about this? He said, it won't be long before the economy of the Xuhu City region will revive. Head Yu, are you interested in coming with me to expand the business there? Hearing Lin Yu's confident statement, Head Yu couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. Economic issues are something that even Demon King-level experts struggle with, yet he speaks with such confidence. However, she responded very politely, I would love to hear your plan. Lin Yu then happily shared his plan. Not long ago, thanks to my efforts, the 3 cities of Xuhu, Mingyu, and Yishan formed an alliance and established trade with the human world. That is a vast green market, and I believe I don't need to elaborate much on its economic potential. He continued, in addition, we will invest at least 3,000 billion ghost coins into the real economy of the 3 cities. When she heard the figure of 3,000 billion, head of operations Yu's mouth twitched slightly. She repeated it, as if to confirm, worried she had misheard. 3,000 billion? You're not joking, are you? Seeing her reaction, Lin Yu smiled faintly and sighed in satisfaction. Of course not, 3,000 billion is nothing to me. With the mind of a long-time branch manager, she had a clear understanding of economics. Establishing large-scale trade relations, combined with injecting 3,000 billion, would be enough to elevate a small city into a large one. The opportunities that come with it would continuously attract talent and high-level experts, further boosting development. The more she thought about the enormous profits in the future, the brighter head of operations Yu's face became. Her smile grew wider, and as she hurriedly poured tea to offer him, she asked, what would you like us to do? Lin Yu didn't waste time and got straight to the point. I want your bank to open branch there, acting as an intermediary supervisory bridge. When businesses in the 3 cities open accounts at your bank, I will transfer the investment funds into those accounts. Lin Yu continued. From now on, their transactions will no longer require cash withdrawals. Instead, your banks will verify the purpose of the transaction and transfer the funds on their behalf. After hearing Lin Yu's intentions, branch leader Yu Yu raised a concern and cautiously said, I understand your point, and this method indeed helps prevent easy losses, but due to the nature of ghost coins, it's difficult for the Demon World banks to build trust with customers. Our Jin Yi Bank has no foundation there either. Noticing the concern regarding trust, Lin Yu confidently patted his chest and said, Ha! As long as I provide a guarantee, the alliance of the 3 cities will certainly trust you. Upon hearing this, branch leader Yu Yu immediately stood up, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and expressed his gratitude. On behalf of the Yiwu branch, I thank Lord Fenton Du for your care. We will spare no effort in serving you and will not betray your trust. I will immediately send a request to branch leader Jin Ya, and once everything is prepared, we will open a branch in the 3 cities. Lin Yu responded, Then I'll await good news from you. After a while of discussing the plan and finalizing all the paperwork, Lin Yu stood up and left the VIP room. As soon as she stepped outside, the teller from earlier seemed to still be waiting for him. When she saw him coming out, she quickly dropped to her knees on the floor, crying and pleading with him. Esteemed customer, please forgive my disrespect. As long as you agree to withdraw the complaint from earlier, I will do anything you ask. Lin Yu was a bit confused upon hearing this, and turned to ask branch manager Yu Yu. Complaint. Branch manager Yu Yu explained, Just now, when you called me out in the lobby, it implicitly meant you had already filed a complaint about the teller's attitude. The teller, trembling on her knees, sobbed and begged, If I am complained about, I will be punished, especially by a customer with a black card. The power they wield is immense. My work performance has already been nearly wiped out. If another complaint is added, I will have to pay with my body. Compared to being punished by the bank, it would be better, esteemed sir. I am an orphan, my mother is disabled, and I have a younger brother who is like a wandering spirit waiting for me to support him. Please, I beg you, forgive me. I can make it up to you in private. The teller, tear-streaked and sniffling, looked pitifully at Lin Yu, waiting for his forgiveness. She silently thought to herself, Most of the customers who had complained in the past eventually agreed to let it go. But I've heard that people in the BB area are ruthless and heartless. I wonder if he'll let me off this time. However, Lin Yu, as always, was extremely cold-hearted towards anyone who treated her poorly, so she directly told the branch manager, You just follow your bank's rules. Immediately, a female employee entered, accompanied by 2 stern-looking city demons, and said, According to the bank's regulations, you have offended a client with exceptional assets, severely damaging the bank's reputation. The punishment for this is to be thrown into the ATM machine and turned into energy to power it. The female clerk's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she panicked, speaking out. What? Even for black card holders, usually one has to pay the price with just an arm. So why is this happening? But the 2 city demons didn't bother to listen to her explanation. They grabbed her and dragged her away. She kept pleading, No, please don't. The demon in the form of an ATM machine laughed loudly when it saw a delicious meal being served on a silver platter. Ha! Food's here again. When they got close to the demon transaction machine, the 2 bulky demons decisively raised their hands, hurling the transaction clerk directly toward the machine. The girl couldn't resist, as it was the rule for all employees there. She could only scream a few words. Ah! Then she fell silent as the demon transaction machine devoured her, turning her into nutrients. After finishing, it let out a satisfied burp. The monsters who witnessed this scene were all frightened, their faces darkening. But he remained calm and even turned to ask head of operations Yu Yu. That's right. Your Yiwu Bank branch is currently lacking a transaction clerk and is about to expand into another area, which means there's an open position, correct? She asked. You mean? He replied. Xiao Wei is my distant niece. After leveling up to a high-ranking demon general, she hasn't found a suitable job. Head of operations Yu Yu understood and didn't refuse. She responded. If she doesn't mind the hard work in the banking sector, she can take the position after a simple health check. Let's go. Then, Head of Operations Yu led Xiao Wei and Lin Yu to the fitness room for the checkup. In the fitness room, there were modern machines. Xiao Wei stood under a physical measurement device, and the demon began operating it to check her physical condition. After a while, the results appeared on the monitor. Intermediate demon, general level, physical strength A, talent A, soul body has slight damage. Rule power strength test passed, no curse, no contract binding, no pact relationship. Upon hearing the demon read out her data, Xiao Wei smiled when it reached this point and thought to herself, so what Lord Feng Du said was true. The reason he didn't form a pact with me is because he has a task to assign to me. After the first test, Xiao Wei was then taken to the second device. This time, she participated in a mouse-hitting game to measure her speed and caution. After the test was completed, Captain Yu happily clapped and announced the results. Hand speed evaluation. A caution level. Double Tiger, trained in the BB area. The job of a bank trader will be easy for her. Lin Yu saw that Xiao Wei had smoothly passed both tests, and cheerfully said, Xiao Wei has always been kind and gentle. I believe her service attitude will surely leave every customer satisfied. After the successful assessment, Branch Chief Yu solemnly announced, from today onward, Miss Xiao Wei is officially an employee of Jinye Bank. She will undergo a 3-month probation period with full benefits. Once she is officially appointed, her salary will increase by 20%, along with a clear path for promotion. The veteran staff members were also delighted to welcome the newcomer, and Xiao Wei promptly went over to greet them. Meanwhile, Lin Yu spoke to Branch Chief Yu. From now on, I hope Branch Chief Yu can guide Xiao Wei more closely. It would be best if she could soon earn a promotion to work at the headquarters and learn management experience directly from Mr. Jinya. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Branch Chief Yu pondered for a moment. Is Mr. Feng Du implying something? She thought. However, she didn't voice it, and instead responded with a pleasant smile. Coincidentally, the headquarters will be holding a recruitment examination in 3 months. As long as Xiao Wei ranks first in performance, she'll represent our branch in the competition. Then she turned to address the entire staff. No objections from anyone, right? The group all laughed lightly and replied, of course, but each of us has our own thoughts. Some people think that if what Mr. Feng Du said is true, and we can open more branches, then our opportunities for promotion will increase. Others believe that, as we are just ordinary brokers with no special connections, instead of enduring the cold at headquarters, it would be better to go on a business trip to Xuhu City and earn some additional achievements. The group happily got to know Xiao Wei for various reasons. We need to get close to her in the future. As long as her uncle can provide us with a little resource, it will be enough for us to live comfortably. While Lin Yu continued chatting with Chief Yu, several of the old employees led Xiao Wei to the HR office to sign the contract and learn the basic principles of working here. Then to the temporary staff room to change into the employee uniform. After a while, Xiao Wei, dressed in the employee uniform, arrived at her workstation. Lin Yu saw this and walked over to her, cheerfully asking, "So are you confident about this job?" She answered with a bit of concern. "The work process is a bit complicated. If there's a mistake, they will deduct points from our performance. But compared to reworking ghost coins, this is much easier. I'm sure I'll do well," he said. "With the BB faction backing you, your performance will certainly meet the requirements and you'll be easily promoted to general manager. What I need you to do is, first, get access to the core client files and gather information on the assets of powerful figures at Demon King level and above. Second, observe the bank's internal situation, risks, opportunities, and anything we can exploit. Third, do your best to investigate information related to Heaven and Earth Bank." When Xiao Wei heard each task Lin Yu had given so clearly, she felt a little frightened and thought to herself, Heaven and Earth Bank is one of the greatest secrets of the demon world. Lord Feng Du actually wants to investigate this. So that was his true purpose for coming to Jinye Bank. Seeing the fear on Xiao Wei's face, he remained confident and quietly calculated in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, the collapse of Heaven and Earth Bank must be connected to the system and the source of yin energy within people. To fully decode the power of the system, we must unravel this mystery. Seeing Xiao Wei tense, he immediately comforted her. But this cannot be rushed. He continued, "Don't stress. If anything happens, or you encounter difficulties, just contact me anytime." After saying that, he immediately stood up and waved goodbye. Xiao Wei watched his figure, silently muttering to herself with determination. I will definitely do well. Lord Fengdu is not a lord. Even though we haven't signed the official contract yet, he saved me from hell. So he is the lord I am willing to follow. As soon as she left the Jinyu Bank, a blood-red notification from the horror game system appeared. The instance of the garden area has ended. The number of survivors currently. The sudden system notification caught him off guard, and he murmured, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be teleported back to the position I was at before starting the instance. It's the side path of the two-world corridor. But now that I've gained some control over time and space powers, handling the storm inside should no longer be an issue. Besides, I also want to see where this newly opened side path leads. Then, a cracking sound echoed, and Lin Yu was pulled out of the horror game instance, returning to the side path where he had been forced to enter the instance. When he returned, seeing that he was all alone, he couldn't help but exclaim, why is it so peaceful? But after moving a little, he encountered a familiar figure, the dragon formed by the temporal storm. Upon seeing him reappear, without hesitation, it quickly lunged at him, attempting to bite him. Seeing the enormous mouth coming toward him, he grinned with delight, saying, I knew that once it took shape, it wouldn't disappear so easily, so it's been hiding here. As the mouth prepared to bite, he moved as fast as lightning, dodging the dragon's attack and making it difficult for the creature to catch up. While moving, he glanced back at the one chasing him and mused, indeed, now I can use temporal force to guide the actions of the dragon storm. Immediately after, he gathered a sphere of temporal energy in his hand and threw it in another direction, shouting, go. As expected, the dragon temporal storm shifted its course, chasing after the energy sphere and leaving him behind. He stood there, looking at the remaining temporal energy in his hand, feeling a bit pleased. Now, the corridor between the two worlds has become my playground. In the future, I can completely guide the main flow of time into this side branch. He continued, ensure safety for the commerce between the two realms. It's time to go out and see the world. He then left this small branch and returned to the main pathway connecting the two realms. The scene shifted to another place. On a mountain by the sea, a powerful light blue energy repeatedly struck down from the sky onto the mountain, causing the earth and rocks to crack open and explode violently. In the distance, on a ship, a familiar figure to Lin Yu stood on the deck, looking at the scene ahead with hope. The moment His Majesty Kuang Lang has been waiting for has finally arrived. The scene shifted to Lin Yu, who had followed the branch road and was teleported into the demon world. The place he arrived at was near the Ruoshu River. The teleportation gate emitted powerful space-time energy, like lightning striking across the sky. He landed on a mountain directly beneath where he was teleported. However, the ground where he landed, where his feet touched, was covered with white skull bone fragments. He observed his surroundings, somewhat surprised, and murmured, is this where the branch road leads to? Suddenly, the space-time energy from the cracks in the teleportation gate struck down onto the ground with a violent impact. It struck the scattered white skeletons, but strangely, despite the immense energy, these skeletons only cracked and scattered, rather than being completely destroyed. Witnessing this scene, he bent down to pick up a piece of the white bone to examine it. These remains are made of material identical to the celestial stone from Tian Hai. No wonder they weren't shattered by the chaotic temporal flow. So this place is Yishan, huh? Recognizing the location he had just been teleported to, he intended to turn and leave to return to Mingyu City. However, the sound of fireworks booming from the sea caught his curiosity. He walked to the cliff before him and looked down. Below, a warship was attacking a merchant ship with cannon fire. He was slightly surprised. What's going on? Yishan has long been an alliance of interests. So why is there a large-scale civil war now? Could there be an enemy from outside? After observing for a while, when he noticed the flag on the warship and saw the two sides of monsters clashing on the ships in a bloody battle, he finally recognized the uniforms of the monsters on one side. Quite familiar to him, he exclaimed, that is the Black Tide Fleet. Below, on both sides, the monsters were engaged in a fierce battle. The cheers to rally the troops echoing loudly. Block them. We can't block them. In just a moment, the strength of both sides became clearly imbalanced, heavily tipping in favor of the Black Tide Fleet. Mayor Hong, seeing the situation, frowned in displeasure and sighed. So this is the foundation of a Demon King level force? Just a branch of the army, Not even the core unit, and yet they can easily crush our three-city alliance's forces. Noticing the mayor's distressed expression, Ru Nai and O Meng appeared and comforted him. My lord has already used the Black Crow letter to contact us. He will return soon. Upon hearing such good news, his face brightened, and he exclaimed, Really? Meanwhile, aboard the battleship, Shen Yungu was standing at the energy can position, channeling spiritual power into it. She smiled smugly and said, Hemph, a small city on the fringe of the demon world. A bunch of insignificant ants. Do they really think they have some formidable mountain? With your strength, we don't even need His Majesty's special moves. We're more than enough to take Yishan. As soon as the words were spoken, the two energy cannons seemed to be fully charged, preparing to fire. The heads of the two cannons appeared, and two powerful energy spheres radiated from them. Upon seeing this, Mayor Hong was startled and terrified, immediately running to the cockpit, desperately attempting to maneuver the ship to avoid the attack. This isn't good. Retreat quickly. Activate the defense system. Following Mayor Hong's command, the ship quickly activated its defense shields, stubbornly resisting the incoming energy cannon blasts. Ao Meng saw that Mayor Hong was trembling all over, and went to check on him. Mayor Hong. At that moment he was still terrified, mumbling, This attack is too intense. I fear we won't last much longer. On the other side, Shen Yu let out a dangerous laugh and shouted, Destroy them for me. Suddenly, the space-time energy launched a direct assault on the energy cannon. The space-time energy struck like powerful bolts of lightning, and although it didn't destroy the energy cannons, Shen Yu, who was standing there, was thrown backward. Blood spurted from her mouth, splattering. The officer standing next to her, worried, rushed to catch her, asking, Governor Shen Yu, are you all right? He instantly straightened up, flinging the officer aside and said, Lightning on Yishan. I've been observing it for 3 days straight. It has never strayed from the mountain peak. How could it suddenly strike here? But right at that moment, Shen Yu, Mayor Hong, Ru Mi, and Ao Meng all turned their gazes in the same direction. There, a figure hovered in midair, his face cold as ice, a long spear in hand, his eyes fixed intently on Shen Yu. Seeing the familiar silhouette, Ru Nai and Ao Meng shouted joyfully, Lord, Lord! Lin Yu immediately turned and descended onto Mayor Hong's ship. He said, I'm the one who returned late. I didn't expect your situation to be this dire. Luckily, I made it in time. Who are these people? Upon seeing Lin Yu, Mayor Hong's expression brightened. But when he heard the question, his face darkened again as he explained, It's quite shameful to admit, but we intentionally lured them here. 5 days ago, a lightning storm suddenly surged down. At first, many monsters thought a treasure was about to emerge, so they came to investigate, but all left empty-handed. It wasn't until we received your letter about the opening of the branch route that we finally understood the cause of the disturbances at Yishan. Ru Nai also added, At the same time, Demon King Quan Lang was eyeing the trade route between the two realms, aiming to seize the passage, so he sent the Black Tide Fleet to present it. Ao Meng also provided further explanation about the plan that had led to the current situation. To avoid exposing the main route at Suhu and to prevent disrupting trade, we deliberately declared this place as the Two-Realm Passage, Black Tide Fleet's main route, Yishan, and the secondary route. Taking advantage of this, we mobilized elite troops from 3 cities to sweep away those searching for treasures. Unexpectedly, the Black Tide Fleet fell for the trap, paying no attention to Suhu, and instead directly encircling Yishan. After listening to the explanation for a while, Lin Yu sighed. It was just an encirclement. Mayor Hong continued, They have attacked several times, and we struggled to repel them. But it was clear that it was only a probing attack. The strongest of them, Governor Shen Yu, hasn't made a move yet. Just now, when the temporal storm weakened for a moment, they rushed in with a full-scale assault. Shen Yu had been seeing the familiar figure of someone she despised deeply from a past she wished to forget, so she walked to the front of the ship, confidently shouting toward Lin Yu's vessel. Fengdu, she continued, I never expected that the one they call Lord would be you. Last time, you impersonated me and conspired with the pirates to steal my fleet's map. I haven't settled that score yet. To meet again here, it's truly a case of enemies crossing paths. Lin Yu was equally unfazed, stepping onto the deck and confronting Shen Yu directly in a verbal sparring match. Enemies crossing paths? Governor Shen Yu, you dare to say that? We could have lived in peace, but it was your demon country, Quanlang, that started the war of invasion. Seeing that he was losing in the war of words and growing agitated, Shen Yu drew his weapon, shouting back, "Stop talking nonsense. We're opposing forces. If we fight for resources for our masters, there's no need to pretend to be moral. The so-called righteousness only lies beneath the feet of the strong." With that, Shen Yu launched himself, his red spear soaring straight towards Lin Yu, filled with murderous intent. On the other side, Lin Yu also leaped into the air, dashing towards Shen Yu, and the battle began. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging spear strikes, one after another. The scene of their combat was so fast that those below could only see two streaks of light colliding continuously in the sky of the demon world. Both sides were evenly matched, with each blow landing with equal force. The crowd below watched the battle in awe, their eyes dizzy from the intensity. Mayor Hong, however, kept his head held high and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a branch of Ru Shui. While it's not completely restricted from flying, it does suppress yin energy. We are only low-level demon marshals and cannot remain in the air for long, yet they can fight without ever falling." After a while of combat, Lin Yu recognized that Shen Yu's strength was far from ordinary. While fighting, he remarked, "It's only been a few months, and your strength has grown so much. It seems your position in the demon country of Quanlang is not insignificant." Shen Yu, with a look of displeasure, replied, "Hemph, I am the adopted daughter of His Majesty. With the entire country backing me, I only need one breakthrough to continuously rise in rank. As for you, you've managed to defy the bounty on your head and reached the 7th rank. Quite surprising. I assume it's thanks to the trade between the two realms that you've benefited. My resources and wealth are not limited to this place." The battle continued, with either Lin Yu thrusting his spear at his opponent, or Shen Yu launching her red spear in counterattack. After a long exchange, neither side could claim victory, so they both retreated, eyeing each other with killing intent. Shen Yu felt a bit uneasy in her heart and thought to herself, "This guy is clearly even stronger than me." Suddenly, Lin Yu made a suggestion. "So, what do you think? Want to consider joining my team? If you follow me, not only will you break through your bottleneck, but your level-up speed will be much faster than sticking with Quanlang Demon King." Shen Yu was enraged upon hearing this, shouting, "You, a mere level 7 demon controller, dare to compare yourself to my great sovereign?" Lin Yu, seeing her fury, sneered, "As expected, the assets I control are probably even more than your demon country, Quanlang." Hearing Lin Yu's indifferent words, Shen Yu was slightly startled. "What did you just say?" He responded, "As for that Quanlang, whom you revere, he's just a lower-ranked demon king, far inferior to Lilith or Jin Ya. His power is mainly confined to the inner areas, only fighting over resources with the weak. Why doesn't he dare to conquer the central zone? Surely it's because he's too afraid, right?" Shen Yu retorted, "You dare to be disrespectful to our sovereign like this? I've never seen anyone so arrogant as you, a mere human who dares to look down on the power of a demon king." Shen Yu continued, "Even though we cannot defeat you, the power base of the demon king is not something you can compare to." As he spoke, Shen Yu took a drop of water from the palm of his hand, threw it high into the air, and shouted loudly, "I beseech His Majesty to descend." Water clone technique. When the drop of water reached a certain height, a water clone technique slowly formed. This was a split body of Demon King Quanlang. The clone stared intently at Lin Yu, who was standing before it, and without saying much, it struck directly at him, shouting, "Rebel, die." The Demon King Quanlang clone, large and majestic, cast the water escape attack from above with an almost careless ease, as if a giant elephant were teasing an ant. Lin Yu watched the powerful water escape attack heading straight towards him, but he remained calm, searching for a way to counter it. At the same time, Zhu Xiang, sensing that his master was in danger, appeared and stood in front of Lin Yu, using his black cauldron to block the attack. Lin Yu, somewhat surprised by Zhu Xiang's sudden appearance, said, "Don't even think about harming the Lord." However, seeing Zhu Xiang put all his strength into it, his body still being pushed back by the attack, Lin Yu was forced to retreat closer to him. At that moment, he tried to stay composed. Zhu Xiang saw that he was about to lose control, so Lin Yu quickly activated Reincarnation Demon World, receiving a strength buff and leaped up to Demon King form. Zhu Xiang, with great force, shattered the water escape attack with an intense strike. Ha! The Demon King clone, Kuang Lang, was slightly surprised when his attack was broken, but he still remained dismissive, saying with contempt, "Hemph! A tiny ant dares to challenge the might of the ocean." As he spoke, he formed seals with his hands, and another water escape attack slowly took shape between his palms. As the water sphere grew larger, emitting strong yin energy, he shot it toward Lin Yu once more. Dragon subduing formation. Lin Yu, still full of confidence, responded with a smile, his hands already gathering energy for another technique. Hemph, is this the power of the Demon King? However, at this moment, despite the strength buff from Lin Yu, Zhu Xiang's previous attack had caused his hands to tremble slightly and lose some of their strength. Still, he endured, holding the black pan with both hands, standing in front of Lin Yu to shield him. This time, Zhu Xiang once again used the black pan, but instead of blocking directly, he diverted the attack's path, sending it off in another direction. However, on Lin Yu's side, the defense was quite struggling. In contrast to the somewhat awkward situation, where Lin Yu was trying to find a way to resist, the Demon King Kuang Lang and Shen Yu on the other side were both laughing with great delight. The stream of water just now was merely a playful strike from His Majesty. This water clone contained 7 parts of His Majesty's spiritual power. Below the Demon King level, even high-level demon marshals can only be wiped out by His Majesty's power. In this difficult situation, upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Lin Yu quickly started to calculate in his mind, jumping numbers rapidly, and recalling the times he had faced the Demon King before. Is it really 7 parts? Looks like my calculations are accurate. This isn't the first time I've encountered a Demon King, but every time I ended up in a passive position, only able to either escape or use other methods to avoid confrontation. But now, I'm different from before. This will be the first time I truly face a being at the Demon King level. The lower-level demon clone this time happens to be perfect for me to train my skills. Having said that, he summoned the weapon spirit of his spear. A cute little ghost child immediately appeared. Following his will, it channeled all of its yin energy into the long spear. The spear in his hand was burning hot, the yin energy swirling around it with great force. Zhu Qiang and Ning also understood his intention, and immediately channeled their spiritual power into him. With a powerful momentum, he aimed the long spear directly at the clone of Demon King Kuang Lang, launching a proactive attack. The Demon King Kuang Lang's clone, seeing the mere ant daring to initiate an attack on him, sneered mockingly and said, "You don't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth." His hands continued to channel yin energy, gathering it in the palms, forming a large water sphere that grew steadily above his head. Once the sphere reached its maximum size, he threw it toward Lin Yu, while his other hand continued to form another sphere above his head. Zhu Xiang sensed something was wrong and quickly rushed toward Lin Yu to warn him, while also channeling all of his remaining spiritual power into Lin Yu's body. "Lord, be careful, within that wave lies the power of rule." As the battle leaned heavily in favor of Demon King Kuang Lang, the onlookers outside displayed a variety of expressions. The mayor and his people anxiously watched every move of Lin Yu and Demon King Kuang Lang, murmuring, "Only the power of rule can counter the power of rule. This is a difficult battle for great Emperor Fengdu." Shen Yu, on the other hand, laughed with delight and cursed him. "Fengdu, you're as good as dead." Returning to the battle of the main character, prompted by Zhu Xiang, Lin Yu summoned a large number of ghost coins, each worth 100,000, and shouted, "The ghost coin talismans!" Yin energy from the pure and powerful ghost coins spiraled around him. With his mind focused, the ghost coins immediately arranged themselves into 3 powerful shields directly facing the water ball. The spectators, initially thinking the 3-layered shields made of ghost coins looked weaker than the water ball, were taken aback just a few seconds later, exclaiming, "What? It stopped it." At this moment, Lin Yu stood behind the ghost coin shields. Feeling the power of rule had diminished significantly, he shouted, "Open up for me." When the shields vanished, Lin Yu unleashed a powerful burst of yin energy. His spear, raised behind him, struck with a force as sharp as a blade, slicing the water ball in half. Not only that, but the spear's strike also split the river, exposing the river. Seeing this, Demon King Kuang Lang, unable to believe his eyes, widened his mouth in disbelief. What? Meanwhile, Lin Yu, holding a long spear, did not stop there and continued charging toward the demon king Kuang Lang's clone. Is this all your Kuang Lang can do? Though slightly stunned by the power he was displaying, the clone quickly regained his composure with his years of combat experience and resumed throwing water spheres at Lin Yu. This time, Lin Yu did not need to use his shield. He simply swung his spear, shattering the water sphere that was flying toward him, and continued advancing toward the clone in front of him. As the two engaged in close combat, Lin Yu's smaller stature allowed him to move with the agility of teleportation, while the clone, being overly massive, struggled to avoid or counter his strikes. He continuously thrust his spear into the clone's body. Despite the clone's enormous size, evading and defending was extremely difficult. In just a short while, the clone was repeatedly forced back by Lin Yu's relentless attacks, unable to do anything but defend. The tide of battle suddenly shifted in Lin Yu's favor, causing the spectators below to gape in shock. The demons aboard the Shen Yu warship began to worry. Cough. Am I seeing this right? The clone of His Majesty is being pushed back by Feng Du. Meanwhile, the monsters aboard the Hom flagship started to feel a growing sense of hope for a potential victory. Someone said, with this kind of strength, could it be that the great emperor is already defeated below the level of a demon king? Shen Yu's beautiful face started to look ugly at this point, muttering to herself, how could that be? He's only a demon controller of the 7th rank. With this level, he could at most fight against a demon general. How can he compare to a demon king? Meanwhile, Mayor Hong laughed, his hands clenched tightly. Haha, the truth is clear. The clone of Kuang Lang Demon King only has a limited amount of spiritual power. Once it's exhausted, it will be stabbed to death by great Emperor Feng Du. Back to the battle. At this point, the pitiful appearance of Kuang Lang Demon King's clone, who had to continuously defend, still being pierced in many places by Lin Yu, was evident. He began to pant and called Shen Yu. Cough. Cough, Shen Yu. Shen Yu replied, Your Majesty, please use the awakening of the buried sea. Lin Yu, noticing Shen Yu was referring to something, asked in Ning in the demon suppression space. What is the awakening of the buried sea? Although Ning wasn't completely sure, she quickly explained. It's the sharp horn on Shen Yu's forehead. The opponent is too strong. I can only roughly deduce that it seems to be a special type of life-bound yin energy. And Ning continued. If the Kuang Lang Demon King uses it, Shen Yu will definitely suffer severe damage, but her combat power will explode terrifyingly. The Demon King's clone saw that Shen Yu intended to sacrifice herself and laughed sinisterly. Shen Yu, you are truly my most sensible child. She said, for His Majesty, for my father, Shen Yu would rather die than regret, let alone just a small dragon horn. The Demon King's clone said no more, seizing the opportunity to take the horn from the beautiful sister. He reached out towards Shen Yu, began channeling his yin energy, and started pulling her horn. When her horn was twisted, she felt excruciating pain, as it was a part of her body. Ah! Lin Yu, seeing this, whispered calculations to herself, thinking that she could not let him succeed. Meanwhile, the Demon King's clone laughed craftily, calculating in his heart. This little dragon is not yet fully grown. If I pull the horn too roughly, it might break its potential for development. Such a pity. But for my victory, the only choice left is to sacrifice you. While he was calculating the pros and cons, Lin Yu suddenly swung the long spear, severing the spiritual power flowing from the hand of the clone that was pulling back the horn. He immediately appeared next to the beautiful sister. Interrupted midway, but unexpectedly, the beautiful sister looked at him with a strange gaze and whispered, "You, ah." However, when he quickly tied her up with the ice bindings, and then carried her over his shoulder as if he were taking his wife home, Shen Yu immediately became enraged. Meanwhile, he laughed with great pleasure. Haha, sorry, but I'm also quite interested in this awakening of the buried sea. Lin Yu carried Shen Yu on his shoulder and continued to move forward, heading straight towards the location of the mountain where the branch passage appeared. Shen Yu, on his shoulder, felt uncomfortable, but couldn't resist, only able to express his frustration with a growl. Ah! The Demon King Kuang Lang's clone was momentarily immobilized by Lin Yu's action. He shouted loudly, threatening him. Brat, you dare to run. Are you not afraid that I'll destroy the entire monster alliance in Ishan? Lin Yu kept moving forward, only glancing back to respond, "Haha, if you're really willing to expend your clone here. That's basically me winning without a fight. A demon king like you voluntarily conceding defeat, only to vent your anger on a small soldier. Are you really going to choose this path?" Hearing Lin Yu mock his dignity, Quan Lang grew furious, clenching his fists and shouting, "This brat, chase him!" Without hesitation, Demon King Quan Lang transformed into a water escape soaring technique and gave chase. When the demons and Mayor Hong saw Demon King Quan Lang pursuing them, Lin Yu finally sighed in relief. A scarred monster turned to Mayor Hong and asked, "Great Emperor, are we really going to let them take the strongest portion of the enemy's forces and just leave? Should we still continue to fight with the Black Tide Fleet?" Mayor Hong replied, "What to fight?" On the other side, the Admiral remained seated in the ship, lazily sighing, "The outcome of this war no longer concerns us. Ha, if there's a chance to shirk work, let's take it." The small monsters were no longer useful in this battle, and now only 3 people remained in the chase. Just a few minutes later, Lin Yu had quickly reached the position of the mountain being bombarded by the space-time energy. He gently carried Shen Yu, constantly dodging the waves of space-time energy. Shen Yu, frustrated by being carried, finally spoke up, "Let me go." He coldly responded with a single sentence, "Admiral Shen Yu, you are now a prisoner and no longer have the authority to give orders." Shen Yu yelled, "If you don't let me go, I will self-destruct with the awakening of the buried sea. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make sure you return empty-handed." Seeing her so resolute, Lin Yu decided to let her off his shoulder and advise, "There's no need to carry such heavy resentment." Shen Yu huffed, "Humph, I, Shen Yu, live true to my name. For the demon country and the emperor, I have never lacked spirit. We die together." Lin Yu said, "You really are a fanatical follower of the Quan Lang Demon King. He almost took your life just now. What is so worthy about him that you would be loyal to him to this extent?" Shen Yu replied, "What do you know? His Majesty is the greatest leader of the demon country. He is my benefactor. The kindness he has shown me, I could never repay in this lifetime." Seeing her blind faith, he wanted to enlighten her. Smiling, he made a proposal. "How about a bet? If you win, I'll set you free. But if you lose, you'll have to become my demonic servant." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Shen Yu felt a little uneasy and cautiously asked, "What's the bet?" She thought to herself, "Humph, this Feng Du guy is really trying to play tricks with the issue of whether the Quan Lang Demon King's avatar can be killed by me or not." Upon hearing this, Shen Yu sneered, "Mortal, you truly are beyond saving with such delusions." But he still confidently said, "If you really believe in the Quan Lang Demon King, then you should accept this bet and wait for him to come save you, right?" She was irritated and angrily thought, "He dares to doubt my loyalty to His Majesty." In her anger, she immediately agreed. Fine, a bet is a bet. Shen Yu had been tricked, and Lin Yu took out the Ming Hun Hua Bai, drawing up a betting slip. "Good, write your name here, and I'll untie you." Shen Yu took the paper, used her spiritual power to cut her hand, and drew blood, signing her name. Immediately, a pact was formed between them, and a stream of rule-bound energy enveloped both of them. After this, Lin Yu released Shen Yu. Shen Yu, unaware that she had fallen into a trap, smiled smutly, as if she were the certain winner. "Feng Du, do you really think His Majesty has no way of dealing with you? Of course, I don't underestimate the Demon King. Otherwise, why would I have chosen this place as the battleground?" As the two continued arguing for a while, the Demon King's clone, Quan Lang, had almost caught up to them. He roared angrily, "Feng Du." Seeing the enemy closing in, Lin Yu moved forward, grabbing Shen Yu's hand and pulling her to keep running. Although Shen Yu was reluctant, she was helplessly dragged along. As he ran, he taunted the clone behind him, "Quan Lang, if you got the guts, then come and catch me." Seeing that detestable human running toward a direction that didn't feel quite safe, he cursed under his breath, while chasing through the terrain. So cunning. In this kind of thunderstorm temporal realm, if I force my way through, they'll consume a tremendous amount of spiritual power, causing the clone to dissipate early. But if I carefully avoid it, my speed will slow down, and I'll never catch up. Shen Yu noticed that Demon King Quan Lang's clone was slowing down, while Lin Yu seemed to move even faster, darting about with incredible ease that left her puzzled. This tactic isn't complicated. But how on earth can he so effortlessly avoid every single thunderstorm temporal realm? And so, the thrilling chase between the two continued. Behind him, Demon King Quan Lang's clone cursed more and more furiously. Damn it, in front of so many people, especially Shen Yu. If I can't capture that brat, how will I ever maintain the dignity of the king of the demon country? Enraged, the clone of Demon King Quan Lang roared. Even if I must exhaust every ounce of this clone's foundation, I absolutely cannot lose. He became enraged, causing the mask he had carefully constructed over the years to shatter, revealing his original monster form. It seemed this form significantly boosted his power. Lin Yu sensed the powerful disturbance behind him and quickly looked up, exclaiming, "So this is the true form of the Quan Lang Demon King." Shen Yu was also taken aback. His Majesty's true form rarely appears before others. This is the first time I've witnessed his true visage. At that moment, the Demon King Quan Lang's avatar continuously created water columns that shot straight at Lin Yu, his voice deep and heavy. "Those who have seen my true form are all dead. You will be no exception." Relentlessly, the water columns, like giant whirlpools, charged straight toward Lin Yu. He quickly dodged just in time. When he reached the right position, he pulled Shen Yu along and soared into the sky. Only when the portal was right in front of them did he stop, looking down at where Demon King Quan Lang was still charging toward them amidst the roaring whirlpools. Seeing the portal appear before him, Quan Lang muttered in surprise, "Is that the entrance to the realm crossing passage? Looks like there's no way out now." He went on, "Jiao Shen, asterisk ahem asterisk. Hand Jiao Shen Yu over to me, and I'll let you die a satisfying death." He answered coolly, "Dream on." Then he hauled Shen Yu straight toward the passage that had opened. Shen Yu, a little puzzled, asked, "Where are you going? Don't tell me you're planning to enter that interstice between the two realms." Lin Yu said, "Congratulations. You guessed right." She replied, "What? Are you out of your mind? Is your final strategy to die together?" "I'll pass." He said, "Of course not. I value my life very much." She answered, "But even the mere leakage of temporal power is this intense. Inside that passage, the temporal storm would surely be powerful enough to shatter the Demon King. I can't imagine how anyone could survive going in." He replied, "What if I told you that I was the one who opened this temporal passage in the first place?" She said, "Opened it? You're joking, right?" He answered, "Think back carefully to where I showed up when you were leading the Black Tide Fleet and the alliance of 3 cities into battle." Hearing Lin Yu say that, Shen Yu's face darkened. "Stop, stop, stop," she cried out anxiously. While Shen Yu was worried that this might be the end for her, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. He grabbed her and flew straight into the tunnel. The Demon King Quan Lang's clone immediately followed, still smug, grinning dangerously. As soon as they entered the tunnel, Lin Yu and Shen Yu came face to face with a gigantic dragon made of temporal storm, an old acquaintance of Lin Yu. It was Shen Yu's first time seeing such intense spatiotemporal energy, and her face turned pale. When the dragon saw them, both of them roared and charged forward. Her body trembled, and she stammered, "No, I can't die. I haven't repaid the kindness of my adoptive father yet." As the dragon of temporal storm lunged toward them, Lin Yu remained calm, confidently standing in front of Shen Yu as a shield. At the same time, Quan Lang's clone entered the tunnel. Upon witnessing the violent surge of spatiotemporal energy, he stopped abruptly. His eyes flickered with a mix of concern and excitement. Haha, truly asking for death. But just at that moment, amidst the swirling storm of energy, Lin Yu's mocking voice rang out. "Quan Lang, you're celebrating too soon." Hearing Lin Yu's voice, he froze for a moment, feeling somewhat confused. At Lin Yu's side, he held Shen Yu with one arm, while the other arm created a stream of spatiotemporal energy, calmly saying, "Shen Yu is not wrong. There really is a power within space-time that can destroy the Demon King. In fact, the one who has no way out is actually you." When Quan Lang saw Lin Yu's figure appear from within the temporal storm, his eyes widened, and he muttered, "This is bad." What terrified him was the spatiotemporal energy that Lin Yu had created, which was now preparing to shoot directly at him. Lin Yu shouted, "Release the power in your hands, is it you?" Strangely enough, the dragon temporal storm also roared, simultaneously combining its strength with Lin Yu's attack, shooting together straight toward Quan Lang. Caught off guard, and taking the full force of the powerful strike, Demon King Quan Lang was struck as if by a lightning bolt. He was blown backward, several of his white ethnic whiskers were severed, scattering in all directions. Shen Yu anxiously called out, "Your Majesty." Demon King Quan Lang, battered and unwilling, looked up and asked toward him, "How is this possible? You can actually control spatiotemporal power. This is a domain that even I cannot touch. You are nothing but a mediocre level 7 demon controller. On what basis do you think you can control it so easily?" Quan Lang hissed. At this moment, Lin Yu stood proudly atop the dragon temporal storm, responding haughtily to Quan Lang's question. "As I said, this passage was opened by me. Even if your true form were here, you could never defeat me." Seeing the dragon temporal storm allied with Lin Yu, Quan Lang was utterly confused. But before he could react, Lin Yu immediately commanded the dragon temporal storm to charge forward fiercely, piercing through the chest of the demon King Quan Lang's avatar. The avatar's body began to fade, dissipating, but he still muttered a few final words in confusion. Impossible! How could the demon world produce such a monster? Just a few minutes later, the avatar of Demon King Quan Lang had completely vanished, leaving only a vortex of water silently spinning before Lin Yu and Shen Yu. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yu stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. "Your Majesty, has he really been defeated?" Seeing Shen Yu dazed, Lin Yu took out the bet slip and smiled brightly. "Shen Yu, it's time to accept your defeat." Shen Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood sprayed directly onto the betting slip in Lin Yu's hand, and immediately, her name appeared in blood of the paper. The betting slip gradually dissolved in his hand. Lin Yu smiled. "From now on, you will be my 9th monster contract." Shen Yu collapsed to her knees, trembling as she stammered, "Master, Master." The system's voice echoed. "Contract successful. Shen Yu, Intermediate Demon Marshal, possesses the Sea Dragon War Skill and the fate-bound yin energy, Awakening of the Buried Sea." Though unwilling, this was the gamble she had placed herself, and she had to accept her loss. However, she didn't want tears to fall in streams. Choking back her sobs, she said, "Kill me." Seeing how difficult this monster girl was to subdue, Lin Yu softly asked, "Is it so hard for you to accept me as your master? You really don't understand." Shen Yu began recounting her life, a story filled with both beautiful memories and tragedies. "When I was just a child, my biological parents died during an adventure. It was the Emperor who adopted me, giving me carefree years of youth." She continued, "I was once very proud of being the adopted child of the Demon King. Proud that the strength of the demon country was my own glory. I used to think my life would always rise like that, until one day, while training, I accidentally awakened the awakening of the buried sea. It turned out that my yin energy was not innate, but something my parents placed on my forehead when they died. It inherited their intense emotions, causing me excruciating pain. Those emotions were hatred, bloodshed, despair, betrayal, horror, parasitism, lamentation, destruction, deep sorrow, and impatience. It was like a nightmare, constantly tormenting me. Then one day, I discovered that my parents were traitors to the country. Yet His Majesty, it seemed, was not worried that I would betray him. On the contrary, he granted me many yin resources to suppress the emotions of the awakening of the buried sea." Quan Lang said, "No matter what your parents were like, you are my daughter now. If the awakening of the buried sea cannot be separated from you, then use it well and become the sharpest spear of my demon country," she said. At that moment, I swore never to let His Majesty down. I would forever remain loyal to the demon country, forever loyal to His Majesty. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her voice trembling with sorrow. But the moment I was appointed admiral, my very first mission was sabotaged. You, impersonating me, stole the map of the demon world, leaving behind an indelible stain. Though His Majesty did not blame me, I knew I had already disappointed him. I trained madly, broke through my limits again and again, just to be trusted once more. This was my second mission, yet I lost to myself. All the dreams I once had, the vows I once made, have all turned into a mockery. The pact has been sealed. I cannot betray you. But my life has lost its meaning. I beg you, kill me." Lin Yu gazed at the monster girl before him. His heart stirred. He answered softly, "I'm sorry, but I will not do that. A life should never be wagered on another person, nor on any object. What you just told me is merely the part of the truth you chose to see. I do not believe one who is tyrannical within. He continued, outside. They rob the weak of their survival resources, yet are truly kind to the descendants of traitors. She replied, her voice trembling. But I believe. He interrupted. If that is the case, I will set you free. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu froze, her tears stopping abruptly as she choked out. What? Lin Yu maintained the confident smile, extending his hand toward her, as if to help her stand up. Did you think I would force you? A forced peach is never sweet. As long as you don't become an enemy to me and my friends, I won't use a contract to control you. You can return to the Quan Lang Demon Country and continue doing what you believe is meaningful. Realizing that Lin Yu was a magnanimous person, willing to give her freedom, Shen Yu's expression slowly fell, her eyes full of remorse. Master, it is Shen Yu who has failed you. They conversed for a while longer before leaving the dual world passage together. Lin Yu softly said, don't jump to conclusions too soon. One day, you will realize that the Quan Lang Demon King is not the good person you think he is. When that day comes, I will be waiting for you to come find me. On the peak of the mountain, the two stood facing the strong wind. Then, they flew back together, causing the monsters on both sides of the battlefield to widen their eyes in astonishment. One of the admirals under Shen Yu's command, seeing her return safely, was secretly shocked. I never expected that both of them would return. Does that mean His Majesty, the Demon King? Suddenly, the resounding voice of Lin Yu echoed from the sky. The clone of the Quan Lang Demon King has been slain by me. If you all retreat immediately, the past grievances can be erased once and for all. But if you persist in resisting, don't blame me for hunting you down to the very end. As soon as the words ended, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the sailors aboard the warships, with some even expressing joy. Despite knowing their side had just suffered a defeat, is there still a chance to retreat? This great Emperor Fengdu really acts with such dignity. Lin Yu then flew straight toward the ship of Mayor Hong, while Shen Yu silently returned to her own warship. The admiral, seeing the sailors under his command starting to waver, shouted loudly, don't rejoice too soon. Everything still must follow the orders of General Shen Yu. Clearly, this admiral had little enthusiasm for the war. He quickly stepped forward, asking, Lord Shen Yu, I feel that there's no need for us to sacrifice in vain any longer. What do you think? At this moment, the cold expression that Shen Yu had once worn returned. She coldly ordered, retreat. Everyone on the warship expressed their excitement and joy openly, saying, that's great. Shen Yu, seeing the demons around her, felt somewhat confused. These guys are happy even after hearing the news of their defeat. They truly have no morale left. She turned to look at the ship opposite her and thought, it seems that the monster under his command is genuinely happier than the soldiers of the Quan Lang Demon Country. Perhaps I have misunderstood the Lord. Although we were on opposing sides before, I once fought against him. But perhaps he truly is a good person. At the same time, Lin Yu had also landed on Mayor Hong's ship. Every monster on the ship cheered loudly upon seeing him, as expected of the great emperor. Even the Demon King's avatar fell before your spear. When Lin Yu was praised, he waved his hand and said, if it were outside the passageway, I wouldn't have such a great advantage. But since Quan Lang came for the dual world passage, they can only be led step by me. He said, we can also take advantage of the temporal storm in the passage to easily eliminate his clones. Mayor Hong, upon hearing this, stared in disbelief and asked again, you could even harness the temporal storm? He confidently replied, in Nishan and Suhu, low-level demon kings are no longer a threat to me. The lesson learned today will ensure that those like Quan Lang will never dare to eye the interdimensional passage again. You no longer need to worry about safety. Hearing this, the monsters went into a frenzy, shouting, long live the great emperor. After a while, everyone returned to their positions. Lin Yu and Mayor Hong went back to the room to talk. You must have the Heaven Sea Sky Mending Hammer in your possession, right? Mayor Hong replied, yes, of course. So does the great emperor intend to take me back to Mingyu City first? He said, once I finish handling things there, I'll complete the remaining portion of the interdimensional passage and completely eliminate any risks associated with traveling through it. The next day, Lin Yu went to Suhu City, at Mingyu Go School in the late afternoon. Walking through the school grounds, He noticed there were still many monster students around. As he walked, he took in the scenery surrounding him. He exclaimed, "It's only been a few days since I've been back, and things have changed so much. Looks like you Meng, Ding Liang, and Old Wang have really been busy lately, though they do tend to get a little lost sometimes." After walking for a while, it seemed like he had lost his way. As he was trying to find the correct path, he passed by 3 monster students who were chatting. As expected of Sister Ling Ling, she topped the entrance exam again. Beautiful, strong, and rich. Now everyone says Ling Ling is the belle of Mingyu Ghost School. The ghost girl, flattered by her friend's praise, shyly responded, "It's only because I hired a tutor to help me study before. And stop calling me the belle. I'm just like everyone else, just an ordinary student." Someone remarked, "Sister Ling Ling is really too modest." Suddenly, Lin Yu turned around and spoke, "Excuse me, can you tell me which way the administration building is?" The 2 ugly ghost girls seemed irritated, as if he was intentionally trying to start a conversation, and retorted, "Are you trying to hit on Sister Ling Ling?" But the monster girl stepped forward and said gently, "Actually, I was planning to go there too. Let me show you the way." The 2 ghost girls glared at her in obvious displeasure. The beautiful demon girl cheerfully waved goodbye to her 2 friends and left. "I'll go ahead. See you tomorrow," her classmate sighed and remarked. Such an awkward way to start a conversation. Yet Ling Ling still responded. But no one could have expected. The demon girl was thinking something completely different. These girls only think about puberty issues, don't they? This person is a 7th-ranked demon controller. His aura is even stronger than my father's. No student in this school can reach this level. If I don't react quickly, there's a risk they might accidentally offend him, and the consequences could be unthinkable. After walking for a while, the monster girl spoke up and greeted, "Are you a senior who has already graduated?" He smiled awkwardly and replied, "Senior, I suppose so." As they walked and chatted, suddenly a young monster, who appeared out of nowhere, rushed over, pointed at Lin Yu, and said in an irritated tone, Ling Ling, what's your relationship with this guy?" Ling Ling, surprised by the sudden appearance of the monster and his rude words, angrily stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Yu, responding with displeasure. "Yan Ji, I'm just walking with this senior. What business is it of yours?" Yan Ji smiled wickedly as he approached, saying, "Why do you say it's none of your business? In the future you will marry me, and you cannot be ambiguous with other men." Ling Ling, angered by his unreasonable behavior, retorted, "What nonsense are you talking?" Without any sense of restraint, Yan Ji moved closer, intending to grab Ling Ling's hand. As he approached, he said, "Stop pretending to be confused. If you know what's good for you, follow me immediately." Just as his hand was about to touch hers, Lin Yu quickly stepped forward and swatted his arm away, playing the role of the heroic savior. His face was cold as he spoke. "She doesn't want to, and you're still trying to make a move. You're losing all your dignity." Ling Ling felt a bit uneasy, seeing Lin Yu stepping in to protect her. Senior Yan Ji, seeing Lin Yu blocking his way, went into a rage, his temper flaring as he yelled, "I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you dare provoke me." Hearing the arrogant words from this man, Lin Yu casually flicked his hand, sending him stumbling back several steps. "You think you can settle the score with me, just based on your fierce demon level?" The name grew even more irritating, shouting, "You're truly a mediocre person. I was specially recruited by the Mingyu Ghost School Council. How dare you lay a hand on me? That's defying the council itself." Lin Yu, hearing the boast, was surprised and incredulously asked, "Special recruitment? You?" Yan Ji, feeling belittled by his tone, grew angry. "What do you mean by that?" Standing tall, adjusting his clothes, he confidently introduced himself. "Hemph. Someone as unsophisticated as you wouldn't know me. I am the heir of the Yan family, Yun Hun." Lin Yu, upon hearing that, appeared thoughtful for a moment, silently thinking, the Yan family of Yun Hun City. Seems like a lot has happened at the ghost school during the time Al Meng and I were away. The other man, seeing Lin Yu fall silent, grew even more smug, then crudely licked his lips, looking towards Ling Ling, and saying, "Gao Ling Ling, don't tell me you don't understand. Gao Xiaoqing invited me to enroll here precisely so that you and I could cultivate our relationship." Ling Ling, feeling uncomfortable at his words, retorted, "Yan Ji, Do you have some misunderstanding? This man grew bolder, his tone that of a grown-up discussing business. If you want our Yan family to support the Educational Alliance in opening up the market in Yunhun City, you must pay a price. Right? Naturally, the Gao family should bring you here to be married into my family. The more Ling Ling heard these absurd words from him, the more worried she became. No way. My father would never agree to this. Yan Ji gave an exultant little laugh, then spoke as if victory were already certain. I'd advise you to face reality sooner rather than later. Compared to a major metropolis like Yunhun City near the Central District, Mingyu City is merely a borderline area between urban and rural, and your father has only just reached the rank of Demon General. He's just newly rich. I value you. You and your father should consider yourselves fortunate. The more Ling Ling listened to him, she could no longer bear it. She screamed and lunged forward, intending to beat him. You. But Lin Yu immediately stepped forward and blocked her, his voice calm and admonishing. Don't waste your anger on a fool who thinks himself right. The so-called Yan family is nothing more than a minor clan outside the Central District. Where do they get the gall to put on airs in Mingyu City? He continued. If you encounter someone of higher status and wish to show respect, you must first consider whether you are worthy of it. Lin Yu casually insulted his entire family, and Yan Ji exploded in anger. His eyes bloodshot, his voice sharp as he responded. Do you dare insult the Yan family? He replied indifferently, his tone as calm, as if discussing the weather. I am merely stating the truth. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Yan Ji raised his powerful claws and lunged at him, his voice full of contempt. A wild thing like you dares to judge the Yan family. With that, Yan Ji, filled with murderous intent, charged directly at Lin Yu. Today, I will tear your mouth apart and show you the difference between you and the Yan family's Yunhun. Thinking he was about to unleash something devastating, Lin Yu and Ling Ling merely tilted their bodies slightly to avoid him, causing him to miss and tumble through the air, his exaggerated movements utterly ruining his dignity. Ling Ling, not wanting the situation to escalate, quickly spoke up to dissuade them. Yan Ji, are you out of your mind? The senior is a level 7 demon controller. This guy's brain clearly wasn't working, and he was still getting ahead of himself. His eyes gazed at her with lustful intent, murmuring dreamily, Ling Ling, I know you care about me, but I've fallen. Ling Ling was left speechless upon hearing these words, silently thinking to herself, I'm just afraid you might get beaten to death. My father's business isn't doing well. Yan Ji-wen confidently continued, but you don't need to worry. Although a level 7 demon controller is the top powerhouse in Mingyu City, I am the heir to the Yan family, Yunhun, carrying the very essence of the Yan family's bloodline. This man, delusional as ever, seemed to be powered by an energy of romantic delusion, filled with confidence as he grew increasingly arrogant. His arms sprouted with claws like a demon, and he shouted loudly, inherent talent of the Yama transformation, Yama Ghost Claw. Once again, he charged at Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly and retrieved a roll of bandages, using it to launch towards Yan Ji, saying, child's play. Dealing with someone like you doesn't even require me to use my yin energy, but I really don't want to waste any more time. Yan Ji was struck by the bandages, which quickly coiled around him. He was momentarily confused, but as he realized that he was bound up like a pig ready for slaughter, a shock ran through him. Then, he plummeted, helplessly landing on the schoolyard in a prone, defeated position. Lin Yu saw that the talkative man finally kept quiet, and with Ling Ling, she turned around and walked away, casually waving her hand. Let's go. However, after walking a few steps, Yan Ji regained consciousness and shouted angrily, Let me go, Gao Ling Ling. Are you just going to stand there and watch this outsider bully me? Ling Ling, still walking, turned her head and spoke with some irritation. Stop being so full of yourself. I have nothing to do with you. Lin Yu, equally indifferent, added, Apologize, say you're sorry, and I'll let you go. Yan Ji refused to back down, shouting, No way. People from the Yan family never bow down to a country bumpkin like you. Lin Yu didn't care at all, turning around with a smile. Then just lie there and rot. It's perfect. Let the students passing by see just how noble the young master of the Yan family is. Upon hearing this, Yan Ji quickly looked around, and, sure enough, spotted a group of students huddled in the corner of the hallway. Their gazes shifted from shock to sympathy, mixed with a hint of embarrassment on his behalf. He silently thought, "It's over, damn it, if someone else sees me like this, how could I possibly show my face in Mingyu City again?" Only then did he lower his head, his voice barely audible. I'm sorry. Slap. Suddenly, a cold shout echoed from afar. Shut up. The person who shouted seemed to be his father, who was walking out of the town hall with several people, including someone familiar to Lin Yu. His face was as grim as if he had just eaten a whole jar of sour vinegar, and his entire body radiated fury as he marched straight toward his son. When Yanji saw his father approaching, he clung to him for support and immediately burst into tears, rushing to complain, "Father, this human and Gao Lingling teamed up to beat me." Lingling, seeing her father had arrived, who was Gao Xiaoqing, quickly ran over to clarify the situation to avoid any misunderstandings. "Father, it was he who attacked me first, and he even said he wanted to arrange a marriage with me. He also mocked Mingyu City and our education alliance." Yanji's father had just arrived at the spot where his son was tied up, tried to untie the ropes but couldn't. His face was filled with displeasure as he turned to Gao Xiaoqing and questioned. "CEO Zhao," he continued, "my son has traveled thousands of miles to come here and enroll, and yet you have humiliated him like this. Is this how you teach at Mingyu Ghost School?" Lin Yu, seeing that he had not clarified the situation, but was already assigning blame, responded calmly, "The way of Mingyu Ghost School is to distinguish right from wrong, to reward and punish fairly. Your son made a mistake and was punished. It is only right that this serves as a lesson." Yanji's father, seeing a young stranger daring to speak out, was enraged and shouted, "Who do you think you are, to punish my son? I order you to immediately release the yin energy binding me." At that moment, Gao Xiaoqing stepped forward, adjusting her glasses with composure, then turned to him with a stern tone. "CEO Yan, I'm afraid you are not in a position to give orders to this person." Before anyone could process her words, Gao Xiaoqing stepped up to Lin Yu, her attitude shifting completely. She respectfully greeted him with joy. "Great Emperor, when did you return?" The entire schoolyard fell into a frozen silence. Some people who were drinking water spit it out on the spot, while others stared in shock with wide eyes. Some people even thought they had heard wrong. The people standing nearby, from students to teachers, all turned toward Lin Yu, their faces incredulous as if they had just been struck by lightning. Yanji was still lying there, like a twisted leg, dazed and flipping backward, his mouth stammering, "Great Emperor." All eyes focused on his handsome, cold face, and in unison, they all had the same thought. "So you are the great Emperor Fengdu." Seeing everyone staring at him with surprised expressions, he remained serious as he recounted the story. "I just got back today. Who'd have thought that as soon as I arrived, I would walk straight into such a dramatic scene?" Zhao Xiaoqing, almost instinctively, adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, "Great Emperor, don't misunderstand. I'm certainly not the type to use a girl as a bargaining chip in business. As for the idea of marriage alliances, I believe Mr. Yan here is simply overthinking things." Yanji's father, hearing Gao Xiaoqing's attempt to dismiss the matter, grumbled in protest. "You don't want a marriage alliance? Gao Xiaoqing, you've been in the business world for so many years. Don't tell me you don't understand something like this. You don't even show the slightest sincerity. Based on what should I help you connect to the Yunhan market?" Lin Yu saw Gao Xiaoqing being put in a difficult position and immediately spoke up on her behalf. Business cooperation is about mutually beneficial discussions, about exchanging resources, not using regional distinctions as an excuse, nor calculating the interest of the partner's family. Old man Yanji, unwilling to back down, immediately retorted, "Places as remote as yours should have the mindset of asking for help from others." Despite being accused of regional discrimination, Lin Yu maintained a faint smile, while those behind him wore displeased expressions as they glared at the old man. There's a saying, a mountain need not be high. With wealth, it gains fame. Water need not be deep. With a dragon, it gains spirit. Currently, Mingyu City may not be on par with Yunhan City, but in the future it will certainly surpass all regions and become the most prosperous city within the demon world. Old man Yanji snorted in disdain. Mingyu City doesn't even have a demon king level power. So what's there to talk about the future? Or do you think you're a deity? capable of making Mingyu City famous. Lin Yu slowly stepped closer to the old man, his gaze calm. What's impossible about that? The old man, still clinging to his own superiority, pointed directly at him and spoke loudly. You've merely caught 2 lucky breaks with the Educational Alliance and the cross-dimensional passage. It was all just luck. He continued, without a foundation, how can you compare to our 1,000-year-old family in Yunhun City? The verbal sparring grew increasingly intense, but Lin Yu's composure remained unshaken as usual. In the eyes of President Yan, what exactly defines a foundation? Is it measured by the number of years the family has existed or the cards in one's hand? Hearing this, the old man immediately raised his chin, his voice oozing with confidence and arrogance. Of course, it's wealth, real wealth, substantial wealth. The Yan family in Yunhun City controls 3 branches of the Quang treasure, 5 refined soul crystal factories, with a total value of 500 billion ghost coins. This is the foundation of a great family. As for you, you're just a newly rich upstart. Do you have assets of this scale? If not, then don't try to act high and mighty here. In the face of the old man's disdain, Lin Yu remained calm, slowly pulling a shiny black card from his coat pocket. My substantial asset does indeed involve some confidential matters, so it's not convenient to disclose them to you. Old Yanji sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Humph, I knew it. But when Lin Yu casually held the black card in front of him, the corners of his lips curled slightly. But this is enough to prove my class. It's my asset, my black card. The old man suddenly stammered, his eyes wide as if he had just seen the king of hell. His face turned pale with fear, and a chill ran down his spine. The merchants standing behind Zhou Xiaoqing gasped in shock the moment they saw the black card. That's the Jin Yu Bank black card, one of them exclaimed. The minimum requirement to own one is a deposit of 1,000 billion ghost coins. A demon merchant, appearing calmer, explained in detail. Anyone controlling a trillion-level cash flow can manipulate the market at will. Compared to real estate of the same value, the influence is far more terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't just an ordinary black card. It's the *** Supreme Dark Card ***, representing a status and power equal to that of the Jin Yi Demon King himself. The monster merchants stared intently at the black card in his hand, then glanced toward old man Yan Ji, shaking their heads in silent pity. 1 trillion in liquid assets, plus a direct connection to a demon king. This isn't some nouveau riche. This is a colossal crocodile capable of overturning the entire Yunhun City. At the same time, the more Yan Ji listened, the weaker his legs became. Each word struck him like thunder in a clear sky. Well, what? How? How could this be? How could Mingyu City possibly have such a godlike tycoon? Lin Yu noticed the old man's expression and let out a cold smile. Just a supreme dark card, and you're already scared like this. It seems the foundation of CEO Yan isn't as solid as I thought. He leisurely turned to Gao Xiaoqing and reminded her, Old Gao, what does Yunhun City have to offer for cooperation? You'd be better off finding a partner with a broader vision. As was her habit, Zhou Xiaoqing adjusted her glasses, her tone calm yet firm. Apologies, CEO Yan, but you heard what the great emperor just said. Our negotiations end here. Seeing Gao Xiaoqing's resolute stance, Yan Ji froze, hurriedly speaking up. Wait, CEO Gao, we had nearly agreed on the terms before. Lin Yu put his black card away, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile as he turned to CEO Yan. CEO Yan, didn't you just say that without a marriage alliance, we wouldn't be qualified for cooperation? Why the sudden rush to hold on now? The old man immediately lowered his voice, his attitude now subservient and flustered as he replied, well, it's just that I didn't fully understand the great emperor before. Several business magnates, sensing an opportunity, quickly stepped forward. Great Emperor, CEO Zhao, what do you think about switching to a partnership with our Yun family instead? Someone said, I am the legal representative of the Yun family in Yunhun City, and I am willing to offer an additional 10% beyond the terms already discussed with CEO Yan. As soon as one monster spoke, several other businessmen immediately chimed in. CEO Zhou, Great Emperor, please consider our life family. We'll offer 15%, I'll give 18%, and I'll give 20%. The first merchant, seeing that the others were not only joining in, but also offering lower prices, became furious. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, I'll offer 25%. Upon hearing this figure, Gao Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you sure about 25%? The merchant stood tall, adjusted his clothes, and replied confidently, "Sure." CEO Yan, seeing the merchants seize the opportunity to replace him in a potential partnership, became livid. He shouted, "A bunch of fools! You're lowering the price without fearing you'll lose everything." A fat merchant shot him a sideways glance and sneered, "Haha, if you can't reach the grapes, you call them sour." Offended by the remark, the old man fumed, "You guys are running at a loss. Why should I be jealous?" The fat merchant looked at him, as if he were a child who didn't understand, then casually explained, "Don't you know yet? Just yesterday," he continued, "in Yishan City, great Emperor Fengdu just killed a clone of the Kuanglang Demon King. And it wasn't just any clone. It was the only one that held 8/10 of the power of the original." Upon hearing this, CEO Yan felt as if all the strength had drained out of him, his body going limp, looking as though he might collapse right on the spot. What? CEO Yan was almost in shock. The Kuanglang Demon King is a renowned demon king. The Kuanglang nation within the demon world is the most powerful force there. Our Yan family can't even find a way to flatter him, and yet he managed to kill a clone of this demon king. The plump merchant smiled smugly at his faltering opponent, even deliberately adding, "The great emperor is still young, yet already a powerhouse at the king level. It's certain that he will ascend to the ninth stage and match the demon king in the future. Giving up some immediate benefits for cooperation will pay back 100-fold in the future. I never thought your Yan family would only be able to get close to him because of your regional background. Otherwise, how would we have the chance to take such a big share?" The more he listened, the grayer CEO Yan's face became, as though it were covered by a cloud. He felt both anger and regret inside, but didn't know what to do to salvage the situation. Just a moment later, the old man suddenly had an idea and tried to salvage the situation. "Hemph, don't get too smug. With so many orders, do you even have the capacity to produce them? When the production can't keep up, won't you still have to rely on my Yan family to step in? By then, you'll be at my mercy again." Lin Yu, seeing that the old man still had confidence in his family's position, turned to reassure the merchants who had just signed the partnership. "Rest assured, I've already made arrangements with Jinyu Bank. In less than half a month, a branch will open in the Blood Lake of the Three Clans Alliance in Mingyu and Yishan. If you lack capital, you can borrow to expand production, as long as the partners within the Three Cities Alliance will receive special benefits." The group of monster merchants, upon hearing this, lit up with excitement as if they had just seen a chest of gold, smiling with joy. "Really? With Jinyu Bank backing us, expanding production will be no problem." The great emperor said it himself. How could it be false? For small businesses and small families like ours, this is truly a blessing from the heavens. Lin Yu nodded and then slowly reminded them. "But remember, when you make money, make sure to pay taxes to the three cities so the funds can be reinvested into infrastructure." The merchants all nodded in unison. Of course, that's the right way to do business in the long run. At this point, CEO Yan finally realized he had been sidelined but still clung to a faint hope, asking, "Great Emperor, does the Yan family still have a chance?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu didn't even bother turning around, simply shaking his head. His attitude was clear, and CEO Yan immediately collapsed to his knees, pulling his son down with him, bowing his head to the ground, and trembling as he apologized. Thud! CEO Yan fell to his knees, his voice pleading, "Great Emperor, even if we don't cooperate, please spare my son for the offense. Our whole Yan family depends on this industry to survive, with dozens of mouths to feed. Please, don't be angry." Lin Yu was not the type to hold grudges. He agreed to take back the tape that had been blinding the old man, but made no mention of cooperation. He simply turned and walked away, making it clear this was his final stance. After dealing with the matter, he entered the city hall, and, following Gao Xiaoqing's guidance, made his way to the private office. As soon as he entered, Ding Liang and Old Wang immediately knelt and greeted him. "Lord." He sat down in the chair, waving his hand. "Get up, tell me how things are going with the matters you're handling." Old Wang stepped forward, his face beaming as he reported, "The Nightmare Amusement Park has been fully renovated for a month now." Old Wang continued, "The road from Mingyu City is also open now, and in the future, it can be used as a summer training camp for the outstanding students of the demon schools. After saying that, old Wang proudly tilted his head to the sky, as if posing for a statue of the labor hero of the year. Ding Liang also took out the report to show off. The experimental equipment you instructed to purchase for the Mongol nation base has also been prepared to the highest standards. The Nelu transport ship is already waiting at Suhu, and it can depart for the human world at any time. He smiled and nodded. Well done, you've worked hard. Suddenly, old Wang stepped forward, his face full of flattery. Lord, may I accompany you this time? I've been curious about the human world for a long time. He nodded, stood up. We will depart for Hulin Lake tomorrow. The next morning, at the port, the three mayors and Gao Xiaoqing were all there to see Lin Yu off. Mayor Sai Qin, leading the group, spoke first. Great Emperor, are you leaving in such a hurry? This is your first time coming to Xuhu City, and I haven't even had the chance to invite you to a meal yet. Lin Yu understood their good intentions and smiled as he replied. After the passage appeared, the time flow in both worlds is almost the same. He continued, I have to go back and check on the situation at the special zone. As for the reception, forget it. Mayor Sai Qin is busy building the three-city alliance, so he probably won't have time. The future is long, and with the convenient transportation now, I'm sure I'll be back before long. After saying his goodbyes, he turned and boarded the ship. The captain was already waiting. With all due respect, Great Emperor, please come aboard. As soon as his foot touched the deck, the ship set sail. One of the crew members immediately blew the command horn, signaling the entire crew to prepare the sails for departure. After a while of sailing, the ship reached the boundary passage. From a distance, it slowly began to sink into the lake, like a giant serpent disappearing into the deep water. After diving deep to the lakebed for a while, the ship carrying Lin Yu began entering the passage as well. The moment they entered, he immediately pulled out the heaven-mending hammerstone and continuously threw it towards the passage's wall. Each stone, upon contact, would stick to the surface, forming a sealed wall like the plaster coating of a house, covering the entire area. In this manner, he moved forward while completing the unfinished work from before. The ship obediently followed behind. After half a day, the heaven-mending hammerstone finally locked the passage securely. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, sweat pouring down like rain, but at least the task was done. The captain stood on the deck, unable to offer anything more than moral support. But seeing Lin Yu complete the job that would normally take several people half a day to finish, he couldn't help but exclaim, the methods of the great emperor truly defy the heavens. Now, the space-time in this passage is as solid as a stone tablet. Hearing the captain's praise, Lin Yu stepped down to the ship and replied with a smile, Captain Nai Lu, your ship, the Nai Lu Hao, is now like a sparrow transformed into a phoenix. The old captain grinned from ear to ear at the compliment, chuckling, isn't it all thanks to the great emperor's radiance? When you hired me to take on the Black Tide fleet for 300 million ghost coins, I knew right away you were no ordinary person. And now, you defeated the Quan Lang Demon King, promoting trade between the two realms, allowing people like me, starving and struggling, to earn a living and even see a bright future. I truly thank you. Lin Yu waved his hand. No need to be so polite. This is what you all deserve in times of peace. Nai Lu then spoke in a solemn tone, filled with gratitude. If it weren't for you leading the way, how could the demon world have enjoyed such lasting peace? I, Nai Lu, together with my 100 brothers aboard the Nai Lu Hao, swear to protect this peace with our lives. After a while of chatting, the ship finally reached the gateway near Hulin Lake. Both of them stopped talking and looked toward the bow of the ship. We've arrived. Just a few minutes later, the vessel passed through the interrealm passage and emerged above the surface of Hulin Lake. Lin Yu immediately returned to his cabin to rest. Back in the human world, cell signal had returned to normal. Almost instantly, his phone vibrated non-stop with a flood of new notifications. He unlocked it, slightly startled. It had just gotten signal. How could there already be so many messages? The first one he opened was from Xiao Nian. She had sent him a whole string of them. Brother Lin, the trading volume of Fangdu Shangcheng has broken records. Brother Lin, the trading volume has skyrocketed. Brother Lin, half of the subsidy funds are already used up. Brother Lin, when are you coming back? Seeing how anxious Xiao Nian was, Lin Yu quickly replied to reassure her. President Xiao Nian, you've worked hard. I'm back. In the office, Xiao Nian had just heard the sound of a message notification from her phone. Glancing at the sender's name, she immediately grabbed the phone, muttering joyfully, "Brother Lin, you're finally back." She quickly typed a reply, "Brother Lin, do you need me to pick you up at Yulin Lake?" On the other side, Lin Yu swiftly replied, "No need, I have to stop by the base first, before heading back to Daxia." Xiao Nian responded right away, "All right then, I'll wait for you at the company headquarters." Lin Yu then opened the Special Zone Team Communication Group to check the updates he had missed. Bai Yi had posted a series of hot news about the collaboration between Nation H and the Demon World. Official link-up, the Dual Zone Economic Zone of Nation H has successfully launched in its first month, with imports of yin resources accounting for 70% of the global market, and the speed of upgrading demon-slaying equipment has greatly accelerated. Official link-up, the Demon Trade Delegation visits Nation H, enhancing direct cooperation in yin resource supply. Both sides have reached a commercial consensus worth trillions of ghost coins annually. Official link-up, Nation H and the Demon World issue a joint statement to build a base for refining yin resources, supplementing resources, and sharing technology, bringing benefits to the people of both worlds. Bai Yi posted the news. Official report. After Nation Mongol and Nation Heroes signed a tax exemption agreement with Nation H, the number of third-level demon controllers in the country increased by 23% compared to the previous period. The Special Economic Zone has become a driving force for the development of the International Exorcist Association. Reading through this series of news, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling a sense of joy inside. The Special Zone is developing so brilliantly. But before his excitement could fade, he scrolled down and saw a few other headlines that made his expression darken slightly. Official report. Nation H strongly opposes certain countries' unjustified taxes and will take strong measures to protect its interests. Official report. Nation H has issued a stern warning about Nation M's provocative tariff actions, vowing to protect fair trade without compromise. He raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Is Nation H really about to start a trade war with Nation M?" He kept scrolling and came across a post from Grey Rabbit. Nation N Ghost Chronicle, Daily Urgent News. The Ying-Jing Passage conflict has escalated, the coalition forces have been attacked, and the ghost tie has spread into the inner city. Hai Yu immediately commented below with a mouth-covered emoji. "Haha, you guys were so reckless. Now you're the joke." Bai Yi also added, "Looks like the trade war will be over soon." The more Lin Yu read, the more surprised he became by this new information. In the end, Ying Jing remarked, "What happened that even affected the entire AM nation? All right, the forum must have some genius users who have already compiled the details." Thinking this, Lin Yu immediately opened the Demon Controller forum and searched for news. After rummaging through for a while, he found the post on Demon Controller with the title, "The International Exorcist Association Saves Lives. Except for AM Nation, the whole world is hoarding yin assets." The content of the post: "Family, I'm a foreign student from AM Nation who has just stepped into the world of players, and I'm terribly unlucky. Words can't describe it. What on earth are the old Daoists in AM Nation thinking? As if raising the customs duties wasn't enough, they're now restricting quotas under the pretext of stopping Nation H from infiltrating the economy. Infiltrate my foot. The Hero Guild of AM Nation has already started mass equipping cursed knives. Meanwhile, here, you can't even find a single knife on the black market." The picture in the middle is a photo of a public protest by the people. All signs read, "We need yin assets. Yin assets. Yin assets." I heard that this march was so loud yesterday that it even shocked the investigation bureau. Terrifying. I'm thinking of dropping out and going back home. Post content. Terrifyingly accurate. Reputation matters 100 times more than qualifications. Below are countless passionate comments. Which senior brother arrived before me? Did the leader of Nation AM get water in his head? When fighting demons, we rely on strength to fight Nation H. But in the end, our people have no hidden talents to use. So are we just waiting to die? Exorcising demons, just because my surname is Liu. Don't celebrate too soon. Nation AM might not be done with dirty tricks, forming alliances with other countries to cause trouble. Nation H still needs to be cautious. Another comment. What are we afraid of in Nation H? The only official passage is in the hands of great Emperor Fengdu, who has strong ties with the demon world. If Nation AM wants to surrender in the end, won't they also kneel and beg? Yet another person. Brothers, things aren't looking good. I've heard that Nation AM is colluding with Nation L. Do you remember the news about the night parade of 100 demons in Yingjing 2 months ago? Now Nation AM wants to clear the broken passage in Yingjing, bypassing Nation H, and trade directly with the demon world. Someone immediately commented below, is that true or fake? Didn't the demons already take over the Yingjing passage a long time ago? Does Nation AM dare to touch it? Another person immediately joined in to confirm the information. It's true. I heard they are about to deploy the Demon King level combat force. They've already started preparing for war. Upon reading this, Lin Yu couldn't help but think of Lilith, feeling a bit anxious. Could it be her, the Demon King level combat force of Nation AM? He quickly scrolled down to find more news and came across a new comment from the author of the post replying below. Latest news. Vampire progenitor Lilith is engrossed in scientific research and has outright refused to participate in the war. After reading this, his expression relaxed, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. As expected, Nation AM miscalculated this time, losing both the game and the peace. He put his phone away, but remained thoughtful. It's a pity that although Lilith is my monster contract, she now belongs to the army of Nation AM. Her refusal to participate in this battle must be the biggest concession she could make due to the contract. Her talent in biopharmaceuticals is astonishing, even without her memories. If Nation AM fully utilizes her abilities, the threat she poses could be even more terrifying than her Demon King level combat power. Suddenly, a shout from one of the crew members on board snapped him out of his thoughts. The ship has arrived at Hulin Lake. He immediately stood up, said goodbye to Nailu, and got off the ship, quickly heading toward his base. At the base, Lin Yu was intently gazing at the hardened egg he'd obtained from the battle with the serpent. The egg was emitting a strong aura of yin energy. Seeing this, he called out, Ding Liang, come and take a look at this. Ding Liang, upon hearing the command, stepped forward. He used his natural ability to appraise rare treasures with an innate talent for detecting spiritual objects, carefully observing the egg in front of him. After a while, he exclaimed in amazement, in the demon world, this would be considered a divine beast. This demonic beast egg even carries the precise gray earth energy of a demon king. After saying this, he turned to Lin Yu with a somewhat helpless expression. But I am unable to identify what kind of demonic beast this is. Lin Yu didn't blame him. He simply smiled and replied, this must be a snake, a newly created species. As Lin Yu spoke, he continued to gaze at the egg. Ding Liang, hearing this, was taken aback. He had not participated in the previous battle as he had been assigned a different task. So he was unaware of the origins of this egg. A created species? This is even harder than refining weapons or alchemy. Lin Yu slowly explained his reasoning. This is one of the research results recently delivered by Lilith to the AM Nation. I just happened to take it by chance. As for how it can be used, that depends on your talents for judgment. Ding Liang fell into deep thought for a moment before speaking. In my opinion, there are only two options. One is to use it as the foundation for a demonic beast embryo at the king tier, which would make it a top-tier material for either alchemy or weapon forging. The other option is to hatch it and form a beast pact, fighting together in the future. However, to maximize the benefits, I would recommend that the Lord raise it first. If it hatches well, who knows? It might even break through and become a true demonic beast king tier. Lin Yu asked, demonic beast king tier? Hearing this, Lin Yu became excited. Raising such a pet would surely be very interesting. Seeing that the idea wasn't bad, he asked, how do we hatch it? Ding Liang explained the process. Normally, you need to use the bones, flesh, and essence blood of a powerful monster or demonic beast as a base. Then place the demonic beast egg on it to nurture the embryo. Of course, if the Lord has better resources for use after it hatches, the development potential will be even higher. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded, this isn't too difficult. Now that I'm an interdimensional trade intermediary with good resources, it's not hard to find what I need if I want it. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone, opened the e-commerce platform, and without even looking at the price, he placed a large order, including spirit pearls worth $99.9 million. Secret flower of the heavenly branch cost $99.9 million. Soul root herb cost $99.8 million. Demonic beast bone marrow costs $99.8 million. After making the purchase, Lin Yu handed his phone to Ding Liang and asked, "Is this enough?" Ding Liang looked at his lord, spending money without a hint of hesitation, and felt a sense of admiration in his heart. However, he respectfully replied, "Yes, of course, this is enough." In his heart, he silently thought, "Truly, this is the lavish style of a lord." The order was only placed today, so it would likely take a few more days for the items to be delivered. Lin Yu then instructed Ding Liang to prepare in advance. Ding Liang got to work, placing the egg in a glass container, then poured the red liquid, as directed by Lin Yu, completely filling it. Immediately, a dark red nourishing substance surrounded the egg. Lin Yu stood by, observing as he muttered to himself. With both internal and external defense systems in place, the divine and demonic forbidden zone is specially crafted by Master Tian. There's no problem with safety. Before all the materials are gathered, we'll leave the egg in this tainted blood solution in the base for now. Once everything was set up, he stood there for a moment, gazing at the egg, before turning to leave. But just as he stepped away, the egg suddenly emitted faint cracking sounds. A moment later, in front of a towering office building, Lin Yu slowly walked in. Looking at the magnificent structure, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the more money you spend, the greater the return. Upon entering the lobby and encountering the receptionist, he inquired. The receptionist immediately recognized him as soon as she saw him. A little tense, she hurriedly came forward to greet him, saying, "Great Emperor, CEO Lin Yu." Lin Yu smiled gently. "Don't be nervous. I'm looking for Xiao Nian." The receptionist pointed toward the elevator and respectfully replied, "CEO Li's office is on the 88th floor, but she's currently meeting with a very difficult client. You've arrived at just the right time, sir." Upon hearing this, a cold glint appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Difficult? Who has the guts to cause trouble for us at a time like this? He immediately stepped into the elevator, heading to the 88th floor. At the same time, in Xiao Nian's office, she was so furious that she slammed her hand on the desk, saying, "I've already told you. Your yin energy doesn't meet the standards. We've had numerous clients complaining of adverse effects, and yet your after-sales service refuses to handle it. According to the rules, you should be removed from the supplier list." The man sitting opposite, with two burly bodyguards behind him, chuckled upon hearing that. "It's just a few hidden weapons with some issues. There's no need to go so far as to completely eliminate them. Or maybe, CEO Li, do you have any objections to our Tang family?" The office door suddenly slammed open. Lin Yu stepped in, his voice cold as ice. "We do have objections to the Tang family." The man immediately turned around, his face twisted with annoyance, and shouted, "Who you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here?" Lin Yu leaned against the doorframe, his eyes sharp like ice. "Great Emperor Fengdu, Lin Yu." Upon hearing his self-introduction, everyone immediately stood up, moved aside as if avoiding someone with a contagious disease, their faces filled with panic. The leader stammered, his voice trembling. "Feng, Great Emperor Fengdu." The man struggled to regain his composure, his voice still shaking. "What do your words mean? The Tang family has never offended you, have we?" Seeing the man flustered, much like a rat caught by a cat, Lin Yu leisurely walked in, sat down in the seat the man had just occupied. His demeanor relaxed to the point of being irritating. He responded with an indifferent sentence. "It's just what the words say. Didn't your Tang clan kidnap Xiao Nan not long ago? Do you really think my impression of you is still good?" The leader immediately sprang up, his voice full of panic and defensiveness, trying to draw a clear line. But that was all caused by Taylor. "What does this have to do with our business in Shancheng? Great Emperor, you don't even know the full story. How can you judge us based on a few bad impressions?" He curled his lips, his gaze cold, his voice smooth yet piercing. "For an undercover agent to slip through, doesn't that show just how exceptional your management is? Rushing to blame others like this, it seems Xiao Mayan was right. Your Tang clan truly excels at selling subpar goods, and then shirking responsibility." Faced with such a direct rebuke, the man's face darkened with displeasure. In the end, he resorted to his usual tactic, using his family's name to threaten. "After all, we are one of the 6 great demon controller families, with a 1,000-year-old bond between the families. We have shared both glory and disgrace throughout the ages. Great Emperor, Are you really not going to give us even this little face? He let out a faint laugh, looking at him as if he were staring at someone trying to offload leftover stock. Face. In the business world, profit comes first. How much is face really worth? With that, he delivered his final words decisively, pointing straight to the door. Get out. The leader was furious, his face twisted with displeasure. But he had no choice but to lead his subordinates out. As they left, he grumbled, trying to intimidate in order to salvage some dignity. One day you'll regret this. Then, with a loud slam, the door took the brunt of his anger, shaking as if it might break. Xiao Nian lowered his head, his voice filled with sorrow. I couldn't even handle this small matter well. I've let Brother Lin down. His voice, calm yet cold, replied, This isn't your fault. The problem is, those families in the ghost business still don't know who I am. But they will. With that, the two sat down to discuss and quickly made a decision. The next morning, an official statement from Shang Cheng Fengdu appeared across all media outlets. The statement declared the termination of their partnership with Tang Group and the handling of post-sales issues. Due to Tang Group's yin energy not meeting standards, it had caused harm to many customers. Moreover, in terms of after-sales service, Tang Group refused to handle the complaints. Shang Cheng Fengdu terminated all cooperation, removed all Tang Group products from the system, and blacklisted them. Shang Cheng has established a specialized fund to compensate affected customers, while also seeking to recover all costs from Tang Group. We kindly ask for your understanding regarding this inconvenience. Shang Cheng Fengdu, on X month, year. Faced with business obstruction, Tang Group immediately counterattacked with a statement as tense as a taut string. Tang Group's official declaration regarding Shang Cheng Fengdu's unilateral termination of cooperation. Shang Cheng Fengdu's unilateral cancellation of the cooperation contract is an act of personal revenge. The so-called customers being harmed are actually due to the buyer's insufficient financial capacity, completely unrelated to our products. Shang Cheng Fengdu has defamed our company's reputation, incited public opinion, and their actions are no different from monopolizing the yin energy market. We will immediately file a lawsuit, pursue liability for breach of contract, and seek damages for defamation. Furthermore, we do not rule out the possibility of aligning with allied families to resist this hegemonic behavior and protect fairness in the industry. The media war between the two sides raged fiercely, with each article and news report cutting like a blade. The siege shifted to the sales department of Shang Cheng Fengdu. The atmosphere was tense, like a taut string, with phones ringing non-stop. Customer service staff repeatedly apologized for the delivery delays. Dear valued customer, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The human soul bamboo from the Y family that you ordered is currently being expedited. Yes, the spirit stone herb from the Han family is temporarily out of stock due to overwhelming demand. Let me check for you. Yes, we guarantee delivery today. We will also compensate you with a 30 yuan discount voucher, with no usage restrictions. Is that acceptable to you? In the office, Xiao Nian stared at the report on the tablet, her wide eyes filled with worry as she reported to Lin Yu. Brother Lin, now the Wei family, the Han family, and the Sima family have all simultaneously declared stock shortages and delivery delays, wanting to postpone the shipments. Meanwhile, the buyers are pressuring us with their orders, and Shang Cheng is being criticized everywhere. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, remained calm and cold, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile as if he had expected this. These old aristocratic families really see themselves as the main course at the banquet, thinking they can suppress us this way. Unfortunately, if they don't sell, someone else will. He said, then picked up his phone, scrolled through his contact list, and dialed the number of the young girl from the Liu family. On the other end, the phone rang as she was with her sister in the workshop. Upon seeing his number, she exclaimed with excitement, her voice bright. Oh, great Emperor, it's been a while since you last contacted me. Is this a casual chat, or is there something serious going on today? He leaned back comfortably in his chair, his tone calm, but every word he spoke felt weighty, like gold. The matter between Shang Cheng Fengdu and the Tang family. I'm sure you've heard about it, right? She raised an eyebrow and quickly replied, of course, it's all over the media. He continued, his voice becoming deeper, sharper, like the edge of a knife. Yin energy. The yin materials are supposed to be kept in the dungeon. but the buyer is urgent. There can be no delay. Now, several prominent families are making moves, leaving a significant gap in the market. I remember your love family also deals primarily in yin energy and yin herbs, am I right? The corner of his mouth curled up as he added, his next words dropping like a stone into a still pond. Would you be interested in swallowing up this piece of the pie? The price could be as much as 20% higher than the usual rate. On the other end of the line, the girl was struck like a thunderbolt, immediately startled. More than 20%? Great Emperor, isn't that enough for you? Is there really such a good deal in the world? He chuckled softly, his tongue somewhat lazy, but each word like a spark. Just as I'm about to kick off the second round of $100 billion bidding, I can't let the floating water spill over. So, interested? The girl screamed in excitement. Of course I am. This is a steal. We're taking it. Wait there, I'll go knock on the door of Great-Grandpa's study right now. Even if the old man is in seclusion, I'll drag him out. Ending the call, Lin Yu put the phone down, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. He turned to Xiao Nian. It's done. Xiao Nian blinked, surprised. Was it really that simple? He shrugged, his voice calm, but tinged with a cold edge. Simple, yes, but those old families won't give up so easily. This skirmish is probably just the prelude. Soon after, both parties quickly reached an agreement. 3 days later, in Lucheng, 2 container trucks carrying goods rolled onto the highway. He drove toward the special economic zone of Daemont. But just as they were getting close to the checkpoint, a sharp whistle rang out, and the car was abruptly blocked. Stop, pull over for inspection. A member of the Liu family stepped out, a confused expression on their face, quickly introducing themselves. We are suppliers to the Daemont Special Economic Zone. But the 2 officers in uniform didn't bother listening. Their gazes were as cold as steel. Without a word of explanation, they unclipped the handcuffs and locked them tightly. People and goods, all under escort. News of the goods being stopped and the people detained quickly spread back to Shangcheng. Xiao Mian's face went pale as she hurriedly reported, Brother Lin, the Liu family's shipment was detained before even leaving the city. The reason given is suspicion of smuggling dangerous goods. The Liu family members are also under resident surveillance. She gritted her teeth. No need to think. It's definitely those big families pulling strings again. Lin Yu just slightly curled his lips into a cold smile, his gaze as sharp as a blade hidden beneath velvet. If they dared block a car on the highway, then there's surely someone behind them, an official parasite pulling the strings. I didn't have a way to catch their weakness before, but now. He walked toward the window, his eyes like a storm brewing before the storm strikes. They've stuck their heads out. Perfect. It's time to settle the score once and for all. The scene of the Liu family's luxurious mansion being turned into a prison unfolded. 2 Ning officers stood guard at the entrance, their faces as cold as ice, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Dry leaves rustled in the wind. Suddenly, from a distance, a black car silently stopped in front of the gate. The door opened, and a familiar figure stepped out. Hai Yu. One of the guards, seeing the stranger, arrogantly stepped forward and spoke with a domineering tone. Stop right there. This area is under lockdown. You have no business here. Before he could finish his sentence, Hai Yu curled her lips into a smirk. Her gaze, sharp and cold like a blade, swept across him, freezing him in place as though an invisible hand was choking him. Hai Yu moved forward, pulling out an identification card to prove her identity, her voice as cold as ice. You fools, how dare you block me? The 2 guards, seeing the card in her hand, immediately paled. They stiffened, and their voices trembled as they stammered. Captain Hai Yu, is that really you? What wind blew you to this poor, desolate place? Hai Yu shot him a glance, her eyes filled with a killing intent that sent a chill down his spine. Of course, it's because of loyal subordinates like you that I'm here. The guard forced an awkward smile, bowing his head and stammering. Such a trivial matter. How could we dare trouble you to personally intervene, my lord? But Hai Yu didn't bother to listen. Her expression darkened, and her voice thundered like a storm. The 9th Investigation Bureau has received accusations against you for abusing authority, colluding with merchants, shielding noble families, and obstructing normal commercial transport. I hereby order you to withdraw immediately and return to your unit to await investigation. Anyone who dares to defy this order will be punished for obstructing official duties. The 2 men were struck speechless, their faces turning pale. They didn't dare resist and obediently let Haiyu's subordinates escort them away. Moments later, two of Haiyu's agents stepped forward to remove the barricade in front of the Lu residence. Among them, however, a familiar figure silently followed behind, hat pulled low. Inside the manor, hearing the commotion at the gate, the young lady of the Lu family ran out with her elder sister. Seeing Haiyu, she quickly bowed in respect, her voice filled with gratitude. "Lord Haiyu, I never expected you to come in person to rescue us. Thank you for your intervention. They've blocked us for 3 days, and we haven't been able to send out our goods." Seeing the girl bow in thanks, Haiyu waved her hand lightly and replied coldly, "No need for formalities. This is simply my duty." The little girl Xiao Lu glanced around, but not seeing the person she was waiting for, she hesitantly asked, "Great Emperor, aren't you coming with us?" Haiyu raised an eyebrow slightly and cast a glance at the staff member wearing a hat standing behind him. His voice was calm. "Lin Yu is currently overwhelmed with countless tasks and still has a lot to handle in Shangcheng. This group is enough for me to manage alone." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu smiled brightly and quickly invited, "Everyone, please come in. Let's have some tea and chat." Everyone stepped in without suspecting a thing. The staff member wearing the hat was none other than Lin Yu. He concealed his presence with a ghost clothes mask, silently observing. Clearly, he had a larger plan that was waiting to be set in motion. The scene shifted to a secret meeting room. The sound of shattered glass echoed, followed by angry shouts that filled the room. In the luxurious room, representatives of the prominent families were gathered, their expressions grave. A man slammed the table, his voice filled with resentment. "Even though we know Haiyu and the great Emperor Fengdu are acquainted, we never expected that she would personally come to Lu Chang for him." The man continued, "The key point is the Lu family shipment. If we allow this layer of gaps to be hit, our yin energy market share will decrease by at least a third. At that point, facing Lin Yu, we will be completely passive." The representative of the Tang family sat in the main seat, his gaze gloomy, his tone as cold as ice. "We know better than anyone the abilities of the great Emperor Fengdu. If he was defeated once, he can be defeated a second time." His eyes glinted with coldness, his voice sharp like a blade. "Gentlemen, now is not the time to hold back. The Tang family will strike with our deadliest move. This time, we won't let him rise again." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and then one by one, cold voices of agreement rang out. "That's right. We will mobilize the hidden forces of our families. We must make that brat understand one thing. The game of the demon controller world of Duxia is not for him to change." On the Lu family side, after their discussion, Haiyu immediately offered to personally escort their delivery convoy. Just then, the goods were ready, and the group once again set out for Shangcheng. The young man from the Lu family, the one who had been captured last time, grinned cheerfully when he saw Haiyu and asked, "Big sister Haiyu, are you really going to escort us for part of the way?" Haiyu narrowed her eyes with a smile and replied, "Of course. If you're sending a Buddha, you might as well send him all the way to the west." She added casually, "Besides, I'd like to take a stroll myself. The special zone has been under construction for so long, yet haven't had the chance to visit." As she finished speaking, she deliberately turned to tease Lin Yu, who was pretending to be her subordinate. "Our car will take the lead. My driver, Xiao Lin, is a master behind the wheel, isn't he?" Lin Yu frowned slightly at being made the butt of her joke, but since he was playing a role, he couldn't afford to break character. He could only nod, silently taking his seat behind the wheel, sighing inwardly. This woman really is addicted to acting. The Lu sisters exchanged glances, understanding Haiyu's true intent, and whispered softly, "It seems Sister Haiyu still isn't at ease with those 3 great families." The older sister said, "We need to be more cautious on the road." That afternoon, heavy rain fell, soaking the sky. The container truck trailed behind the black sedan leading the way. The wheels rolled smoothly over the highway, splashing the rainwater. They reached the spot where an incident had occurred before, the place where they had been stopped and wrongfully accused of being arrested. The container driver, steering the wheel, pointed ahead and told the 2 sisters, "Right here. Last time, they set up a blockade to stop us. This time, it seems no one dares to stop us anymore." The older sister frowned slightly, her eyes still uneasy. "Don't be too complacent." Indeed, as they approached the Tang family's estate, while Xiao Long sat in the back, happily admiring the scenery along the road, suddenly a flash of blue energy passed before her eyes. causing her to exclaim in surprise, "What was that?" At the same time, in the black sedan ahead, both Haiyu and Lin Yu immediately realized someone was approaching. Unnoticed by them, the entire convoy had been surrounded by a dense gray-blue barrier, the air chilling to an eerie degree. Haiyu's gaze quickly swept around, then her expression changed. This is the demon world. Lin Yu immediately slammed on the brakes, and the car jolted to a stop. In a deep voice, he said, "I fear there have been people lying in ambush here for quite some time." Haiyu, who was naturally hot-tempered, immediately opened the car door and stormed out. Her voice boomed like thunder as she shouted, "Who has the guts to block the vehicle of the 9th Investigation Center? Come out here. You cowardly rats who only know how to hide. Do you want me to drag you out myself?" As soon as she finished speaking, the wet road, drenched by rain, suddenly began to bubble with a loud gurgling sound. A massive ghostly hand formed from countless droplets of water rose from below. Then the grotesque figure of a water demon emerged, its limbs long and twisted in a horrifying manner. It was not the demon controller in person, but rather a group of monsters under his control. Upon seeing this, Haiyu gritted her teeth, raised her hand to summon a whip chained with yin energy, and angrily growled, "You coward. Fine. Let me crush your monsters, and see how long you dare to hide." With that, her figure shot forward like lightning. In one swift swing of her whip, several water ghost-like figures were torn apart into pieces. However, just when it seemed she had defeated them, they began to regenerate from the rainwater, fully restored. Without a scratch, the container truck behind immediately came to a halt. The two sisters of the Liu family noticed the unusual situation and quickly jumped out of the vehicle, drawing their yin energy from their hands, rushing toward Haiyu. "Haiyu sister, we're here to help." Thus, the chaotic battle began. The three of them worked together to surround and kill each water demon. But every time they destroyed one, another would immediately emerge from the rain, continuously replenishing their numbers. The sound of wits crackling, yin energy exploding, and the rainwater splashing created a scene where the road was completely drenched. The battle seemed endless. The more they fought, the more exhausted they became. After a while, all three of them began to lose strength, their breathing heavy. The two sisters of the Liu family frowned, their voices filled with frustration. "Damn it, they can use the rain to hide and resurrect. This is really troublesome." Inside the vehicle, Lin Yu saw that the battle outside was becoming increasingly difficult. His eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath, murmuring with a deep voice, "Nightmare Eye, the Eye of Judgment, manifest before me." Immediately, a giant eye appeared, emanating an aura from the higher levels of the demon world, its cold light illuminating the entire barrier. The opponent was instantly suppressed by the demon world, as if bound tightly by invisible chains. The hidden demon controller behind them felt that overwhelming pressure and flinched, his face flickering with fear. Not good, the demon world's rank is higher. The moment he was forced to reveal himself, Haiyu let out a chilling laugh, her voice dripping with killing intent. The chain whip in her hand lashed through the air, tearing it apart. "Humph, caught you at last, you filthy rat." The assassin remained calm, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smirk. "A level 7 demon controller, huh? Must be one of the government's elite. Unfortunately for you, you ran into me today." With a flick of his wrist, several arrows of spiritual power shot out like lightning. Feeling the threat, Haiyu swung her whip to block them. But the difference in power was too great. The impact forced her backward violently, her body almost losing balance. Her face turned pale as she gritted her teeth. "Level 8. He's really a level 8 demon controller." Emboldened, the assassin unleashed another barrage of arrows, each one carrying murderous intent. Just then, a pitch-black shield suddenly rose in front of her, blocking every arrow with a thunderous explosion. Haiyu turned in astonishment, seeing Lin Yu standing there, one hand holding the shield, his gaze calm yet determined. His deep voice rang out firmly, "I will support you. Let's go together." She was slightly stunned, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly as she smiled faintly. "All right, let's see then." The assassin sneered upon witnessing this, his voice full of contempt. Two level 7 fighters working together are still useless. In his hand, a blue spiritual power orb began to form, the surging energy distorting the air around them. Behind the shield, both Lin Yu and Haiyu could clearly feel the terrifying pressure. Lin Yu's voice became steady, his eyes gleaming. Don't let him complete his move. She nodded sharply, not needing any further words. In that instant, both of them erupted with power, their figures like thunder, charging straight toward the assassin, determined to stop him from unleashing his killing blow. The assassin was indeed no simple opponent. He moved as swiftly as a shadow, easily evading each attack. While striking, Lin Yu analyzed the situation in a low voice, his eyes cold as ice. To become a level 8 demon controller, one must have the right talent, luck, and resources. Nothing can be missing. Even the 6 great families, the assassin thought. Even with all-out cultivation, it would take at least 10 years for someone like that to appear. But for the sake of profit, there are always a few clansmen who choose the reckless path, risking their very lives for a breakthrough. Hai Yu fought alongside him with perfect coordination. Whenever she swung her chain whip to strike, if the enemy countered with an arrow of spiritual power, Lin Yu would immediately charge forward, shield in hand, steady as a mountain. At first, the assassin handled them with ease. But as the battle dragged on, frustration began to gnaw at him. His techniques were repeatedly disrupted by the two, and his stamina started to wear thin. At last, his true face was revealed. A bald head, skin covered in rough scars, a deformed flat nose. The grotesque appearance was enough to make anyone shudder. Enraged, he roared, forming hand seals with both hands, then shouted, "Demon World Augmentation! Martial Dust Heavenly Flower!" Instantly, the sky darkened. Thunder and lightning surged, and the falling rain grew heavier, transforming into a relentless onslaught. The Lu sisters, dodging the attacks, quickly sensed something was wrong and gasped. "This isn't good. The rain is corrosive." Both immediately condensed their yin energy into umbrellas for protection. Each drop of the corrosive rain hissed and sizzled as it struck the ground, sending chills down their spines. Hai Yu also realized it and gritted her teeth, cursing loudly. Damn it, the methods of an 8th-level demon controller are truly limitless. In contrast, Lin Yu remained calm, his voice steady like a pillar amidst the storm. "Keep going, Hai Yu. As long as we defeat him, this demon world will naturally collapse." Upon hearing this, Hai Yu nodded sharply, retracting her chain whip. She clapped her hands together, and another surge of yin energy erupted. Her figure trembled in the flash of lightning as she shouted loudly, "Ah, Divine Needle of Dinghai!" A massive needle filled with yin energy descended from the sky, its momentum so intense, it seemed as though it could pierce the very fabric of the demon world. The assassin, seeing her unleash her trump card, briefly showed a flicker of fear in his eyes, but almost immediately, he broke into a maniacal grin. "Ha ha, you took the bait." Before he could finish his words, 2 figures dressed identically to him suddenly appeared behind Lin Yu, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. It seemed that everyone wanted to be the one to cast the bait in this game, but the one who played the final card was Lin Yu, and this time, someone would definitely end up crying. He subtly curled his lips, his deep voice ringing out like a verdict. "Finally, you've taken the bait." On Hai Yu's side, her divine needle of Dinghai struck down onto the ground, but the assassin easily dodged it. A gleam of joy flickered in his eyes, but before his smile could fully bloom, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Lin Yu straightened up, formed a seal with his hands, and his voice was as cold as the tolling of a funeral bell. "Reincarnation Demon City." Immediately, his demon world unfolded, and the pressure was like an entire city crashing down, surging and enveloping everything. In the thick haze of yin energy, 3 figures of monsters appeared: Zhu Xiang, and Ning, and Old Wang. Each demon stood beside one of the assassins, their overwhelming presence like massive pillars that suppressed heaven and earth. The opponent's demon world, which had been brimming with power, was now crushed and dissipating like a receding tide. In an instant, the gray-blue barrier shattered in pieces, collapsing entirely. The water demons that had been battling with the 2 Lu sisters also vanished at once, leaving behind an eerie silence. The 2 girls, who had just escaped the pressure, sighed in relief, but immediately, the chilling killing intent from Lin Yu reached them, causing both to shudder involuntarily, their legs going weak. Such strong yin energy. "Is it Hai Yu, sister?" The older sister replied, "No, this aura clearly comes from him." With just one move, he completely overwhelmed all 3 level 8 assassins. Lin Yu slowly walked forward, his imposing aura bearing down on the leader. The man's body trembled, and in the end, He couldn't withstand it, collapsing to his knees on the ground. Despite his utter defeat, there was still a trace of unwillingness in his eyes as he looked up at Lin Yu, his voice trembling as if trying to confirm, "Great Emperor Fengdu, is it really you? No one else could possibly use a level 7 necromancy to kill 3 level 8 assassins." The battle ended in absolute shock. Lin Yu looked at him, no longer needing to hide. He reached up and removed his ghost clothes mask, his true appearance gradually revealed in the rain. Upon seeing his face clearly, the defeated man's gaze faltered with despair, his body shaking uncontrollably before he collapsed completely. At this moment, Ning approached, holding the nightmare eye in her hand, her voice respectful as she spoke. "Lord, the assassin seems to know a great deal about you," she said with a twisted, mocking smile. "Yeah, I know you have the ability to forcibly extract memories using yin energy, but I won't let you have the chance." With that, he gathered the last of the spiritual power. A loud explosion rang out, and his body was reduced to dust. The other two didn't hesitate for a moment, howling as they followed suit, simultaneously committing suicide, determined to take the secret of the mastermind to the grave. And Ning, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the methods of the person behind it. As expected, decisive. His appearance had already been destroyed, and now both his soul and physical body are self-destructing, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to ask Kai Yu, "What about the other two?" Hai Yu immediately checked and respectfully replied, "They too have destroyed their appearance and committed suicide. But they didn't have the strength to destroy their physical bodies entirely. There should still be some clues we can extract." At this moment, Old Mong stepped forward, holding 2 items imbued with yin energy, and respectfully reported, "My lord, I found their weapons." Lin Yu reached out to take them, his eyes flickering with a cold gleam. After examining them closely, he suddenly remembered, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. "Humph. Aren't these the 2 lackeys of the Tang family? It seems the warning last time didn't even register with them. Well, that's fine. It just makes it easier for us to settle the score this time." He slipped the 2 bundles of yin energy into his sleeves, his smile growing even more dangerous. As for the card he had revealed last time, of course, it wouldn't be so easily hidden. The pair of suitcases that those 2 had stolen would sooner or later have to be returned, with both principal and interest. At this moment, the Lu sisters stepped forward and bowed in greeting. "Great Emperor, you came without warning, truly well concealed." Lin Yu chuckled, his voice both dignified and leisurely. "To avoid leaking information, I couldn't speak earlier. I apologize for the trouble, having to follow me in this little act." After finishing his words, he leisurely walked towards La's cargo truck, and lightly waved his hand, pointing at it. "This batch of goods no longer needs to be transported. Just hand everything over to me." The driver was stunned and hurriedly opened the truck's compartment, stammering, "Huh? There's so much. How are you planning to take it all?" Before he could finish, Lin Yu simply flicked his finger. In an instant, all the goods on the truck flew up, each bundle disappearing into the system's spatial storage. What would be impossible for an ordinary person to store was no issue at all for his system, which had no limits. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, the driver and the Lu sisters were utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. In just a blink, the cargo truck that had been packed to the brim, leaving not a single gap, was now completely empty, as if it had just been scrubbed clean. The driver stared into the back of the truck, unable to believe his eyes, stammering, as expected of the Great Emperor, to possess such an enormous spatial yin energy, and it seems it's still far from being filled. After finishing with the cargo, Lin Yu drew out a thick stack of money and handed it toward the Lu sisters. His tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. "The payment for this shipment has been settled. I'll personally deliver it." The younger sister stepped forward to accept it, unable to help but sigh inwardly. So generous. No wonder every time the Great Emperor took action, it was always so grand. Who could possibly guess how much wealth he had amassed? Not wanting to linger any longer, Lin Yu simply waved his hand. "For the next delivery, I'll arrange a safer transport method." With that, he turned and left with Hai Yu. The 2 sisters watched as their figures gradually disappeared from sight before finally exhaling in unison. Of course, he was the Great Emperor of Fengdu himself. How could someone like him truly be doing mere transport work? At that moment, Hai Yu had already seated herself in the driver's seat. She turned to ask, her voice full of excitement, So, where are we going now? The corners of Lin Yu's mouth curled slightly, his eyes flashing with danger. The Tang family home. That night, at the Tang family residence, in the study, the head of the Tang family was dealing with official documents when a servant hurriedly ran over, knocking on the door with urgency. His trembling voice reported, "Master, it's bad. The flame of the shadow assassin's incense has gone out." The Tang family head responded, "What?" The servant shakily presented 2 white candles that had already burned out. This is how the great families monitor their subordinates. Once the candle goes out, it means the person has turned to ashes. The Tang family head took them, his expression immediately darkening, a cold chill running down his spine. This was arranged by the Wei family. It absolutely cannot be wrong. They had broken through to the 8th level of Demon Controller, and with the assistance of the renowned martial demon user from the Han family, even an elite military force would struggle to corner them. And yet, they were still assassinated? Before he could fully recover from his shock, another servant rushed over in panic to report. "This is bad. Captain Hai Yu from Investigation Center No. 9, along with Great Emperor Fengdu, are approaching the door and wish to meet the head of the family." Upon hearing this, the family head was stunned, and he blurted out in surprise, "What? Even Great Emperor Fengdu is coming?" He immediately deduced the reason why the shadow assassins sent by various families had all met their demise. Furious, he couldn't control himself and crushed the 2 candles in his hands, muttering, "No wonder the martial demon user and shadow assassin were defeated. It must have been Great Emperor's doing. Damn it! How come there's not a single piece of news coming from Lu Cheng? As long as we deny it until the end, what can they do?" Despite his anger, he had no choice but to go out and greet the guests. He waved his hand, ordering the 2 servants behind him, "Go, prepare everything, and come with me to welcome the distinguished guests." At the same time, Lin Yu and Hai Yu stood outside in the courtyard, admiring the trees and scenery. Suddenly, the sound of a creaking door echoed, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. The family head stepped out, his expression changing completely, his face lighting up with a beaming smile, eager to welcome the guests. While the 2 servants behind him were still struggling to adjust, his face turned as pale as a toad's backside, and he exclaimed, "Great Emperor, Captain Hai Yu, what brings you both here?" Lin Yu's voice was cold and sharp, as piercing as a sword. "Master Tang, stop playing the fool. To dare block and kill the transport vehicles of my Fengdu Merchants Guild, you have some real guts." Exposed, the clan leader quickly tried to put on an act, his tone haughty despite his attempts at composure. "Lin Yu, think carefully before you speak. I hold some respect for your reputation, but my family is a prestigious millennium-old clan. How could we allow you to falsely accuse and defame us?" Hai Yu, seeing that he had no intention of admitting to anything, produced 2 pieces of yin energy extracted from the bodies of the 2 assassins. His voice was sharp as he spoke. "These are the yin energies found on the bodies of the assassins, the same type used by the kidnappers during the last incident. These 2 individuals have been confirmed as members of the Tang family, with warrants still posted on the government website." Upon seeing the evidence, the clan leader still vehemently denied it. "After the kidnapping incident, I expelled them from the clan. I have had no contact with them whatsoever. How could I possibly have ordered them to act? Those were personal actions, completely unrelated to the Tang family." He was confident, certain that Lin Yu had no evidence to charge him, arrogantly looking at him. Lin Yu took slow, measured steps, walking directly toward him, his voice cold and deep, each word striking like a hammer. "Do you think that because I have no evidence you can do whatever you want?" The Tang family patriarch laughed. "Haha." Not wanting to waste words, he began to search for the location of the ghost coins he had given to the 2 kidnappers. "The ransom of 100 billion ghost coins you received last time, I deliberately mixed it with a tracking solution that can pinpoint the exact location. Right now, their position is..." Just a few minutes later, a loud explosion echoed from a distant area within the large estate, the shockwave so strong that even the garden where Lin Yu stood trembled. The patriarch, hearing the blast, immediately turned pale, his face changing drastically as he shouted in panic, "What?" He rushed over, intending to check the situation. The smoke spread everywhere, and with each step, the fear inside him grew, hope gradually fading away. When he reached the site, the scene before him made his face turn ghostly white, his heart seeming to stop beating. The Tang family's vault exploded. Poor patriarch. The entire precious gold jar of the Tang family had now turned to ashes. The explosion's deafening roar shook the very air. Seeing the head of the Tang family, Tang Zhaoling, panic-stricken and fleeing, Haiyu froze, her gaze instinctively following him. In her eyes, there was both shock and a sense of emptiness. The distance between her and him seemed to have widened even further. She had always known that he had the ability to manipulate ghost coins, to explode, but until now, he had only used individual coins. Yet this time, it was hundreds of millions of ghost coins detonating together. Even from several dozen meters away, the money had left his hands long ago. Yet he still controlled it with precision, something truly beyond imagination. While she was still stunned, he merely curled his lips into a slight smile, his gaze calm and composed, as if everything had gone according to plan. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. All of them were ghost coins with a denomination of 100,000. It was during my time in the BB district that I thoroughly understood the rules of ghost coins, allowing me to control them to this extent today. As they approached Tang Zhaoling, the once proud head of the Tang family could only force a wry smile. His voice was as cold as ice. Tang Zhaoling, you claim to have no knowledge of those thieves? He continued. Then why did the ghost coins we gave them appear in the Tang family's vault? This, Tang Zhaoling stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. His voice grew even colder, each word piercing like a knife. Moreover, considering the recent damage, there are only about 100 million ghost coins left in the Tang family's vault. Where did the remaining 90 billion go? Did you transfer them somewhere else? Or hand them over to your accomplices? Tang Zhaoling's face turned pale, panic flooding his heart. This isn't good. I need to report this immediately. He quickly reached for the communication jade, but the purple glow enveloped the barrier and sealed everything off. The man stood there calmly, as if he'd been waiting for this moment, and softly said, "Don't waste your energy." The jade went dim, and the silence that followed left Tang Zhaoling both terrified and enraged. "What do you want?" Haiyu stepped forward, drawing out the arrest warrant for the number 9 investigation, his voice serious and resonant. "Tang Zhaoling, you are suspected of bribing officials, hiring people to loot, and killing to cover your tracks. This is an official arrest order. If you confess, we may still spare the innocent members of the Tang family." One sentence had dragged the family head's reputation through the mud. Tang Zhaoling roared, "I." His eyes burned with fury, his voice filled with hatred. "I will not accept." The throwing knife shot forward instantly, but both he and Haiyu simply sidestepped it, as though it were not worth their attention. In his desperation, he yelled, "Heavenly Hand Demon, kill them." The demon with hundreds of arms wielding various weapons charged forward, but he remained unfazed, casually waving his hand to summon Zhu Qiang. Zhu Qiang appeared, raising his legendary black claws like a shield to block the entire assault, then tossed the claws at the fiendish visage monster and commanded, "Get lost." A loud clash resounded. The mighty monster of the Tang family, despite its grandeur, failed to dodge and was struck directly by the claw, collapsing unconscious. Tang Zhaoling, attempting to flee, turned back to see his monster knocked out with a single blow. His face turned ashen, his body trembling, his mouth stammering like a soul lost. "Apologies, brother, each man for himself. May your friend die, but not I. If I am lucky enough to escape, this great favor I will never forget for the rest of my life." Tang Zhaoling muttered through gritted teeth, crazily fleeing. Yet, before he could run very far, Rune appeared like a ghost, her resentment thick in the air. The soft purple chains, yet as cold as iron, wrapped tightly around his body. Without a monster to protect him, and no more yin energy to defend himself, what escape does a 7th-tier demon tamer have now? In an instant, he was ensnared like a puppet and thrown back in front of him. To prevent him from committing suicide or sending a message, he coldly took out the nightmare eye, its dark, abyssal gaze flashing with a cold light. Eye of judgment, execute. The moment his gaze touched, Tang Zhaoling trembled, his face darkened, and his life force quickly drained away. He let out a weak cry as fragments of his memories were pulled out, transforming into vivid scenes that hung in the air. There were secret conversations with the 2 kidnappers of Chao Nian, shady deals with other families, and the scene where he personally received the ghost coins from those 2. Until the next image appeared, and he froze for a moment, seeing a familiar face conversing with the masked man from the Tang family. This is Taylor. He was momentarily stunned, his eyes narrowing. Yu, standing beside him, was surprised. He spoke in a low voice, not necessarily. Look closer. But just as the memory was about to resurface completely, Tang Xiaoling suddenly forced himself to bite down, whispering in his dying breath, I can't let them keep investigating. In the blink of an eye, a stream of green liquid gushed from the corner of his mouth. His veins contracted, the spark of life extinguished. He'd had crushed the hidden poison concealed in his mouth. His body trembled once, then collapsed, breath ceasing entirely. The interrogation came to an abrupt end. Yu stepped forward, examined the body, and her expression darkened. This is the Tang family's profound silent poison asterisk. She said, this poison is always kept hidden in the mouth. Even if one's spiritual power is sealed, it can still be triggered instantly, specially made for dealing with interrogations. He gazed at the cold corpse, his eyes deep and somber, letting out a quiet sigh. His voice dropped low as he cast another glance at the lifeless body. I didn't expect the Tang family's head to always be this well prepared. Hearing this, Yu's expression grew even graver. She understood the gravity of the matter and said, it seems the filthy secret the Tang family has been hiding runs deeper than I imagined. This is serious. I must report to Lord Tianshu immediately. She continued, now wait for the decision. I'm sorry, but we can't continue with you to Han family or Wei family. He stood up, his cloak fluttering, his demeanor so calm that it was hard to read. It's fine, I can manage alone. With those words, he waved his hand, and the barrier dissipated. The two separated, each heading in a different direction, quickly leaving the Tang family. When he reached the Han family and then the Wei family, he did exactly as he had when leaving. The secret vault exploded, smoke and dust filling the air, and riches turned to ashes. Yet they couldn't understand what had happened, or who was behind it. At the Wei family, the head of the family looked at the destroyed treasures, his face a mixture of regret and fury, shouting, what is going on? Could someone explain this to me? A servant checked the area, trembling as he reported, Master, the ghost coins that Tang family gave us have exploded. He asked, what? Could this be a trap set by Tang family? The servant quickly shook his head, panic evident on his face, lowering his voice to add, that's not it. The latest intelligence from our scouts says that Tang Xiaoling is dead. What? The head of Wei family was stunned. His legs felt like jelly, his face as pale as death, and his eyes were wide open, unable to believe what he was seeing. As for him, after leaving, he stood alone atop the high tower. The wind rustled through his cloak, and his gaze silently swept over the entire city below. He muttered in a low voice, the three families combined only have 30 billion ghost coins. The remaining 70 billion is still too far. I can't sense it accurately yet. His solitary aura at that moment was like a blade hidden in the darkness. The quieter it became, the more suffocating it felt. But roughly in the right direction, standing on top of the tall tower, he was about to step forward, following the course he had set, when suddenly a familiar voice rang out from behind. In this country, these ghost-controlling aristocratic families really are infested with termites. He turned slightly, his gaze steady, and clasped his hands in greeting. Master Tianshu. Director Tianshu nodded, his voice booming like thunder. From now on, the Tang family is completely disbanded and erased from the list of the 6 great ghost-controlling aristocratic families. Hearing this, he furrowed his brow, his eyes flashing with a hint of displeasure. Is that all? Tianshu saw through his emotions and sighed softly to reassure him. I know you're dissatisfied, but the deputy director of the 9th Investigation Bureau comes from a prestigious family. There will be punishment, but we still need to preserve his dignity. We can't be too heartless. He raised an eyebrow, silently calculating in his mind. Is he implying something about me? At that moment, Tianshu placed a red box in front of him. Inside are the remaining yin talents from the Tang family vault, as compensation for you. His gaze swept across, and the system immediately displayed the exact number of high-grade spiritual herbs and metal ores, all exactly what he needed. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, a faint smile appearing. Mr. Tianshu, you truly have a sincere intention. I won't be polite then. He decisively took the red box. Seeing this, Tianshu smiled and turned to leave. Just before his figure disappeared, he called out, I'm waiting for the day you reach the 8th rank demon controller. He did not respond, only standing silently as he watched the figure fade into the horizon. Just then, a hurried voice echoed from the demon's suppression space. "Lord!" He was slightly startled. Ding Liang. Ding Liang appeared with a delighted expression, hurriedly reporting, "Lord, your giant blood bean egg is about to hatch." As soon as Lin Yu heard Ding Liang's report, he immediately made his way to the location. In the incubator room, Ding Liang eagerly explained, "Lord, before you left Shangcheng, you ordered a few yin talent items. I just received them and immediately placed them in the nourishing fluid, but now, it seems that this little one has almost absorbed everything." Lin Yu stood still, his gaze fixed on the egg in the incubator, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As expected of a quasi-king tier beast, it hasn't even broken the shell yet it's already able to project its joyful emotions outward. A trace of suspicion arose in his heart. He pointed at the incubator and asked, "How much longer until it hatches?" Ding Liang answered seriously, "Its yin energy is actually full. It could break the shell at any moment. It just seems like it's waiting for something." Lin Yu said, "Waiting?" He was slightly startled, then moved closer, lowered his head, and whispered, "Are you waiting for me?" Of course, the egg couldn't speak, but the wave of emotion it emanated immediately made Lin Yu's heart tremble. He continued to stare at it intently. He muttered softly, "Are you afraid?" The egg seemed to hesitate, its emotions wavering vaguely. Lin Yu didn't say anything further. With a slight movement of his hand, he took out a crimson chest from the system space, the reward he had just received from Tian Shu. "Though I don't know what you're afraid of." His voice was deep and firm. "As your future master, I will give you additional assistance. You must break free from the shell in your strongest form." He handed the crimson chest to Ding Liang and instructed, "Put all the yin talents in here that might be useful to it." Ding Liang happily accepted the chest, bowing and responding, "Yes, Lord." Without hesitation, he immediately opened the chest, selected the appropriate yin talents, and poured them all into the liquid inside the incubator. In just 2 short minutes, the yin talents were dissolved, turning into a surge of energy that rushed into the egg. At once, a violent wave of energy erupted from the egg, causing the entire laboratory to tremble as if it were about to explode. At the same time, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky outside. A massive tornado formed, accompanied by streaks of dark blue lightning, like a monstrous beast opening its mouth. It seemed as though it wanted to swallow the entire base. Lin Yu and Ding Liang both changed color, horrified as they exclaimed, "What's happening here?" Ding Liang stared intently at the strange phenomenon, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "Lord, this scene is somewhat similar to when the Demon King breaks through his cultivation level." He said, "What?" Lin Yu was taken aback, and a bold speculation flashed across his mind. Could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky with a thunderous roar, hitting directly at the incubation chamber. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out, and the entire incubation chamber was shattered into pieces. The egg was immediately enveloped in violent storm-like energy. The terrifying shockwaves radiated outward, forcing Lin Yu and Ding Liang to brace themselves just to stay on their feet. The heavenly tribulation. A series of lightning bolts struck one after another, violently descending as though they aimed to crush both the base and the egg. Lin Yu saw the shell of the egg trembling, seemingly on the brink of collapsing, and his heart tightened. He rushed forward without hesitation. But Ding Liang quickly stopped him. "Lord, you can't. The heavenly tribulation is a necessary rule for the ascension to the Demon King. If you interfere, the rule will directly punish you. At that point, both you and the demonic beast will be reduced to nothingness." But Lin Yu gritted his teeth, his worried gaze fixed on the egg amidst the thunderous sea. He understood clearly. This was not merely a life about to be born, but also a demonic beast pact carrying the power of a future that could rival the Demon King. This step, if successful, would change the entire dynamic between the two worlds. But if it failed, all efforts, all hopes, would turn to ashes. The journey into the core, the reconnaissance of Demon World, everything required immense strength to back it up. As Lin Yu thought about this, a flicker passed through his mind. If this was a force of rules, then he would use the immunity to rules to break it. Without hesitation, he took out a system card, activated it, and placed it directly on the protective barrier around the egg. In an instant, A wave of emerald light spread, enveloping his entire body. Stepping closer, Lin Yu gently pressed his hand against the egg shell, his voice firm as it rang out. Blood Du Sha, accept me as your master, and I will bear the tribulations and calamities for you. From this moment on, you and I will be bound by fate, fighting side by side, until the end. The egg trembled slightly, as if understanding his sincerity. The protective layer surrounding it slowly dissolved, allowing Lin Yu's hand to press directly onto the shell. At that very moment, the entire heavenly tribulation, which had been roaring loudly, shifted its focus entirely onto Lin Yu's body. But strangely, he stood firm amidst the violent thunder and lightning, unharmed. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be blocked by some invisible force, no longer continuing its descent. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the first crack appeared on the eggshell, quickly spreading and followed by a series of other cracks. Boom! The eggshell shattered into pieces, and a terrifying burst of light erupted, causing the entire base to shine brilliantly. Within that light, a massive figure slowly began to take shape, the serpent goddess, Du Sha. Her form stretched upwards, reaching all the way to the swirling vortex of the heavenly tribulation above, her entire body radiating a powerful aura, as if to declare to heaven and earth, I will not bow. Du Sha's eyes blazed brightly, shooting out two colossal beams of energy directly at the heavenly tribulation's vortex. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce energy clashed violently, and the black and green vortex in the sky trembled violently, ultimately unable to withstand the force, scattering and vanishing, leaving behind a calm sky. The heavenly tribulation had passed, and the egg had successfully broken open. The light faded away. In the palm of Lin Yu's hand appeared a tiny creature, a small crimson serpent with a little horn on its head and eyes gleaming like rubies, lifting its head to gaze intently at him. Lin Yu froze, his heart trembling with emotion. He stammered in disbelief. This is a demonic beast of Demon King rank. Ding Liang beside him was equally stunned. From the enormous egg just moments ago to the small fiery red serpent now resting in his lord's hand, he was struck speechless, unable to utter a single word. At that very moment, a voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Contract established. Blood Du Sha. Rank: Demon King. Yin energy host not yet bound. Innate skill: Silent Death Gaze. The system swiftly displayed an explanation. Silent Death Gaze utilizes the eyes to trigger the power of law. Regardless of level disparity or resistance, it can forcibly immobilize the target. Lin Yu softly read the note, astonishment flashing in his eyes as he murmured, a rule-type talent. No wonder it could counter the heavenly tribulation upon hatching. My very first demonic beast contract, and it's of this caliber. He chuckled, a faint joy flickering in his gaze, and gently reached out to stroke the tiny Blood Du Sha's head as it obediently nestled in his palm. He said, its potential and intelligence are no different from that of a child in the demon-human form. Ding Liang, standing beside him, couldn't hide his excitement and spoke up. Demonic beasts and weapon spirits are inherently lacking in intelligence, but as they grow, their minds gradually awaken along with the realm they ascend to. If Blood Du Sha truly reaches the peak Demon King level, then it would be no different from a fully matured demon entity like us. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled lightly, the corners of his mouth curling up with a hint of arrogance in his voice. Peak Demon King, ha! If nothing unexpected happens, that day will come. With that, he placed the small snake into his demon suppression space, and his figure quickly left, returning to Shangcheng Fengdu. The next morning, at Shangcheng Fengdu, in the meeting room on the highest floor of the building, Lin Yu and Xiao Nian walked in. The room was already packed with people, all of whom stood up in unison and respectfully greeted Brother Lin. Xiao Nian smiled and walked beside him, introducing one by one. These are the managers I've just recruited in the past few days. They were all longtime employees of Shangcheng Jiangdong, and by coincidence have become demon tamers. They not only have experience with Shangcheng's development, but also possess a solid and reliable foundation. Then, she raised her hand and pointed towards another group that was about to introduce themselves. In addition, there are a few individuals whom Xiao Nian selected through the forum. They are all veteran exorcists who have been active in offline black market transactions and have a deep understanding of the actual needs of the exorcist community. Lin Yu and Xiao Nian took their seats at the head of the table. He smiled slightly and said, "Please, everyone, Have a seat. In his mind, he silently nodded, having experts in the field and market collaborate together, and trusting Shang Cheng Fengdu to Xiao Nian was indeed the right decision. The meeting began. Xiao Nian opened her laptop and began to report seriously. As everyone is well aware, the conflict between the aristocratic families and us seems difficult to resolve. Fortunately, with Lin's direct involvement, the issues with supply and logistics have been addressed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression became grave. He clarified, the purpose of this meeting is to find a definitive solution to these problems. A bald man stood up eagerly, offering his opinion. We need to have control over both the supply sources and the transportation channels to prevent being constrained by external forces. I believe we can reference Jiang Dong Shang Cheng's approach to purchasing. We should build warehouses, establish a logistics department, and open self-managed flagship stores. Immediately, the long-haired man sitting opposite shot back. Yin energy and yin talent aren't like yin coins. Whatever can be seized belongs to whoever seizes it. Whether it's a government agency or us, we can't use laws or systems to guarantee safety. Building separate warehouses and logistics carries far too much risk. The two immediately erupted into a heated argument. The bald man growled, "What if I hire advanced demon marshals at high wages to escort and guard them?" The long-haired man snorted coldly, "The profits are that large. Do you think that can stop people willing to risk everything for gain? The tricks of demon tamers and monsters are limitless. If goods go missing, don't even talk about assigning blame afterward. Sometimes you wouldn't even know when they're being stolen." Both arguments made sense, leaving Lin Yu unable to stop calculating. I could use the power of the rules to craft warehouse protection cards to prevent theft. But during transport, the cargo is always the weak point. The meeting gradually reached an impasse. Suddenly, a bespectacled young man pushed up his glasses and hesitantly said, "Actually, I have a plan that might be able to avoid the entire Ning issue." Immediately, the long-haired person glared and shouted, "How is that possible?" Under the pressure of that intense presence, Jing Chen hesitated and fell silent. Seeing this, Lin Yu slightly leaned to one side, his voice calm yet commanding. "Tell me, what do you think?" Feeling trusted, Jing Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses, and slowly articulated his plan. "What I mean is, we shouldn't confine our thinking to traditional business transaction models. Think about it. We the demon hunters with no aristocratic background. How have we managed to grow and rise?" Xiao Nian, sitting beside him, immediately answered with a firm tone, "Demon world." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed, and a confident smile curled at the corner of his lips. Not a horror game. The long-haired, purple-haired guy suddenly jumped up, his face filled with doubt, unable to stop himself from asking, "A horror game? What do you mean by that?" Though somewhat puzzled internally, the bespectacled man maintained his calm demeanor, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked toward him. "Could it be that you, Lin Yu, have already found the solution?" The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew tense, as if a string had been pulled taut, and all eyes were fixed on one side. He leisurely raised his head, his expression resolute, and his voice brimming with confidence. "You just gave me a very good suggestion." He paused for a moment before continuing in a clear and deliberate tone. "Let's recall our journey, starting from when we were summoned by the blood ritual into the present reality, then transported to Demon World, and continuously went through instance missions, realm mapping, and item crafting, constantly upgrading. If we look at it from a different perspective, doesn't the whole process resemble an online game? The only difference is that everything is real. So why not take advantage of this characteristic and plan it into an industrial system?" The room briefly shook, and the atmosphere became even more serious. He continued, his voice steady yet forceful. "In the game, virtual item transactions happen online. If we apply this here, couldn't we build a similar mechanism?" At this point, the glasses-wearing guy slightly adjusted his glasses, his eyes lighting up. "Exactly, my initial idea was the same, but I still haven't figured out the specifics of how to implement it." The room fell into silence, everyone deep in thought, as if searching for the solution to this bold plan. Xiao Nian pondered for a moment before speaking. "But surely we're not going to have the delivery staff carry the props directly through the dungeon, are we?" The atmosphere grew even heavier, making it feel like the air was suffocating. At that moment, the guy with purple hair calmly sat down, lowered his head, and began calculating. He seemed to have been pulled into the risky yet plausible plan that Lin Yu had just proposed. Let's not even talk about whether we'll be able to teleport to the right spot or not. The risks involved are 100 times greater than traditional logistics. After this rebuttal, the room fell into complete silence. A few minutes passed with no one saying anything, and the oppressive air felt like it was pressing down on everyone. Just then, he suddenly spoke again, breaking the silence. Don't forget, in the horror game, there's also the game hall, in addition to the dungeon map. His words struck like a thunderclap, shattering the heavy atmosphere. Everyone in the meeting room jumped in shock. The guy wearing glasses couldn't suppress his excitement, almost blurting out, "You mean the horror space?" He nodded slightly, his gaze firm, his voice resolute. "That's right. The horror space is a safe zone, separate from the demon world. It opens every day from midnight to 6 a.m. for all official players." He continued, "In that case, all our employees, as well as the high-level customers and merchants who need to conduct direct transactions, will have the right to enter the horror space. We can easily build logistics stations and stores right inside it, operating as an online system that handles both deliveries and transactions." Hearing his decisive analysis, the man with glasses immediately became excited, his face lighting up as he clapped his hands. "Exactly. That way, we won't have to worry about safety on the road anymore." The man with purple hair couldn't hide a smile, both impressed and regretful. "Oh my! Why didn't I think of that? In the past, when conducting transactions in the black market, buyers were always afraid we'd scam them and run away, so direct exchange was a must." The balding man sitting next to the purple-haired one interrupted calmly, "But now that we have the warranty guarantee from Great Emperor Feng Du himself, and official approval, who would still worry about trust issues?" The room seemed to explode with excitement, the discussions growing more animated. However, someone still raised a concern. "But the horror space each person starts with is very small, and to expand it, we would have to use a huge amount of accumulated points. These points can only be earned from instances, and they're even rarer than ghost coins." The discussion erupted again, more intense than before. Even those who had been part of the game from the very beginning sighed softly, for despite their long involvement, their accumulated points were hardly substantial. The bald man nodded in agreement, supporting the previous point. "That's right. Moreover, both dungeon predictions and immunity rights must be exchanged with points. If we spend them on expansion, it's a case of diminishing returns." Another person frowned and added, "Humph. Trying to build a large-scale logistics system in a horror space? I'm afraid even our financial channel wouldn't be able to handle it." The entire room fell into a deadlock once again, with all the difficulties being raised. But he remained seated, calm, his eyes shining with confident assurance. He responded slowly, his tone firm. "No need to worry. Whatever points are needed, I'll take care of it." The room seemed to shake with the impact of his words. Many people gaped at him in disbelief, as if they were facing a true big spender. "What?" The bald man immediately powered up his computer, his 10 fingers clacking on the keyboard. Muttering calculations under his breath, he said aloud, "To serve nearly 1 million demon controllers in the Daxia stage, at least 50 stations must be established. Even if each station is built only at the basic level, it would still require 20,000 points, meaning a total of 1 million points." He looked up, his voice filled with doubt. "Brother Lin, can you really come up with that many points?" Immediately, every gaze in the room turned toward him, waiting for an answer. "Xiao Nian, you followed Brother Lin through quite a few dungeons." Someone spoke, frowning slightly, their tone carrying both confidence and pride on his behalf. "Brother Lin always takes on the hardest dungeons, and clears them with the highest ratings. His accumulated points must be the highest of all. 1 million points. That's nothing for him." Even so, the purple-haired young man still hesitated, his tone a mix of astonishment and caution. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not doubting the Great Emperor, but business is business. We should be clear about the source of the capital. Brother Lin, you wouldn't mind showing some proof, would you?" He merely smiled, the corners of his lips curling into a confident arc. His voice was calm, yet left no room for refutation. He continued, "I'd understand that people don't really have a concept of how difficult it is to earn points. But for me, 1 million points is just the result of successfully clearing a difficult dungeon." The room fell silent, and the guy wearing glasses immediately turned on his computer, starting to list aggregated statistics from a horror game forum. His voice was shaky, but clear. If you only survive and complete the basic objectives in the demon level dungeon, you'll get at most a few dozen points. A D rank gives you 20 points. If you engage in direct combat with the demon, you get hundreds of points, and a rank gives you 100 points. If you're brave enough to fight head-on, depending on the damage dealt, you might earn thousands of points. And a plus rank gives you 1,000 points. If you manage to kill the demon, you'll get tens of thousands of points. An S rank gives you 10,000 points. By this point, the room had already started buzzing, and everyone's expression had changed, but he just smiled faintly, calmly adding, his voice carrying authority. But that's not the maximum. The actual highest possible score for the demon-level dungeon is 50,000 points. What? A simultaneous gasp of shock rang out. The people in the room stared in disbelief, as if they couldn't breathe from the shock. How is that possible? Could there really be a way to earn a higher rating than killing a boss? He paid no attention to the shocked faces around him, only thinking of his plan with an excited gleam in his eyes, slowly explaining. That's right. In addition to killing, if it's possible to subdue a spirit demon, sign a cursed pact with it, and turn a dungeon boss into your own monster, then the rating would obviously be even higher. The atmosphere in the room erupted. The guy wearing glasses felt a chill run down his spine, his voice trembling with disbelief. Turn a dungeon boss into your own combat force. In that case, the rating would definitely be much higher. He maintained his calm demeanor, as if all these earth-shattering events were merely the beginning of a grander plan. His voice echoed in the meeting room, continuing to lead everyone deeper into his vision. When we enter a dungeon with a demon general, the points will explode exponentially. Going through a dungeon, earning hundreds of thousands of points will be the norm. He raised his head, his voice steady yet filled with confidence. I've subdued a refined holy-grade yin energy before, slain a demon marshal, and even confronted a demon king. These things are not secrets. Xiao Nian, who is here, has also participated with me, and can verify it. Xiao Nian immediately nodded, his gaze proud. That's right, 2 months ago, in the Nightmare Theater dungeon, Demon General was relaxed, and there were super items everywhere. I only contributed a little, yet I earned more than 300,000 points. Brother Lin even separated from the route that day, definitely exploring a much more difficult area. Upon hearing this, the faces of the people in the room turned even paler. The way you earn points is truly monstrous, to the point of being unbelievable. Just one time and you've already earned over 1,000,000 points. He merely nodded slightly to confirm, his voice steady and echoing throughout the meeting room, so there's no need for everyone to worry about accumulating points. Furthermore, how could the logistics warehouse of Feng Dushang Cheng be such a crude, makeshift facility? It's too embarrassing for the brand. The atmosphere grew tense again, and this time, the conversation shifted to another topic. Someone asked, "So, how do you plan to build it?" He responded immediately, a confident smile clearly visible. "It's not just a warehouse or a distribution center. We need to combine it into a self-operated store and turn it into the business card of the Feng Dushang chain brand." Several experts quickly started estimating the costs. The pale face. "Oh my God, with this level of investment, I'm afraid even 5,000,000 points won't be enough." Xiao Nian tilted her head slightly, curiously asking in a low voice, "Brother Lin, how many points do you actually have?" He, who was never particularly concerned with such points, recalled and silently thought, "Last time I checked in the horror space, I had 25 million. Now it must be over 30 million. He didn't mention the exact number of points. He had but only proposed a figure to approve the budget for this time. Anyway, let's temporarily approve a budget of 10 million points for now. All plans will be submitted to Xiao Nian for approval." Hearing such a staggering figure, everyone in the room immediately jumped up in shock. What? 10 million? Seeing their exaggerated reactions, he frowned slightly and thought seriously. Not enough. Then we can add another 10 million. Xiao Nian hurriedly waved her hand repeatedly. That's enough. In her heart, she muttered, "Don't say enough. Even spending it all would be hard, don't joke." The room fell silent for a few seconds, and then tears welled up in everyone's eyes. One by one, they were moved as if they had found the light at the end of the tunnel. In the past, the budget was always tight. Every single penny was stretched. Everyone thought, we had to patch things up in every possible way. But now, we finally met a boss as generous as this one. The guy with purple hair cried tears of joy, but was still ecstatic, shouting loudly, "With this business model, No force will be able to compete with us. The family clans and guilds, they're nothing but smoke and mirrors. The others immediately chimed in. Having a boss like old Lin in Feng Du Shang Cheng is truly a blessing for us. Even the government might not dare to invest this boldly. Following him, it's as if our victory is already secured. The guy with purple hair almost rushed to hug and kiss him to express his gratitude. But thankfully, others stopped him. The bald guy, grinning from ear to ear, suggested, I propose we convert the points Lin has invested into shares. He simply waved his hand, his tone indifferent. Wealth, it's just a material possession. This statement, combined with his carefree demeanor, left everyone stunned. Only a true magnate could say something like that. But immediately after, he switched to his serious tone. What I care about more is the stable operation of Shangcheng, so everyone in the supply chain can have stable income. He added, in order for the demon controllers to always have enough yin energy and yin talent, and to ensure the special district continues to develop, we must maintain a harmonious relationship between the two worlds. Finally, when the plan was agreed upon, everyone was in high spirits. He stood up and waved his hand. The meeting is dismissed. Watching the figures of each person leave, he thought to himself, the danger of this horror game isn't just limited to the dungeons. Just then, Runei unexpectedly appeared, reporting, Lord, there's news from Xiao Wei in Yiwu City. The head of the Yu family has already arrived in Suhu City. After the meeting concluded, he returned to his office on the upper floor. No sooner had he sat down than the system suddenly popped up with a notification. New mission. Mission 15. Lead the wealthy and grow rich together. When one achieves enlightenment, even chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. Mission incomplete. Mission details. Spend 300 billion ghost coins. Revitalize the local economy and achieve a GDP 10 times that of the previous period. Lin Yu stared at the text on the screen, both astonished and intrigued. 300 billion and a GDP 10 times higher. What exactly does this system want me to do? He murmured to himself, his eyes lighting up. To spend 300 billion all at once without causing any disruptions, I must have enough water reserves to serve as a buffer. Finally, the bank has come, and Suhu is opening a branch. An idea flashed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile full of anticipation. Now there's something interesting to do. I'll use this opportunity to complete the system's task. He casually sat down on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and called Bai Yi. As soon as she answered, her voice was respectful. Great Emperor, is there anything you need guidance on? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone serious, though his heart was filled with excitement. I want you to post an announcement on the forum. In order to promote the economic development of both worlds, and also to increase my personal assets, I plan to lend out 300 billion ghost coins to businesses. As he spoke, he glanced at the account balance in the system, which showed over 10,000 billion ghost coins. The enormous figure only made the idea more intriguing, and spending the money now felt like part of the mission. Bai Yi, used to Lin Yu's extravagant ways, nodded immediately, but in her mind, she unconsciously processed it as, yes, 30 million ghost coins will be enough to support 10 companies. Lin Yu was stunned and curiously asked again, wait a minute, you must have misheard me. I said 300 billion. 300 billion? Bai Yi on the other end nearly shouted, her voice trembling. Yes, 300 billion, he replied calmly, his eyes glinting with amusement as he observed her reaction. Bai Yi fell silent for a few seconds, a shiver running down her spine. Though unused to it by now, that figure is still truly terrifying. Noticing the silence on the other end, Lin Yu secretly smirked before continuing seriously, but the loan cannot be directly given to individuals. There has to be a bank acting as an intermediary, reviewing each transaction and paying on our behalf. I've heard that Suhu City is about to open an additional branch of a commercial bank. If any business wants to open an account in the demon world, they can send a representative with me, and I will ensure their safety. Upon hearing the mention of the bank, Bai Yi immediately became serious. Great Emperor, are you sure about this bank? If they run off with the money, the economy of both worlds could be completely destroyed. He chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of excitement, as though he was sharing a secret. Of course I'm sure. They are a distinguished guest I specially invited from Yiwu City. Behind them was the bank director Jin Ya, a powerful demon king, who also collaborated with a minting factory producing over 100 million every month. There was absolutely no issue with the capital. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi finally sighed in relief. We just discussed this in the meeting, but couldn't figure out where that force was coming from. So it turns out it was your handwriting. Great Emperor. Now I can relax. So you knew about this earlier? He raised an eyebrow, clearly curious. She said, of course, this news has spread all over the forums. He asked, forums? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. How could that be? I only found out through Xiao Wei infiltrating the insider network. The bank hasn't even officially opened yet. How could others know about it? At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Bai Yi, who had sent a link to a post titled, "The team suspected to be a dungeon in Xuhu City." Lin Yu's eyes instantly lit up, both curious and excited. He turned on the speakerphone and clicked on the link. The post came from a channel owner with the nickname Don't Scare Me, Level 5. The topic: the team suspected to be a dungeon in Xuhu City. The content: according to the information we've gathered, the dungeon must be the bank in Xuhu. The post reads, Xuhu, the rare city of the demon world, knows that treating humans fairly will certainly not intentionally make things difficult for players. In the past, every dungeon run used to make people tremble in fear. But now, with a dungeon offering such high safety ratings, if you don't hop on the train quickly, what are you waiting for? Team fees are 500 ghost coins per slot, limited spots available, interviews required. Below the post, there was a flurry of comments. I don't eat ghostly vegetables. I work as a bank teller in real life. I absolutely have the advantage in this dungeon. I've already messaged privately. Give me a spot for a top-tier ghost mid-tier player. Is it real or fake? Host, maybe it's just been opened. Other comments. Latest news. The pre-authorization card of my sister on the first floor has shown up. It must be the bank. Could it be that Xuhu is really opening a bank? Can I go borrow money from there? A few minutes later, when Lin Yu had finished reading, Bai Yi spoke up. I've found the person who posted it through private messaging on the forum. Great Emperor, do you need me to ask for more details? Lin Yu smiled with curiosity. That let's meet tonight in the eerie space. That night, in the eerie space, Lin Yu was invited into Bai Yi's space. He appeared before the astonished eyes of the other three guests. Bai Yi introduced both sides, and they were the ones who had made the investment in the instance at Xuhu Bank. The only man among the three stood up and introduced himself confidently. Great Emperor, I am Zhu Lei, and on the forum, my nickname is Don't Scare the Boss. The two other girls were also excited. Great Emperor, I am a fan of yours. I am Yin Taiyun, and my nickname is No Sexual Activity. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Lin Yu greeted them seriously, but felt a deep sense of curiosity. Hello everyone, could you tell me the contents of the investment you made? Zhou Lei pulled out his investment card. Here is the initial information about our investment. The mission is located in a border area within the country, in Demon World, a city that has developed rapidly through the trade between humans and demons. The short-haired girl also took out her card. The content of my investment is that you will be involved in several business development tasks in finance within the instance. The last girl continued. As for mine, it seems identical to the rules in the real-world finance and insurance industry. If the performance does not meet the standards, there will be penalties. The pressure to perform is immense. If it weren't for Xuhu, I would never dare to participate in this instance. After hearing this, Lin Yu pondered over the description on the investment card. Indeed, it directly points to the bank at Xuhu. Bai Yi added a sentence. Previously, Mr. T and Shu had speculated that horror games, when summoning players in dungeons, must also have their own internal rules. It now seems that they are exploiting the public recruitment and leasing notices from the demon world and stuffing players into it. Lin Yu pondered deeply, a new plan stirring in his mind. Although in my past life I was a designer of horror games, now I'm completely ignorant of its true operational mechanisms. This dungeon might reveal some deeper logic, which both fascinates and excites me to explore. After a few minutes of contemplation, he looked up and asked, his voice tinged with an undeniable curiosity. Is there still a vacancy in your team? I would like to join. Bai Yi responded immediately, both polite and seemingly excited. Originally, we kept a spot open to probe the enemy, but there's no need for that now. If Great Emperor wishes to join, please feel free to take the spot. Thank you. He smiled lightly, feeling a slight thrill in his heart as his curiosity was about to be satisfied. The three young people, upon learning they would be teammates with Lin Yu, couldn't contain their joy and shouted as if they had won the lottery. To be in a dungeon with Great Emperor, it's as safe as can be. We're definitely going to win easily this time. It feels just like being with family. Lin Yu looked at the scene of their excitement, feeling both intrigued and puzzled. Then, he spoke in a deep voice. Sorry, due to some reasons, I will not reveal my identity during this instance. I hope everyone will keep it a secret. The three others fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who wouldn't be curious when the Great Emperor asked for secrecy? After a moment, the instance began, and the four of them were summoned into the horror game. A blood-red line of text appeared before them. Welcome to the horror game. This instance was set in the Jinja Bank. The mission objective within 15 days was to achieve the performance target. The number of people still alive was 4, and they found themselves in the astonishing branch of the bank in Suhu City. The branch manager asked everyone to gather for a meeting before the grand opening. Since Lin Yu was wearing a ghost clothes mask, the branch manager didn't recognize his identity. The manager looked at each person with a solemn expression. The Suhu branch of the astonishing bank officially opens today. For the experienced old employees, there's no need for mention. As for the new staff, those human players, you must remember that a grand opening means a prosperous start. For the next 15 days, focus all your efforts on boosting marketing capabilities for the entire branch with various initiatives. Mobilize deposits, expand credit for loans, open new accounts, and convert to financial products. After changing into their uniforms and being assigned tasks, the branch manager clearly read out the work rules and spending targets to be met. Each day, the transaction counter must have at least 1 million ghost coins in new personal deposits, 5 million ghost coins in business deposits, sell 20 financial products and 10 credit cards. The account manager must complete 300,000 ghost coins in personal loan applications each day, 3 million ghost coins in business loan negotiations, and also guide 10 VIP customers into the exclusive room. If the daily targets are not met, overtime training will be required. If the targets are still not met after 15 days, you will need to compensate with your blood and souls. As soon as the branch manager finished speaking, 2 security guards opened the bank door to officially begin operations. The girl with purple hair dreamily imagined customers rushing in like ants after their nest had been disturbed. I want to deposit money. Quickly process it for me. Her voice was full of anticipation, thinking that since Suhu had a bank, surely people would come to open accounts, deposit money, and buy financial products. But in reality, it was as harsh as a slap to her expectations. 2 people stood in front of the door, eyes carefully watching, but not a single customer entered the bank, even though the street outside was bustling. The streets were bustling with people. The sight sparked a sense of curiosity in the young girl. What could have caused this place to be so desolate? He turned to advise the girl, whose illusions were shattered, his voice gentle yet still carrying a tone of curiosity. You're overthinking it. The girl, still unable to accept the reality, murmured softly. Why is it like this? Lin Yu smiled and explained in a calm voice, though his eyes remained curious and observant. Actually, the Suhu area lies in the inner belt of the demon world. It's not like the outer regions, which are filled with ghost clothes and weak spirits, nor is it like the core, where the demon king keeps watch. This is the most fiercely competitive area, meaning the financial risks are the highest. Here, death is the dominant force. The accumulation of wealth is mainly based on plunder and conquest. There's little chance for stable, sustainable growth. Although there are enforced rules, the dead do not consume, and borrowing easily turns into bad debt. In the past, when the Heaven and Earth Bank collapsed, all commercial banks couldn't withstand the break in the capital flow and withdrew simultaneously. For those who had deposited their money and saw it vanish with the fleeing bankers, trust in banks has long been lost. The head cashier, having listened to his analysis, stepped forward with a slightly stern yet knowledgeable air and added, I dared to set up a branch in Suhu because I saw the commercial potential between the two realms. She continued, along with the commitment to invest billions from Great Emperor Fengdu. Although the money has already been transferred into the central account as per the contract, if Great Emperor does not personally guarantee it, the world will still see us as frauds. I have asked Xiao Wei to send a message to Great Emperor, but why haven't we received a reply yet? Lin Yu and the purple-haired girl beside him were silent upon hearing this. Long's unease deepened. The counter-manager reminded, before Great Emperor arrives, you two in charge of client management should go out and bring in business. If you fail to attract customers, the evening and night shifts will have a difficult outcome. The purple-haired girl lowered her head, gently tugging his sleeve and whispering, Great Emperor, aren't you really going to use your influence to reduce the difficulty? Her voice was full of longing. Lin Yu shook his head, his gaze briefly cold, but inside, a hidden joy surged. If I reveal my identity, the secrets of the horror game and the Heaven and Earth Bank will be impossible to investigate. He whispered to her, the horror game isn't won in just one round. I can protect you once, but not forever. It's best not to waste this opportunity. Seek more chances and explore your own potential. The girl with purple hair felt a bit scared upon hearing this, due to his cold demeanor, while he silently rejoiced at the opportunity. But a fleeting thought crossed his mind, causing him to frown. In this bank, where they only accept money, and not people who hide their identity, what's the difference after all? He stepped out onto the street and called for the girl with purple hair to follow. Let's go. The girl hurriedly ran after him, asking anxiously, Great Emperor, do we really have to go after customers? Handing out flyers and stopping passersby are so ineffective, the conversion rate is low. Lin Yu looked at her, his eyes lighting up, his voice cold yet calculating. No, I said we're going shopping.